Watching the hospital bed, everyone sighed. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, and a white light appeared before Lin Xi's eyes. A young boy's voice came through. Mom, mom, mom. Second sister is awake. Before Lin Xi could understand what was happening, she saw a strange woman touching her face, sobbing softly, saying, Xiaoxi, you're awake. Are you feeling upset inside? It's all Mom's fault. Don't be afraid. Mom is here. Lin Xi was stunned. Had she really died? She had been badly injured in a car accident, and after being rushed to the hospital, she had passed away. And wasn't she an orphan? Where did this mother come from? Before she could think further, another sharp pain struck her head. The memories of the original owner, 19 years of her life, flashed rapidly through Lin Xi's mind, causing her a terrible headache. Seeing Lin Xi's face growing paler, Lin Mu was terrified. She quickly called Lin Xian nearby to prepare a stretcher to take Lin Xi to the hospital. Seeing this, Lin Xi hurriedly stopped her and softly said, I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable. I'll be better after resting for a while. Please don't worry. Lin Mu looked at her daughter's face and didn't dare to be careless. She tucked the blanket around her and sat quietly beside her. Lin Xi lay on the bed, and Lin Mu gently patted her hand to soothe her troubled mind. At first, Lin Xi wasn't used to this kind stepmother, as she had never received maternal warmth before. But later, lying comfortably in the bed and smelling her mother's scent, she gradually fell asleep. In her dream, she saw the original owner. This 19-year-old girl, at the blooming age of youth, was fragile and weak. She begged Lin Xi to survive, hoping Lin Xi could prevent her parents from feeling so sad. Lin Xi agreed. She watched the original owner's resigned smile fade, and finally, she turned into a white light. Lin Xi struggled to open her eyes. Lin Mu was sitting by the bed, watching her. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She knew this was the lingering emotion of the original owner. In her heart, she silently said, Don't worry, I will live well. I will also take good care of your parents. Rest assured. After saying this, she felt a wave of relief, and her soul finally merged with this body. Lin Xi slept for a while, finally sorting out her thoughts and understanding why she was here. The original owner's older sister, out of jealousy, had sent her to work in a rural area in Black Province. The original owner's parents were angry and questioned her, and she overheard them. The little girl immediately pouted and gave in. Lin Xi silently took a deep breath and exhaled, cherishing this hard-won life. Lin's mother seemed to sense something and soon woke up. Seeing her daughter's bright eyes, she felt a pang in her nose. To hide her emotions, she quickly went to the kitchen and brought back a big bowl of brown sugar and eggs. Her mother wanted to feed her herself, but seeing her daughter's awkwardness, she smiled, patted her head, and turned to prepare the meal. Lin Xi felt a bit shy. She really lacked experience in how to get along with her mother. She slowly got off the bed and moved to the dressing mirror. She saw a face that looked about 70 to 80% like her modern self. An oval face, peach blossom eyes, smooth, fair skin, 2 long braids, with a classical beauty charm. Looking at the face that was 5 or 6 years younger than her modern self, her delicate features looked even more beautiful. Lin Xi felt satisfied. Before looking in the mirror, she could tell from her mother's expression that the original owner's appearance was quite good, since her mother was naturally beautiful. But after seeing herself in the mirror, Lin Xi was even happier. Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Who wouldn't like to see herself as a beautiful woman? However, the pallor on her face was also very obvious. She knew this was a congenital deficiency from her original body, but she could treat it. After all, she was the 43rd generation inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine in China. A minor deficiency like this could always be cured with time, as long as she was alive. Lin Xi slowly sat at the small table, looking at the bowl of brown sugar and eggs in front of her. She smiled to herself. She had caught up with the trend and eaten a nourishing dish from the 1970s. In a time when everything required rationing, a big bowl of brown sugar and eggs was already a high-quality supplement. These 5 eggs were saved up by her mother over time. While eating Lin, she roughly checked her body. She shook her head, realizing this body was extremely fragile. The thought of going to the countryside made her feel even worse. Speaking of going to the countryside, she had to mention the original owner's big sister, Lin Chuan. Rewind 3 hours. Today, Lin's mother went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables and unexpectedly ran into Director Lu from the street office. Director Lu had always had a good relationship with Lin's mother, but now he was pulling her aside with a very serious expression. He said, "Asen, what are you thinking? Sending Xiaoxi to the countryside or to He province so far away? Isn't that like sending her to her death?" Mother Lin's face suddenly turned very pale when she heard this. She quickly grabbed Director Lu's sleeve and said, "Guifan, we haven't signed Xiaoxi up. Xiao Chuan is a child of a martyr's family, and Xiaoxi is not feeling well. Xiao Xian isn't old enough yet. We don't need to send anyone to the countryside." Seeing her friend's panicked look, Director Lu also felt very uncomfortable. "I don't know either, but it's already decided. You should go home and prepare things for Xiaoxi's trip. She has only 5 days left before she leaves. Now, the government is forcing young people to go to the countryside to help build the country. Originally, the Lin family didn't have to send anyone, but since they signed up voluntarily, they couldn't refuse. The local street office also needs to meet quotas." Mother Lin didn't know how she got home. Just thinking about her daughter's pale face made her feel heartbroken. When she got home, she saw her older daughter and younger son arguing over something. She scolded them loudly, and they immediately stopped talking. She noticed her younger daughter's absence and knew she was probably unwell again. She hurried to her daughter's room and saw the thin girl sitting on a chair, reading a book with a gentle smile on her face. She covered her mouth and turned to leave. Back in the living room, she asked Lin Xian to call her father back home. Seeing his mother's sad face, Lin Xian quickly ran outside. Lin Chuan felt anxious. Her earlier pride had turned into fear. "Lin Chuan, tell the truth. Did you sign up your little sister for the countryside?" Lin Chuan shook her head and denied it. But Mother Lin saw her unnatural behavior and felt very sad. A few days ago, Lin Chuan told her she needed the household register to handle some work documents. Mother Lin thought she had found a job and was very happy. She quickly gave her the household register. She simply couldn't believe that the girl she raised herself would want to harm her sister out of jealousy. He forcefully slapped the table and said in a serious voice, "Lin Chuan, be honest and tell me, what did you do to make your mother so angry?" Lin Chuan shivered and looked at her parents' stern faces, identical in their seriousness. She couldn't hold back anymore and tearfully admitted to her parents that she had signed her younger sister up for rural work. Lin Jianjun was furious. With a clear slap, a sharp sound rang out. Seeing his eldest daughter shrink back, looking scared, Lin Jianjun felt very disappointed and hurt. He shouted angrily, "How could you do this? Do you know your younger sister isn't feeling well? Are you trying to push her to the limit?" "Ha!" Hearing her father's angry shout and her mother's crying, the original owner, overwhelmed, pouted and gave in. Then the story shifted to Lin Shi's perspective. After recalling everything, Lin Shi began to think quietly about her future path. It was 1972, the peak of the youth going to the countryside movement. With 5 years until the college entrance exam in 1977, she would likely have to stay in the countryside for 5 more years. The college entrance exam was a must. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was said that even a pig standing in the wind could take off. Since she was here, she couldn't give up these opportunities. But her main goal now was to recover her health, because health is the foundation of everything. Moreover, with her current body, she wouldn't be able to handle the heavy farm work in the countryside. And the original owner, her older sister, was a very malicious person. Before she left, she had to get rid of this troublemaker. It was also a way to vent her anger. Lin Shi mentally planned again, and finally relaxed. She wasn't used to fighting without preparation. She looked up and saw her younger brother at the door watching her. She waved and called him over. Lin Xian came over, and Lin Shi quickly handed him an egg. Lin Xian was at a loss and dared not spit it out, so he waved his hands, eyes turning red with worry. Finally swallowing the egg, he hurriedly said, "Second sister, I didn't ask you for the egg. You can eat it yourself. You need to recover your health." Seeing her younger brother's anxious look, Lin Shi felt a warm feeling inside. She patted his head gently and said softly, "I know. Xiao Xian is caring about your second sister, right? But I can't eat anymore. Can you help share some for me?" Looking into her smiling eyes, Lin Xian was stunned. It wasn't that the original owner wasn't gentle, but she often looked a little worried in her eyes before. Although Lin Shi's face was still pale, she looked very energetic and lively. Little Lin Xian didn't think much, just a bit surprised, because he was quickly won over by the smell of eggs. Seeing Lin Xian eating happily, Lin Shi gently patted his head with love. The Lin family is a working couple household, with a son in the army helping with expenses. But all 3 children need to go to school, and Lin Shi's health isn't good, so she often needs to see a doctor. Their family isn't very wealthy. In the city, buying things requires tickets, so eggs at home are usually reserved for Lin Shi, since she needs to strengthen her body. Lin Xian is always thoughtful. He often endures and lets his second sister eat first. Lin Chuan is a bit spoiled and wants what Lin Shi has, so the eggs are usually for them, and Lin Xian occasionally eats one. Lin Xian ate 2 eggs, and the last one he didn't want to eat anymore. He kept encouraging Lin Shi to eat more. Lin Shi felt both touched and a little embarrassed. Her soul was already 23, but her 14-year-old brother was coaxing her to eat, which made her feel a bit awkward. Fortunately, Lin's mother came in at this moment, easing Lin Shi's embarrassment. Lin Shi quickly acted cute and asked her mother to finish the remaining egg. Lin's mother took the egg, gently stroked Lin Shi's head, and slowly finished the last egg. Lin Shi was considerate, always trying to find ways to let her family eat the eggs. At this moment, Lin Shi changed her attitude, and the family didn't think much about it. Seeing her caring eyes, Lin's mother felt warm inside. She hugged her children and softly said, "Mom is sorry for making you suffer." Lin Shi and Lin Xian hugged their mother, hoping to give her some comfort. After calming her emotions, Lin's mother talked about her plans. "Xiao Shi, it's Mom's fault for not paying attention and letting Lin Chuan hurt you. Don't worry, your dad has already gone to find his old friends to see if they can help remove your name." Lin Shi looked at her exhausted mother and didn't want to crush her hopes, so she quietly nodded. She didn't believe her father could find a way to erase her name, since their family was just an ordinary family, and it's rare for anyone to stop someone from moving to the countryside. But seeing her mother's sincere love for her, she couldn't bring herself to say anything discouraging. After settling the 2 siblings, Lin's mother went out to prepare dinner for the family. The sky was completely dark, and Mother Lin looked outside anxiously. She had placed all her hope on Father Lin. Unfortunately, Mother Lin was bound to be disappointed. Finally, after waiting eagerly, Lin Jianjun pushed his bicycle back home. But seeing his distracted and sad look, Mother Lin knew what had happened. She sank heavily to the ground, tears suddenly flowing down her face. Seeing his wife upset, Father Lin could only hold her tightly. Hearing the noise outside, Lin Shi and Lin Xian hurried out. Seeing their parents so sad, Lin Xian also became teary. Although he was young, he understood that his older sister had secretly signed up his second sister for a program that would send her to the countryside as a youth worker. Many older siblings in their neighborhood had gone to work in the countryside. Every time they returned for the new year, he felt very sad, as they had completely changed. So, when he overheard his parents scolding his older sister, he was stunned. He didn't understand why she did it, especially since the second sister was already very pitiful. He looked back and saw the second sister leaning on the doorframe, looking unsteady. Then she fainted. The second sister was not in good health, but she was very gentle and caring toward him. In contrast, his older sister, who was older, often argued with him. Whenever there was a disagreement, she would complain to their father, which often led to him being punished. He didn't like his older sister at all. What his older sister did this time was even more confusing. He decided that he would never pay attention to her again. He looked up at Lin Shi and firmly said, "Second sister, I will treat you better in the future. Don't be sad. When I grow up, I will protect you." Lin Shi smiled softly and responded kindly. Then she slowly walked toward their parents. Seeing their two children come out, the parents quickly wiped away their tears. Mother Lin pretended to be normal and went into the kitchen to serve food. Father Lin, with red eyes and a tired voice, said, "Xiaoxi, it's Dad's fault. I couldn't find a way to get your name removed. It's all my fault. Don't be sad. I'll go see the leaders again early tomorrow." Lin Shi looked at her tall father, who seemed helpless at the moment, and her heart felt sour. She held his hand and said, "Dad, it's okay. The list has already come out, and it's hard to get your name removed. Just stay home with me these days. I'll be fine going to the countryside. When the time comes, bring some medicine and money." Mother Lin was crying loudly in the kitchen after hearing those words. Father Lin forced back his tears. As the head of the family, he knew his wife and children needed him now. He couldn't show weakness. He patted his daughter's shoulder, feeling sad because her thin frame made him worry. Lin Shi gave Lin Xian a look and took Father Lin into the living room. Mother Lin, comforted by Lin Xian, adjusted her feelings and brought out 2 plates of food. Lin Xian followed behind her. Mother Lin softly said, "Xiaoxi, today I cooked your favorite dishes. Come, let's eat more." Lin Shi nodded. She served food to her family first, then slowly started eating her own bowl. Mother Lin was a good cook. She made stir-fried green beans with meat, eggplant, small sausages, and braised potatoes. Lin Shi ate so much her face was almost buried in the food. But she couldn't help it. She wasn't good at cooking from a young age. Even after learning, her dishes still weren't very tasty. The food her mother made reminded her of home and the taste of her family. Lin Shi finished a bowl of rice and quickly controlled herself. She knew she shouldn't overeat and needed to take things slowly. Seeing her finish her bowl, Mother Lin finally smiled. After dinner, Mother Lin asked her children to go for a walk outside. Lin Shi knew her mother was deliberately sending them away, so she agreed and left the alley with Lin Xian. They sat under a big tree, listening to some old men tell stories, which was quite interesting. Meanwhile, Mother Lin and Father Lin were having a fierce argument. "Lin Jianjun, look at what your good daughter did. I've taken care of her all these years, never wronged her, treated her like my own daughter. I feel sorry for her, having no parents. I've always spoiled her, and I never complained. But now, look at this wolf trying to hurt my own daughter. Poor Xiaoxi, she's suffered so much, and now she has to comfort me, a useless mother." Father Lin looked at his wife's red eyes, feeling guilty. Years ago, a comrade entrusted his daughter Lin Chuan to him. His wife didn't say a word and raised Lin Chuan as her own daughter. When Lin Chuan turned 18, they told her about her background. But in their hearts, Lin Chuan was their real daughter. However, they never expected that this child would grow up differently in ways they couldn't see. He feels sorry for Xiaoxi, his comrade in the army, and also for his hardworking wife. Mother Lin knows her husband is also upset, but she speaks firmly. "Lin Jianjun, Lin Chuan is your daughter, and Lin Shi is also your daughter. You must give an explanation for this. This matter must be dealt with so that Lin Chuan is punished. Otherwise, how can we explain the suffering Xiaoxi has endured?" Lin Jianjun hugs his wife's fragile shoulders, nods, and then walks into Lin Chuan's room. Mother Lin follows him inside. Seeing Lin Chuan crying on the bed, Lin's father feels a mix of emotions. He can't understand how his once sweet and innocent daughter has changed so much as she grew up. But if you do wrong, you must be punished and take responsibility. As Lin Chuan's father, he must be responsible for her every day. He speaks in a serious voice. "Lin Chuan, get up. Don't act like a scared turtle." Lin Chuan is still afraid of her father. Hearing his angry voice, she quietly gets up from the bed. She sees her parents with angry faces and kneels on the ground with a thud. Holding onto her mother's leg, she cries and says, "Dad, Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so foolish and hurt my little sister. Please don't be mad. I really know I was wrong. Mother Lin looks at Lin Chuan, whose eyes are red and swollen, and her face is tired. She feels sad, but, thinking about Xiaoxi's suffering, her expression turns cold. She pushes Lin Chuan away, without saying a word. Lin's father also looks serious. Seeing her parents' unsoftened attitude, Lin Chuan thinks about how they don't even call her for meals. She wipes her tears and sarcastically says, I knew it. You say you treat everyone equally, but really, you just prefer your own children. Before she finishes, Lin's father slaps her. Lin Chuan covers her face, feeling resentful. Lin's father speaks in a deep voice. When your parents died in the war, we sent you back to your hometown. Your grandparents didn't want you, so I had no choice but to bring you home. Your mother didn't say a word and raised you like her own daughter. When your older brother was only 10 months old, your mother took care of both of you alone. Later, when you had younger brothers and sisters, she made sure you didn't suffer. We cooked meals according to your tastes, and you never wore patched clothes. You were provided with books up to high school. Now you're 20 years old and still can't cook. You say we favor your little sister, but that's because she is sick and has poor health from birth, as you know. If we talk about favoritism, you're the most loved in our family. But because of jealousy, you signed her up for rural work. Isn't that just trying to hurt her? Forget it, I didn't teach you well. You are an adult now, and should be able to tell right from wrong. You can move out. We haven't touched the allowance from your biological parents. You can take it all. Live your life well in the future. After saying this, without caring that Lin Chuan was crying loudly on the ground, he held his wife's hand and said, Aiken, let's give her all the allowance. It's as if we never raised her. From now on, I, Lin Jianjun, have no daughter. Lin's mother was crying uncontrollably, nodded, and turned to go to the bedroom to get the money. Lin Chuan hugged her mother's leg, tears and snot streaming down, and said, Mom, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of my little sister. I shouldn't be so ungrateful. Please don't abandon me. Lin's mother squatted down, looked into Lin Chuan's eyes, and said, Lin Chuan, we are mother and daughter. Don't make things too ugly. The words you just said really hurt us. We haven't touched the allowance from your biological parents. Our Lin family doesn't owe you anything. Lin, she is your sister, not your enemy. If you were my biological child, I would have beaten you to death. Go ahead. With that allowance, you'll live very well. After speaking, she turned and walked toward the room, not looking back at Lin Chuan. Lin's mother took out a money box, sorted the money inside, some coins, some bills. She took out a remittance slip she had kept all along. Your parents' allowance is 18 yuan and 40 cents each month. Over 20 years, that totals 4,416 yuan. Now there's only a little over 6,000 yuan at home. I can only give you 3,000 yuan first. The rest I will save to buy things for your little sister. I can't just watch my daughter go to her death. Lin's mother handed her 3,000 yuan and said, the remaining 1,416 yuan, your dad and I will slowly pay you back. You should find a place and move out tomorrow. I can't keep you here anymore. Lin Chuan burst into tears. After listening to 5 stories, Lin Shi and Lin Xian looked at each other and decided to go back. Lin Shi couldn't tell how long Lin's mother and the others would talk, but there were too many mosquitoes. They sat for a while, getting bites all over their legs. The brother and sister took advantage of the moonlight to return home. Before reaching home, they saw many neighbors gathered around their yard, talking loudly. They hurriedly quickened their steps. As I approached, I heard Lin Chuan shouting hysterically. It turned out that when Lin Mu handed money to Lin Chuan pushed her mother away. This angered Lin Fu, who immediately grabbed Lin Chuan's arm and threw her out. Lin Fu sternly told her to leave. Lin Mu, pushed so hard, felt completely heartbroken and no longer showed any pity for her daughter. This commotion drew a lot of attention. People in this era had few places for entertainment at night, so they were all sitting outside, cooling off. Lin Fu and his family lived in a house allocated by the factory, in an area full of workers. When they heard the loud noise from the Lin family, many came over to watch. Seeing so many people gather, Lin Chuan decided to go all out. She pinched her thigh and started acting. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly. "Everyone, my parents are so cruel. They want to kick me out just because I am not their biological daughter." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and looked at the slap marks on Lin Chuan's face, discussing among themselves. But some sensible people said it was unlikely and believed there was a hidden reason. The Lin couple was very kind and good to their daughter. It was impossible. There must be some secret. Hearing Lin Chuan's nonsense, Lin Fu's heart sank completely. Before he could speak, Lin Chuan suddenly jumped up, knelt in front of Lin Shi, who was passing by, and frantically slapped herself. She choked and said, "Little sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have signed you up to go to the countryside. I shouldn't have been jealous of you. I'm sorry, little sister. I'm really sorry." Lin Shi looked at Lin Chuan quietly, her emotions fluctuating wildly. She knew this was the original owner's feelings acting up. The original owner was naive, but Lin Shi was not someone to be easily bullied. She had to stand up for her. Her expression changed, showing a look of grievance. She softly said, "Big sister, what did I do to you? Why do you dislike me so much? You know I'm not feeling well, and you want me to go to the countryside. Isn't that to push me to death?" Lin Chuan looked at her clever little sister and froze. How could this wooden girl pretend to be so wronged? Seeing Lin Chuan's stiff expression, Lin Shi knew she was a troublemaker. Now she was just pretending to be pitiful to fool Lin Fu and Lin Mu. Before Lin Chuan could recover and think of a response, a sudden thunderclap sounded in her ears. I only hear Lin Shi's gentle voice saying, "Since sister really knows she was wrong, can she go to the countryside for me? You were the one who signed me up, and I think you also like Black Province very much." Lin Shi smiles kindly, but Lin Chuan looks terrified. Lin Chuan's face stiffens as she tries to make excuses. Lin Xian looks at her sister's face and finally can't hold back his anger. "Aren't you supposed to apologize? Now you refuse to go to the countryside. You don't really know you were wrong, do you? You just want our parents to forgive you. You're so stupid and mean." Lin Shi secretly laughs inside. This younger brother is really full of fight. She gives him an encouraging look, and Lin Xian suddenly gets more energetic. He keeps talking loudly. "You never liked second sister. No, you don't like anyone. You're so selfish. Hurry up and leave. Our Lin family can't afford to keep a bad person like you." Lin Chuan's face twists in anger. She suddenly stands up and tries to hit Lin Xian. The neighbor nearby quickly pulls Lin Chuan back, worried she might bully her brother and sister again. Lin's mother comes out of the living room. She was just pushed and twisted her waist. Hearing what Lin Chuan said, she gets even angrier. She supports her waist and picks up a broom to go outside. Lin's mother first asks Lin Xian to help carry Lin Shi back inside, worried she might be scared. After helping Lin Shi into the room, Lin Xian looks outside with wide eyes. Lin Shi finds it funny. She tells Lin Xian to go see what's happening. Seeing Lin Xian's bright eyes, she quickly waves her hand and says, "Go ahead, go ahead." Lin Xian takes a few steps, then keeps looking back, unable to resist the temptation to see Lin Chuan get scolded. He sneaks out quietly. Lin Shi watches Lin Xian's slightly sneaky actions and laughs happily. She thought she would have a tough fight today, but she didn't expect the Lin family to be so brave and sharp. They can tell when someone is fake, and they are kind-hearted. She feels very happy inside. She really likes the parents in this world because she has never felt such warmth before. She thought Lin's father and mother would be soft on Lin Chuan since they raised her for so many years. But their firm attitude shows her that some parents truly love their children. Meanwhile, everything is calm on one side, but trouble is brewing on the other. Lin's mother, holding a broom, looks at her adopted daughter crying loudly on the ground. She feels no warmth left in her heart. She rushes over and starts hitting her with the broom. The broom is hard and big. In August, being hit by it feels sharp and stinging. Lin Chuan was beaten so badly that she ran away crying, and her tears now seemed more genuine. But no one felt sorry for her, no matter how much she cried. Her mother chased her and hit her about 10 times before finally throwing down the broom. Lin Chuan was now covered in dirt and felt both pain and itchiness. Her mother pointed at her and said sternly, "Lin Chuan, tell me, why do we not want you? Why did we chase you away?" When she said this, some older neighbors tried to comfort her. In our culture, family harmony is very important. No matter how much fighting there is, we still love our family members. Seeing so many people protect her, Lin Chuan felt a little more confident. She quickly knelt at her mother's feet and kept saying she was sorry, hoping her mother would forgive her. More neighbors tried to calm everyone down. Lin Chuan's father helped his upset wife and said firmly, "Neighbors, my wife and I have lived here for many years. You all know who we are. I am a retired soldier, as everyone knows. Lin Chuan is the orphan of my comrade. 20 years ago, I took her home, and older people probably remember that. At that time, Aitzen had just given birth to Lin Chuan, only 10 months old. No one helped us, so we raised both children ourselves. I feel sorry for her." His eyes turned red with emotion. Seeing this, the friendly neighbors nodded in agreement. They had lived here for so many years, and everyone knew what was going on. Lin Chuan's father paused and continued, "Everyone also knows that Xiao was born prematurely and was weak from the start. Over the years, she's often been sick and needed medicine. But Lin Chuan, this unkind girl, signed Xiao up to go to a cold place in the province, so cold it could freeze you. Isn't she risking Xiao's life? My wife and I couldn't accept her staying here anymore." In anger, she pushed Aitzen down. Her mother added, "We've never treated Lin Chuan differently from our own children. We always put her first when it came to good things. But we raised a poisonous snake that hurt our own daughter. I can't forgive her now. She's an adult, and we haven't taken any of her parents' support. We agreed she would move out tomorrow, but now she's ruining our family's reputation. I can't stand it anymore. Leave now, take your money, and go. From now on, our family has nothing to do with you." Mother Lin finished speaking to Lin Chuan and then ignored her, turning to go inside. Father Lin, along with Lin Xian, who had been secretly watching the show, also went in and closed the door, blocking the neighbor's view. Lin Chuan sat alone on the ground, seeming to have cried all the tears she had in her life. Unfortunately, no one showed her sympathy. What she didn't know at this moment was that she had lost the most precious thing in her life. Forget about others for now. She slept peacefully and soundly. After all, having been a workaholic in modern society, relaxing suddenly made her oversleep. Her body wasn't in the best shape. Even in August, her hands and feet were still icy cold. It seemed urgent to see a doctor. She went to the living room. Her parents, Lin father and Lin mother, had already gone to work, and Lin Xian had gone to school. After finishing the warm breakfast her mother had prepared on the stove, she took the private money she found yesterday and quietly left the house. She didn't encounter many people on the way, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Calling out to someone is quite a skill. Using the memories of the original owner, she found a Chinese medicine shop. It was a small store, but the herbs were neatly arranged. The entire room was filled with a faint medicinal scent, which greatly comforted Lin. She took a deep breath and stepped inside, taking out the prescription she had written last night. An elderly man in his 60s, wearing glasses, was sitting behind the counter, carefully examining the prescription. After a moment, he asked, "Young friend, who gave you this prescription? It's quite impressive." She breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought he might notice something unusual, perhaps something from a different era. She smiled and replied, "A relative of mine gave me this after checking my pulse. I'm going to the countryside, so I need to prepare more. Some of it I'll brew and drink, and I'd appreciate it if you could turn part of it into pills." She then took out some money. The shopkeeper listened to her explanation without questioning further, as he didn't seem to think a young girl could have written such a prescription. Moreover, in today's world, prescriptions are rare. Many traditional Chinese doctors hide their skills for fear of being implicated. This girl's relative might have been a prominent figure in traditional medicine in the past. For a brief moment, the shopkeeper calmly asked, "Young friend, how many herbal packs and pills do you need?" "Medicine packs for 3 days, but the pills are enough for 3 months. I need to leave for the countryside in 4 days. Do you think you can finish it?" "I can pay extra." Lin, she looked a bit anxious. She was unfamiliar with this place, but she knew that life in this era was strict and she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. In the city, she still had some freedom, but in the Black Province, everything was unfamiliar. She needed to prepare a full course of medicine first. The shop owner hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll try my best to finish it for you. Come back in 3 days to pick it up. The medicine packs will be ready for you today." Lin, she was very happy and quickly took out money. Including the cost of the medicine and processing fees, she spent over 70 yuan. This used up about 2/3 of her small savings, and Lin, she felt a bit sad. But she had no choice. Her health was the most important. Also, some of the herbs here were quite valuable, so the price was fair. After collecting the 3 sets of medicine, Lin, she felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. She looked around at the streets, feeling emotional. The tangible feeling of the 1970s finally became real in her eyes. Seeing the simple appearance of the city, with its short buildings, Lin, she carefully remembered everything. She believed she would grow along with this era. She wandered around and finally found the department store. She planned to buy a few things. The department store wasn't as grand as its name suggested, just a small 2-story building. Inside, there weren't many people, only a few clerks standing at counters. Lin, she slowly looked at each counter and roughly decided what she wanted to buy. The clerk's attitude was quite different from modern service standards. Each looked down on customers, only raising their eyes slightly when someone entered. Lin, she didn't care about their attitude. She pointed to what she wanted and took out her money, ready to pay. Seeing the girl's straightforward attitude, Li quickly smiled and started to serve Lin. She liked a flashlight, 2 aluminum lunchboxes, and 2 rolls of toilet paper. If these items weren't limited, she would have bought 10 or even 20. But she couldn't, as these were the sanitary pads of this era. She couldn't accept using ashes. A few of these items cost her 2 yuan and 40 cents. Lili saw that the girl seemed to have enough money and secretly pulled her aside, saying, "Little sister, I have some defective cloth here. Do you want it? There are no tickets needed, but the price is 2 cents higher. I usually don't mention it to most people, but I think you're straightforward. Do you want to take a look?" Lin, she raised an eyebrow and nodded. Lili secretly took her into the back warehouse. They called it defective fabric, but there was really nothing wrong with it, just a small part with uneven dye or loose threads. It costs 1.5 yuan per piece, which is a fair price. Lin, she looked around and decided to buy 2 pieces, one for herself and one for her family. She chose 2 durable colors because, going to the countryside, she couldn't wear fancy clothes. While Lili was tying up the fabric, Lin, she wandered around, looking and touching. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She found a military coat. She picked it up and examined it carefully. She noticed a few holes in the sleeves and hem, but it was very thick and sturdy. Lin, she was very happy inside, but she kept a neutral face. Lili was clever and quickly realized that this girl liked the military coat. She felt excited. She hadn't expected to find such a good deal. She walked over with a warm smile. "Little sister, this military coat is really thick and strong. It has a few holes, but otherwise, it's in great condition. Brand new. You can wear it for 10 or 20 years without problems. I won't hide from you. This coat has been here for a few years. We haven't sold it because it's too expensive. Without a ticket, it still costs 60 yuan. Do you have any ideas? If you do, I can lower the price by 2 yuan for you." Lin, she silently sighed. Such a worn coat still costs so much. But this kind of military coat is rare and hard to get without connections. Plus, she was about to go to the cold province, where it was very cold, with no air conditioning or heating, just tough it out. Her delicate body definitely needed thick clothes and blankets for winter. She thought for a moment and said, "Sister, how about this? I'm serious about buying, and you're serious about selling. With those 2 pieces of fabric, I can give you 50 yuan in total. My money is limited, and I'm going to the countryside soon. If you give me a discount, I'll bring more customers to do business with you in the future. Deal? Lily hesitated, but knew such a good opportunity was rare. She gritted her teeth and agreed. While wrapping up the coat, she muttered, "Little sister, you really leave me with no profit. Ah well, consider this my way of being a friend. Come back next time, okay?" She nodded but did not speak with a smile. She knew the salesperson had taken her money, but without connections, she couldn't have bought these things. She was already very happy. As for the black market often mentioned later, she had no thoughts about it. It was only 1972 now, and strict controls were in place everywhere. She didn't want her safety to be threatened. So, she wandered outside for a while and spent all her savings from the past 19 years. Later, she realized her reckless spending and silently scolded herself. Then, she slowly headed back to the Lin family, carrying big and small bags. She walked back home, stopping and pausing along the way. When she finally sat down on a stool, she was out of breath. She quickly inhaled and exhaled, afraid she might faint. After resting for a while, she gradually calmed down. The first thing she did was to prepare the medicine. She entered the kitchen, looked around, and finally found the original owner's medicine jar. After studying how to use the coal stove, she successfully brewed the medicine. She thought to herself, "I'm really a genius." She praised herself silently. There was no clock at home, so she didn't know the time. Usually, her father and mother didn't come home for lunch. They ate at the canteen. Only Lin Chuan and Lin Shi ate at home earlier. Lin Chuan often sneaked out to eat at state-run restaurants, while the original owner was pitifully eating bread at home, unwilling to spend on better food. But Lin Shi wasn't one to suffer herself. She took out half a bag of white flour, made some batter, and then cracked 2 eggs to make a few egg pancakes. She didn't eat them all, just 2 pancakes, along with the leftover soy milk from a morning, to make her lunch. The remaining 3 pancakes she packed into the kitchen cabinet to give to others later in the evening. White flour was a precious ingredient. Even in a dual-income family like the Lin household, they wouldn't eat it every day. They mixed fine and coarse grains instead. Egg pancakes, which used a lot of oil and grain, were rarely made in a year. When they did, her parents saved them for the children. After lunch, she rested for a while, then drank the medicine while it was still warm. Then she went to rest. She thought she could have a nice afternoon nap, but unexpectedly, less than half an hour later, the door of the Lin house was knocked loudly. She rolled on the bed a few times, but the annoying knocking on the door didn't stop. She looked upset as she went to open it. When she opened the door, she saw Lin Chuan. She immediately felt annoyed and quickly closed the door. This made Lin Chuan pause for a moment, and a few older women behind her also looked surprised. They exchanged glances. Aunt He, who was among them, said to Lin Chuan, "Chuan, didn't you say you wanted us to help move things? Why did your sister just close the door?" Lin Chuan bit her lip, feeling embarrassed and uncomfortable. She didn't expect Lin Shi to be so rude. Last night, after Lin's father kicked her out, she had nowhere to go and had to stay at a guest house for the night. She thought that Lin's parents were still angry and probably wouldn't let her come back home. She believed that after some time, they would forgive her. This morning, she took the 3,000 yuan she had and started looking for a new place to stay. She had money and was generous. In no time, she found a decent apartment. After tidying up for a while and seeing the empty, bare room, Lin Chuan pounded the bed hard. In the Lin family, her room was the biggest, with its own closet and mirror. She had the most clothes, pants, and hair accessories. But here, there was nothing. Lin Chuan ate 2 buns quickly, then asked Aunt He, who was helping her find a place, to call a few people to help move her furniture. She offered 50 cents per person, and Aunt He agreed. Aunt He was happy about the job and quickly gathered some friends, then hurriedly followed Lin Chuan to the Lin house. Lin Chuan cared about her reputation and didn't mention that she was kicked out. She just said that her current job was far from home, so she was renting a place nearby. Aunt He looked at her and believed her story. thinking she was young and had some money, plus she seemed to dislike everyone. It seemed believable. After all, who would rent a house just because their work location was a bit far? The rent was only a little over 8 yuan a month. No decent person would pay that much. Seeing the curious looks from the older women, Lin Chuan felt even more irritated. She knocked loudly on the door again. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, lying back on her bed, heard the constant knocking outside. She was already in a bad mood. She grabbed a broom from outside her door, opened it, and swung it at the door. First, Lin Chuan was hit several times. Lin Chuan looked at Lin Shi with a very rude attitude and felt even angrier. Lin Shi, what are you doing? I knock on the door, and you don't answer. Then you hit me with a broom. Are you crazy? Listening to her rude words, Lin Shi sneered and said, What? Not enough punishment? Now you're coming over again, looking for trouble. Lin Chuan was furious, but she still remembered her main goal. She pushed past Lin Shi and strode into the yard. Pointing at her room, she said to the older women, That is my room. Take everything out of it. I'll pay you later. The women clenched their fists, ready to go inside. Seeing Lin Chuan's shameless attitude, Lin Shi felt sick to her stomach. She stepped forward and coldly told the women, If anyone dares to move anything today, I will call the police. Do you understand this is breaking into someone's home? Hearing this, the women were very scared. Old Aunt He was also worried. She looked at this delicate girl and wondered why she was so harsh. If they really called the police, they would be in trouble. Pushed by her friends, Aunt He finally spoke. Young girl, we didn't break into your home. Your sister asked us to come and move things. Hearing Aunt He's explanation, Lin Shi sneered. She knew Lin Chuan was up to no good. She turned and saw 2 kids peeking over the wall and a few women nearby watching. Lin Shi waved at the children. When they came over, she squatted down and said, Xiao Jun, can you do me a favor? Go call Aunt Lin from the food factory and tell her that Lin Chuan is causing trouble again. Jun and Xiao Jun nodded and ran off quickly. Lin Chuan saw Lin Shi about to call their mother and got angry and anxious. Lin Shi, why are you calling Mom again? I just want to move my things from my room. What's the big deal? She stomped her foot on the ground and looked at Lin Shi with a fierce expression. Lin Shi stepped back a few steps. She wasn't afraid of Lin Chuan, but she was worried she might accidentally get hurt if Lin Chuan wasn't thinking clearly. She responded, Lin Chuan, are you really stupid or pretending to be? You are no longer part of our Lin family. We have already given you the compensation from your biological parents. Now you want to take all the furniture from our home. Yes, those were from your previous room, but now they no longer belong to you. Have you ever heard of a daughter taking her family's furniture when she gets married? Moreover, you're just a daughter who did something wrong and was kicked out of her house. Do I need to remind you what you did? After saying this, Lin Shi took a deep breath. Her body was in terrible shape. Even speaking a little was very exhausting. When Lin Chuan heard Lin Shi say this, she rushed forward to hit her. Aunt He couldn't stand it and grabbed Lin Chuan. Chuan girl, we don't know what happened in your family, but please don't cause trouble for us. If you push this girl too hard and she gets upset, she might call the police, and we won't have a good outcome. We don't want the money anymore. Let's pretend we never came here today. Don't bully this girl anymore. When her mother returns, see what she does to you. After saying this, a few older women awkwardly smiled at Lin Shi and quickly ran out. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh inside. These older women were quite funny. Lin Chuan's face was dark with anger. Seeing the neighbors come to protect Lin Shi and scold Lin Chuan loudly, she covered her face and cried as she ran away. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. She really didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lin's mother hurried back in a rush. As soon as she entered, she looked Lin Shi up and down from head to toe. Seeing her gentle smile, she calmed her anxious heart and started to deal with the neighbor's concern. She closed the door and anxiously looked at Lin Shi from all sides, worried she might have missed something. Feeling her mother's deep care, Lin Shi felt warm inside and hugged her mother, acting spoiled. Feeling her daughter's warmth, Lin's mother, though a bit uncomfortable, hugged her back and gently patted her daughter's back, just like when she was little. The mother and daughter were immersed in a quiet, warm moment. The sunset shone on them, filling the air with happiness. She briefly explained to her mother why Lin Chuan came. After hearing this, her mother fell silent for a long time. She gently patted her mother's back to comfort her. She knew that although her mother had firmly given up on Lin Chuan, after so many years of caring for her, it was impossible not to feel sad about how things had turned out. Her mother wiped her eyes and smiled as she said, "Today, I traded some nationwide tickets at the factory, mostly food and industrial tickets. When you go to Black Province, it's better to bring more tickets. It's not your fault, your parents' fault, that you have to suffer." She quickly replied, "It's nothing. My parents are the best to me." To change her mother's focus, she pulled her into the room to show her the military coat she found. Her mother touched the heavy military coat, feeling relieved. Black Province is far away and very cold. The cotton clothes at home wouldn't last there. Now that she had this thick military coat, she could stay warm during winter. Her mother asked worriedly, "Xiaoxi, isn't this coat very expensive? Have you spent all your money?" "I'll bring you some later." She hugged her mother's arm and smiled. "Mom, you're so kind. The coat has a few holes, but you'll sew them up for me, right? This coat and the 2 pieces of cloth cost 50 yuan. Mom, I didn't buy anything expensive, did I?" Seeing her daughter's lively expression, her mother felt much more at ease. Before, she always seemed sad. As a mother, she worried that one day her daughter might not be able to support herself. Since she fainted yesterday, she's been more lively. Her mother didn't think there was a problem, just felt more pity for her daughter's situation. She pinched she's little nose and said, 50 yuan isn't too much, and it's good luck that you found it." She's eyes lit up with a smile. Her mother carefully examined the torn spots and thought about how to fix them. Soon she had a plan. As it got late, her mother quickly started preparing dinner for the family. She helped out and also told her mother about getting some medicine from the pharmacy, though she left the prescription details to the old gentleman. She didn't want her mother to know she suddenly knew how to treat illnesses. Her mother nodded happily and said that She's lively mood today was probably thanks to the medicine. A mother and daughter are picking vegetables together, discussing how to make use of 2 pieces of cloth. Mother Lin is quick and efficient. For over 20 years, she has not only worked outside but also managed all the household chores very well. Mother Lin is a typical example of a mother in many Chinese families, and this is normal in today's society. Fortunately, Father Lin is different from most men today. He respects Mother Lin and helps with many chores around the house. Right now, after work, Father Lin is tidying up the house and doing some heavy chores. Lin Xian has also come back and is loudly drinking a big glass of water. She is holding a warm egg pancake, offering it to Father Lin and Lin Xian. Father Lin politely refuses, saying he doesn't want it, but she insists and finally feeds it to him. Lin Xian, like a little hamster, carefully bites into his portion, happily squinting his eyes. When Father Lin finishes his chores, Mother Lin calls everyone to start dinner. Dinner is simple with the usual dishes. But for little Lin Xian, who ate the egg pancake, he feels very satisfied. After dinner, Lin Xian is sent to wash the dishes. Mother Lin takes She to the bedroom to change clothes, while Father Lin continues working in the yard. Under the cover of night, everything feels calm and warm. Late at night, everyone who worked hard all day begins to fall asleep. Mother Lin and Father Lin lie in bed, discussing what necessary things to prepare for Shi. Mother Lin thinks for a moment and says, "Old Lin, you know about Lin Chuan visiting today? I think this girl has been raised by us with all our heart. But I want to tell you in advance, I raised her for 19 years without taking a penny from her, and I've done my best. As for the furniture in her room, they are good things, but I won't give them to her. Keep them for Xiao Xian, that's fine. Her clothes, if they can be altered, then do it. If not, just throw them away. Our family isn't wealthy now. We've saved only a few thousand yuan after more than 20 years. When Lin Shi goes to the countryside this time, she should have some extra money for herself. Also, the cotton quilts we bought for her and Lin Shi for their wedding are made of good cotton. I plan to take them apart tomorrow and make them thicker, so Lin Shi can take them to He Province. Lin Shi isn't in good health. I really worry she might not be able to handle it. Listening to his wife, Lin Jianjun hugged her tightly and said in a calm voice, I'll go to the factory tomorrow to exchange some tickets. Don't worry. We'll prepare some essentials for Xiaoxi first, and then slowly send more later. Hearing her husband's steady words, Lin's mother felt more at ease. Over the next 2 days, both Lin's father and mother took leave and did their best to prepare things for Lin Shi. Soon, it was time for Lin Shi to go to the countryside. Lin Shi woke up early and saw her parents already sitting at the dining table waiting for her. She couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Her mother gently served her the breakfast she had prepared early and kept urging her to eat more. As Lin Shi ate slowly, she listened to her mother's gentle reminders, feeling a mix of sadness and worry inside her, like a sponge soaking up water. After breakfast, the family packed the luggage they had prepared for Lin Shi and went to the station together. Her father carried her luggage, her mother and Lin Xian stood on either side, with Lin Shi in the middle. On the way, Lin Xian tightly held his sister's hand. Although he was still young, he knew that her trip might last several years before she could come back. At the station, Lin Shi saw many young people carrying large and small bags. She knew they were all going to the countryside, but she didn't know if they were going to the same place. She was worried about how to carry her luggage because she wasn't as strong as her father and couldn't lift everything easily. Her mother, knowing her daughter well, had already found another young person in the yard who was going to the countryside in Heisa province to help carry some of her things. To thank him, her mother also gave him 2 pounds of flour. Just then, her father found this person. Wenli, my little she might need some help. She's not in the best health, and these bags are a lot for her. Please take care of her. Wenli nodded and smiled gently, looking polite and kind. Sure, Uncle Lin. Both Lin Shi and I are going to the countryside in Heisa province. You can rest assured. I will take good care of her. Afterward, he pushed his younger brother and sister and said, Xiaoqi, Xiaoya, call Uncle Lin. He also smiled shyly at Lin's father. The older boy quietly called out, Uncle Lin, while the younger girl looked at the serious-looking Uncle Lin and, feeling a bit scared, hid behind her brother's legs. He Wenli gently touched his sister's head and said apologetically, Sorry, Uncle Lin. Xiaoya is a bit shy. I have to leave now, and I hope you and Aunt Lin can help watch over the brother and sister from time to time. Father Lin looked at the small siblings and nodded. He said, Xiaoli, don't worry. Aunt Lin and I will go. You need to be careful alone in the dark province. Look at your luggage. How will you get through the winter? Seeing his brother's small bag and the 2 large parcels Father Lin carried, He Wenqi's eyes welled up with tears, and He Wenya cried out loud. He Wenli patiently knelt down to comfort his younger siblings. Father Lin patted his shoulder and went over to Lin Shi. Meanwhile, Mother Lin was talking to Lin Shi about He Wenli. He Wenli lives in the same big yard as them, just a bit farther away. He Wenli's parents used to work at a machinery factory and had a pretty good life. Unfortunately, his father died in an accident, and his mother was so heartbroken that she passed away not long after. Suddenly, the 3 siblings lost their parents. At just 16, He Wenli took on the heavy responsibility of the family. Because his father died due to improper operation, the factory didn't pay much compensation. The other 2 people who died with him caused trouble at home every day. All the family's money was lost, and on top of that, he had to support his younger siblings' education. Life was very hard for He Wenli. This year, He Wenqi turned 18 and was registered by the street office to go to the countryside. This was a heavy to this already difficult family. He Wenli couldn't bear to send his brother to the countryside, so he swapped jobs with him and went instead. Mother Lin remembered the day she carried flour to his family. He Wenli took over his father's work, and a few years ago, he sold his mother's job. After school, He Wenqi and He Wenya went home to cook and didn't stay outside. He Wenqi, who is a few years older than Lin Xian, was already quite grown up. He managed everything at home very well and did all the chores. Even 9-year-old Hiwenya tried to help her older brother cook. When Mother Lin arrived, she just caught the family having a meal. Their meal was simple: some coarse bread, a plate of vegetables, and a small bowl of unknown sauce. Seeing Lin's mother come over, the 3 siblings from the He family were all surprised. Then they politely asked Lin's mother to sit down. After hearing her purpose, He Wenli agreed quickly. At first, Lin's mother offered him white flour, but he refused. However, when he saw his younger siblings' weak bodies and heard his mother's constant persuasion, He Wenli finally accepted. He also decided to take good care of Lin Shi. Listening to her mother, Lin Shi couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. A thin rope breaks easily, and misfortune always targets the unlucky. When Lin's father came over, Lin's mother stopped talking and began to explain things about Lin Shi's life. Although she had said these things many times before, Lin Shi didn't find it boring or annoying. She listened carefully, hoping time would pass slowly. Happy moments always seem short. No matter how hard it is to say goodbye, the clattering of the train suddenly made her feel even more sad. Under the constant urging of the local office, Lin Shi and the other young people boarded the train. Watching her family wipe tears outside the window, Lin Shi's eyes filled with tears. She had no close relatives since childhood and grew up through many hardships. By chance, she chose traditional Chinese medicine in college and learned some skills from her teacher. Finally, she no longer had to suffer like when she was young, but the world was vast, and she was still alone. This opportunity allowed her to meet her adoptive parents here, and she was very grateful. Only those who have never experienced it can understand how happy and precious it is. After a polite few words of concern, He Wenli didn't speak again. Everyone had their own worries, and they could only slowly ease them. In the 1970s, trains were not as advanced as today. The carriage was filled with strange smells that made people dizzy. The passengers talked loudly, and in the hot summer, sweat and body odor filled the train. Lin Shi's face turned pale from the smell, and she sat quietly, trying to breathe better. Once the person sitting opposite stopped talking, Lin Shi relaxed and started to enjoy the scenery outside the window. She watched the view outside, and her mood gradually calmed down. After sitting like this for several hours, it was time to eat. Many around her took out their own bread, steamed buns, or pancakes for lunch. Lin Shi followed the crowd and took out an egg pancake made by her mother from her bag. Seeing He Wenli eating a hard, round steamed bun, Lin Shi took a boiled egg from her bag and handed it to him. He Wenli saw the egg in his hand and was very surprised. He quickly put it back. Lin Shi softly said, "You can eat it. My mom prepared a portion for you. I have a few more eggs. It's so hot today. If I don't eat them all, they'll go bad." Listening to Lin Shi's sincere words, He Wenli nodded slowly. After a moment, Lin Shi heard a gentle thank you. Traveling by train from Jiang Province to He Province takes 2 days and 1 night. Just thinking about it made Lin Shi feel nervous. At that time, trains were not as safe as today. There were no cameras, and pickpockets were everywhere. Lin Shi sewed all her money into her clothes, leaving only a few coins for emergencies. She looked at her large pile of luggage, touched He Wenli's shoulder softly, and said, "Brother Wenli, do you want to rest now? We still have a long train ride, and someone needs to watch the luggage. We can take turns resting on the train. What do you think?" He Wenli smiled and nodded. "Why don't I rest now, and tonight I will keep watch," he said politely and kindly. Lin Shi waved her hand and said, "You rest first. Later, you can stay awake for the first half of the night, and I will take over for the second half. It's so hard to endure at night. I can't let you do it alone." He Wenli saw this and didn't persuade her further. He just thought he should take better care of her later. Lin Shi watched He Wenli close his eyes to rest and then became quiet herself. She took a pill from her bag and swallowed it, silently watching the scenery outside the window. She was thinking about her future path. He Province was a place unfamiliar to her, both in her past and present life. She hoped it could be a new beginning for her. For dinner, she ate the pancakes prepared by her mother, plain flour pancakes. Lin Shi rummaged through her things and took out a small jar of meat sauce, scooping some to mix and eat, which smelled very good. She didn't ask He Wenli. She just scooped a big spoonful and ate it directly. He Wenli was both amused and helpless at her boldness, but he understood it was Lin Shi's kindness. He no longer refused and slowly ate. Watching Lin Shi and He Wenli eat so happily, the two young women opposite them, who were joking with each other, finally, the more daring He Shufang spoke up. "Hello, comrade. Are you both going to the countryside? Where are you headed?" "We are going to Nansheng. If it's the same place, maybe we can travel together." Lin Shi looked up and calmly replied, "We are going to He Province on a different route." She didn't want to pay much attention to the girl, as her eyes showed hints of calculation, and she truly thought others couldn't see through it. He Shufang seemed unaware of Lin Shi's cold attitude and said casually, "Hey Province, I heard it's really cold there. By the way, comrade, how do you make this sauce? It smells so good. Would you like to trade some with me?" She then took out 2 rough bread buns. Lin Shi nodded seriously and said, "My mom makes it with meat. It's delicious. But there's not enough. My brother and I can't get enough. I won't trade it." After saying that, she scooped some meat sauce. Lin Shi successfully saw the 2 girls on the opposite side look annoyed. Then she happily started laughing. She couldn't help it. She naturally disliked freeloaders, especially in this careful, thrifty era, who has extra food. Trading 2 rough buns for a spoonful of meat sauce, how bold. Watching the whole scene, He Wenli hid his smile behind his food. This girl was too funny. She almost made him angry. He had been worried she might let go of her hold and split everything. If she had, there would have been chaos on the train. Because of the meat sauce trade, the 2 girls on the other side looked at Lin Shi with sharp, angry eyes. But since He Wenli was present, they didn't dare do anything, only muttering some bitter words. Lin Shi ignored them completely, making their faces twist with frustration. Luckily, their presence kept her quiet for the rest of the trip, which she was very happy about. She knew her belongings might attract attention, but she wouldn't deliberately eat things she disliked. Every era has wealthy people. Showing a clear attitude early can prevent many problems. After finishing her meal, Lin Shi took another pill, greeted He Wenli, and then covered herself with her clothes, closing her eyes to sleep. He Wenli watched her pale face, knowing she might not be feeling well. He didn't disturb her, just quietly read a book. By nearly 11 o'clock, Lin Shi woke up. The carriage was very quiet now, and He Wenli was still peacefully reading his book. Lin Shi looked at the gentle and elegant He Wenli, thinking that every era has its handsome men. Unfortunately, she preferred rough and tough guys. Sigh. The little person in her mind shook his head in frustration. He Wenli had already noticed that Lin Shi was awake and knew she was watching him. But he could feel that her gaze was friendly, like that of a sister. He turned his head softly and asked, "You're awake? Do you want to sleep a little longer?"
"I'm fine."
Lin Shi shook her head, patted her face, and said, "I'm full of energy now. You should rest a bit too. I'll watch over everything. We still have another day tomorrow." Seeing her clear eyes, He Wenli didn't insist. He leaned to the side and slowly fell asleep. Lin Shi looked around. Most people were asleep. The train carriage was quiet again, which was rare. But Lin Shi didn't dare relax. During this time, people are most alert and thefts are more likely to happen. Fortunately, the night passed safely without any trouble. On the next part of the journey, He Wenli took on the duty of watching their luggage. Because Lin Shi looked very unwell, she hadn't eaten breakfast and just took some medicine before falling asleep. She was feeling very uncomfortable now. Even with medicine, only a little relief came. Long trips made her tired, and her body couldn't handle a busy schedule. Finally, after many calls for help from Lin Shi, the train arrived at a county town in Black Province, Pingan County. He Wenli also felt sore and tired, but he was better than Lin Shi, who looked completely exhausted. He stood up to stretch, told Lin Shi to keep up and not get lost, then picked up their luggage and started walking forward. Many people were getting off the train. Lin Shi was almost pushed out by the crowd. He Wenli put down their luggage, helped Lin Shi, and she didn't fall. They exchanged a look, both feeling hopeless about their situation. Before they could catch their breath, they heard some middle-aged men shouting names. The person called over was going to be part of that group of young workers. Lin Shi and He Wenli were lucky. They were assigned to the same team, the Hongshan team. They gritted their teeth and slowly walked over to the middle-aged man. The man looked serious and silent, with a dark, determined face. When he saw Lin Shi and He Wenli approaching, he asked their names and then told them to stand behind. There was already a young man standing there. When Lin Shi and the others approached, they immediately smiled widely. "Comrades, hello. My name is Ma Jiwen. I am 19 years old and come from Yin province." He Xingli quickly shook hands with him.
Hello, comrade Ma.
"My name is He Wenli. I am 22 years old." The woman standing next to him is Lin Shi. "We are both from Jiang province. She isn't feeling well now, but there will be more chances to introduce her later."
Ma Jiwen nodded.
At this moment, Lin Shi was crouched on the ground, looking extremely pale. He Wenli was holding hot water he had just fetched from the train, helping her rest slowly. While Lin Shi was catching her breath, their team received the last young worker, a thin boy who looked quite young. He introduced himself softly. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Kai. I am 18 years old and from South Province." Lu Zhangguo turned to look at the four of them, feeling very worried. There were 3 male young workers and 1 female. Other teams had been teasing him, saying that the higher-ups only took care of their team, which was all male. He was very angry about this. None of the 4 looked strong. They were thin and fragile, like little chicks. Especially the girl, whose face was very pale. Sigh. Lu Zhangguo thought to himself. No matter what he thought, he kept a calm face. He briefly introduced himself to the group, said some encouraging words, and then drove the ox cart, leading them toward Hongshan team. Ma Jiwen was just energized by Lu Zhangguo's words, feeling very excited inside. Now, carrying his luggage, he strode forward confidently. Most of Lin Shi's luggage was carried by He Wenli. She only had a small bag, which was lighter than the others. But Lin Shi still walked more slowly and fell behind the team. He Wenli kept looking back, worried she might have trouble. Lu Zhangguo looked back and was startled. Why was this girl so fragile? If she had trouble on her first day here, he would lose his position as team leader. He stopped and frowned, watching Lin Shi. Seeing Lin Shi's face growing paler, He Wenli couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to the team leader and said, "Team leader, Lin Jiqing hasn't been feeling well. We've been on the train from Jiang province for 2 days and 1 night. There's not much on the ox cart. Maybe Lin Jiqing could sit for a while. She's light, so she wouldn't damage the ox." Seeing the captain's face soften, He Wenli continued, "Captain, you see, it's almost dark now, and Lin Jiqing is walking so slowly, which is wasting time." Lu Zhangguo thought for a moment, nodded, and said to Lin Shi, "Then you can sit on the ox cart to rest, so you won't faint later." Lin Shi gratefully nodded and carefully sat on the ox cart. The remaining men, all grown men, didn't need to wait for Lin Shi, so they picked up their pace. Even Li Kai, who seemed weak, hurried along without hesitation. The ox cart swayed gently. Although they didn't need to walk, sitting on it wasn't very comfortable. Lin Shi closed her eyes, quietly resting, secretly glad she took medicine before going to the countryside. Without it, her body might have given out before reaching the destination. They hurried on, 5 people and an ox, for over an hour before arriving at Hongshan Brigade. Lin Shi got off the ox cart, feeling dizzy and looking pale. He Wenli and the others didn't look much better, all panting and pounding their legs. Lu Zhangguo looked worried. Just as they were about to head to the youth station, someone blocked their way. Seeing her tall, upright son standing right in front of her, Lu Zhangguo suddenly smiled happily, all his worries gone. Seeing his son's curious look, Lu Zhangguo didn't hide anything and pointed to a few young people, introducing them. Lu Zheng nodded and looked at Lin Shi. This Lin Jiqing was very fair. Even when feeling unwell, she still looked beautiful. Lu Zheng's gaze was so focused that Lin Shi looked up at him. Lu Zheng grinned widely and said to Lin Shi, "Hello, Lin Jiqing. My name is Lu Zheng. with Lu meaning land and Zheng meaning strong and brave. Lin, she nodded and smiled. Her face was calm, but inside, she was squealing with excitement. Oh my, Lu Zheng is really handsome and just her type. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, cheerful and confident, with muscles that couldn't be hidden under his clothes, giving off a rugged, strong vibe. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng was also feeling excited. Wow, she smiled at me, such a nice smile. She's so cute. Seeing his son's obvious interest, Lu Zhenghua snorted impatiently. This kid finally woke up and started noticing girls. He and his wife thought he didn't understand anything. The look in his eyes wasn't very effective. Lin Jiqing was too weak. Lu Zhenghua muttered to himself while calling a few young workers to head toward the youth station. Lu Zheng also shamelessly moved closer. Seeing his son looking so unimpressive, Lu Zhenghua couldn't bear to watch. At this moment, Lu Zheng had already forgotten about the two brothers by the river. It turns out that before Lu Zhenghua and others returned, Lu Zheng and his brothers Lu Dao and Lu Xiaoyu were fishing in the river. Lu Xiaoyu, who had sharp eyes, saw Lu Zhenghua from afar and quickly told Lu Zheng. Hearing this, Lu Zheng hurriedly surfaced from the water. He had no choice, his mother was watching him closely. Recently, she went to the river to fish and accidentally cut her foot. Since then, she refused to let him go into the water again. Lu Zhenghua always listened to his mother. If he saw Lu Zheng going into the water again, he might even hit him with his shoe. After getting dressed on the shore, Lu Zheng wanted to leave quickly. When he looked up, he saw Lin Shi sitting on a cart. That one glance made him feel like his soul was lost. A fair and beautiful girl leaning on the cart, looking like a painting from a storybook. Under the teasing looks from the two Lu brothers, Lu Zheng obediently walked to his father and openly looked at the young beauty. Meanwhile, the 6 people finally arrived at the youth station. Lu Zhenghua had already told them about the place on the way there. The youth station had more people with 4 houses. 2 small ones were for female workers, 1 larger one for male workers, and there was also a kitchen. Everyone at the youth station had received notice that new people would arrive today, so they had packed their bedding. The leaders of the male and female youth groups were waiting at the door. Li Xiaohong warmly welcomed them when she saw them. Tang Zhan helped the male workers carry their things. Lu Zhenghua said a few words to them and then took Lu Zheng home. Lu Zheng wanted to stay and help, but his father quickly discouraged him, giving him a sad look toward Lin Shi. Unfortunately, Lin Shi was just thinking about resting and paid no attention to Lu Zheng's gaze. Li Xiaohong called out a couple of times, and everyone gradually came out of the rooms, smiling and greeting the newcomers. Li Xiaohong pointed and introduced them. There were 5 female workers plus Li Xiaohong. The tall one was called He Xiaoman, the one with short hair was Su Wei, and another male worker, Su Yu, was her brother. The round-faced girl is called Lu Zhaodi, and another girl who is not feeling well is named Lu Zhen. There are 3 male youth workers here, including Tang Zhen, Su Yu, and Li Jin, who has a thick beard. The newcomers look confused, which makes everyone laugh. Tang Zhen comforted them, saying it's okay. Once you get used to it, everything will be fine. Let's go eat now. The food is already prepared and waiting for you. Everyone gathered outside the kitchen in an open space, where 2 tables had been set up. On the tables, there were dozens of rough bread rolls, 2 large bowls of wild vegetables, and a spicy scrambled egg dish. About a dozen people sat down quickly, picked up their bowls, and started eating. At the table, Tang Zhen said, "The food here at the youth settlement is just okay. Sorry if it's not enough." Everyone waved their hands, saying that the food was already very good anywhere. The older youth workers ate quietly, rarely having meat all year, so they wanted to eat more. Lin, she still felt a bit unwell, so she reluctantly ate a yellow bread roll. He warmly advised her not to force herself and stopped urging her. After eating, the 2 leaders took a few people to put away their luggage. The male youth workers shared a large room with a simple bed arrangement. They chose their spots and laid down their bedding. Lin Shi first went with Li Xiaohong to a room near the courtyard gate. As they walked, Li Xiaohong explained that this room was now shared by her and Su Wei. Another room was occupied by He Xiaoman, Lu Zhaodi, and Lu Zhen. Lin Shi nodded. She saw that the small room had 2 cabinets, 2 beds, and neatly arranged wash basins and other items. Seeing the clean floor, Lin Shi's good impression of the room increased. She moved to another room, where 3 other people were staying. As Li Xiaohong opened the door, she heard a complaint. "Who's there?" Opening the door so creakily. "Don't you know someone's resting?" The slightly spoiled voice made Li Xiaohong feel a bit awkward, but she responded gently, "Lu Zhen, sorry about that. I brought the new youth worker to see the room." Lu Zhen turned over without saying anything more. Lin Shi and Li Xiaohong also fell silent. Lin Shi quickly looked around and decided to choose the first room. The second room had more people, and their cleanliness was not very good. Also, Lu Zhen didn't leave a good impression on Lin Shi. Li Xiaohong heard Lin Shi chose their room and kindly helped her pack her belongings. Su Wei also brought over a basin of water. Li Xiaohong and Su Wei's bedding were close together, so Lin Shi chose the end of the bed. After cleaning it, she laid out the quilt her mother had prepared. Seeing Li Xiaohong and Su Wei busy helping, Lin Shi took out 2 large white rabbit candies from a big bag and gave one to each of them. Both Li Xiaohong and Su Wei were very happy and quickly thanked her. Lin Shi smiled gently. She liked these 2 people very much. Since they would be her roommates, she hoped to get along well with them. After some work, their relationship became much closer. Even Su Wei, who seemed shy at first, started talking more. Lin Shi looked at the 2 big bags of things on the ground and didn't know what to do with them. Li Xiaohong noticed Lin Shi's headache and quickly told her she could buy a box from Mr. Li at the end of the village. She and Su Wei had bought their boxes there, and they could hold a lot of things. Lin Shi nodded and said she would go look for one tomorrow. Before she had much rest, Tang Zhen came to call them. The 3 of them went outside, where everyone else was already sitting in the yard. Seeing everyone gathered, Tang Zhen didn't waste time and got straight to the point. "Good Jiqing, Lin Ziqing, Li Ziqing, Ma Ziqing. I called everyone together today mainly to discuss the rules at the youth camp. At the youth camp, the female youths take turns cooking, and the male youths are responsible for chopping firewood and boiling water. Since you are new here and don't have food yet, the usual practice is to borrow grain from the village collective. When the New Year's grain is distributed, you will return it. We youths work just like the villagers here and share the work. If there isn't enough grain during the new year, you will need to buy some yourself. That's about all. Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone looked at each other, and He Wenliang spoke for everyone, saying, "We don't have any questions. If we need to borrow grain, we'll ask Tang Ziqing to help us communicate with the village." Tang Zhen nodded, indicating he had no problem with that. Everyone dispersed, and Li Xiaohong took Lin Shi to the place where they could take a bath. The bathing area at the youth camp was a simple shed made of a few wooden planks. Usually, it was used by the female youths, while the male youths washed in the river like the village men. Lin Shi borrowed Li Xiaohong's bucket and heated some water in the kitchen. But it was difficult for her to carry things. Usually, Lin's father or Lin Xian would help carry them. Just when she was feeling stuck, He Wenli came in. Seeing Lin Shi's embarrassed look, he smiled and picked her up easily. Lin Shi thanked him as she followed behind. He Wenli pretended to be angry and said, "You didn't call me when you couldn't carry it? Uncle Lin told me to take care of you. What would you do if I didn't come out?" Lin Shi touched her head and looked at the ground. "I just didn't want to bother you while you're resting. You carried so many things today, you must be tired." He Wenli tapped her head and said, "I'm like your older brother here. If you need anything, just call me. Don't talk to those young men from the countryside. Look at their eyes. Especially the son of the team leader. Ignore him. I think he's not up to good." Listening to He Wenli's chatter, Lin Shi felt warm like family. Her mom's eyes are really kind, finding her a brother, haha. He Wenli didn't say more and hurried her to take a shower so the water wouldn't get cold. Lin Shi closed the door. Although she was a little scared of the old, broken bathroom, she still took off her clothes and enjoyed a good, refreshing shower. After washing, Lin Shi felt refreshed. These past 2 days on the train, in such hot weather and sitting so long, she felt pretty worn out. From afar, she saw He Wenli standing in the yard. She walked over. "Wenli ji, what are you doing here?" He Wenli carefully took out 2 eggs from his pocket and handed them to her. "I just traded with Suyu. They're cooked. Remember to eat them. I saw you didn't eat much for dinner. I was worried you'd be hungry tonight." Lin she took one and said, "I have a small appetite at night, so I'll only eat one. Don't worry, I won't go hungry. My mom prepared a lot for me." Before He Wenli could say anything, she hurriedly ran to her room. In the room, Li Xiaohong and Su Wei were mending shoes. Lin she smiled at them, then reached into her bag and left again. He Wenli looked at the cookies in his hand and believed that Lin's mother really did prepare a lot for her. These cookies are not cheap where they are and most people wouldn't eat them. But this girl gave him a whole bag. He wanted to refuse, but when he looked down, he saw her clear, bright eyes as if saying, "If you don't accept, you'll regret it." He Wenli chuckled, patted Lin Shi's head, and said, "All right, Wenli Ji will accept it. You should rest early. Remember my words. Don't get involved with them. If you need anything, just find me." Thinking about the boys' gazes made He Wenli angry. They only wanted Lin Shi's beauty. Since Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin weren't here, he had to be careful. Lin Shi obediently agreed and turned back to her room. When Lin Shi entered the room, Li Xiaohong and Su Wei were already getting ready to sleep. Lin Shi quickly lay down on the Kong bed. She carefully turned over, feeling the new experience of sleeping on the Kong. Li Xiaohong, who was sleeping in the middle, gently asked, "Lin Jiqing, are you not used to it yet? I heard you're from the south, so you probably haven't slept on a Kong before." Lin Shi nodded inside the quilt but realized Li Xiaohong couldn't see her, so she responded softly. Su Wei, at the head of the bed, also said, "Lin Jiqing, don't worry about disturbing us. It's okay. You're new here, so it's normal to take some time to get used to it. When Su Yu and I first arrived, we often hid under the quilt and cried." Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh and cry. They treated her like a little princess, but she also felt warm inside. In this unfamiliar place, she appreciated their kindness. The 3 of them chatted casually for a while, and Lin Shi gradually fell asleep. Before sleeping, she looked out the window at the starry sky and missed her parents in Jiang province. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin's father and mother were also talking in bed. "Old Lin, do you think Xiaoxi has arrived yet? I wonder if she's used to it there. Sigh, I can't rest easy. Looking at the time, she should be there now. Don't worry too much. Wenli is with her. Xiaoxi said she would call us when she arrives. We should go to the post office more often these days. We also prepared so many things for her. She has everything she needs. She won't suffer too much." Lin's mother was convinced by her husband and gradually fell asleep. Though they were apart, the families still cared about each other. Outside the window, the morning after the rain smelled of fresh earth. Lin she slept well. When she woke up, Li Xiaohong and Su Wei had already gotten up. Lin she rolled twice on the Kong and then got up to fold her quilt. She took out her toothbrush, basin, and toiletries from her bag on the ground and left the room. Li Xiaohong was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. When she saw Lin she come out, she quickly asked her to come and pour hot water. Lin she happily said thank you to her older sister, who always took care of her. This made Li Xiaohong feel a bit shy. She was a few years older than these young workers and was among the first to come here. So, she naturally took care of the later arrivals more often. Since Lin she was just a girl, young and looked a bit weak, and they lived together, she paid more attention to her. But Lin she was very polite, which made her feel valued. Lin she carried a basin and washed up under the eaves. Outside, it was drizzling gently. After washing her face, she felt more awake. She quickly tidied herself up and went to the kitchen to help serve breakfast. The breakfast dishes were back to their usual good quality. Everyone was slowly eating wild vegetable porridge. Lin she couldn't eat much as usual, but she didn't want to stand out, so she forced herself to drink most of a bowl. After breakfast, she went to pick wild vegetables. She rested in her room, helped clean the dishes, then went with Tang Zhen and a few other young workers to the brigade office. The head of the brigade happily gave out tickets, 100 jin of coarse grain and 30 jin of fine grain each. After the new year, they could use work points to settle accounts, with some adjustments. They took the tickets to the accountant, who recorded everything, and then led them to the warehouse to get the grain. Tang Jin borrowed a cart from a nearby villager, and some young men took turns pulling it back. Lin Shi obediently followed behind Huenli. When they just received the grain, Ma Jiwen volunteered, saying, "Lin Jigong, I'll help carry your grain back later." Seeing Ma Jiwen excited, Huenli frowned, looking annoyed. He pulled Lin Shi aside and said coldly, "No need. I'm like a brother to Lin Shi. Her matters are my matters. I'll carry it back myself later." Ma Jiwen nodded awkwardly. Lin Shi sheepishly touched her nose and didn't say anything. She realized that Huenli had now taken on the role of her guardian. Maybe because Huenli was the oldest brother at home, taking care of younger siblings when he frowned, it was quite intimidating. At least Lin Shi didn't dare to act out anymore. After storing the grain, Lin Shi and Huenli went with Li Xiaohong to the village's end. Lao Li's house was quite big, and the yard was full of wood. Lin Shi looked around in amazement. In modern times, traditional woodworking techniques like mortise and tenon joints are almost lost. In this small village, all the crafts are handmade. Li Xiaohong loudly called out for Granny Li at the door. Soon, an elderly woman with white hair, wearing an apron and a simple smile, came out. "Granny, is Grandpa Li home? These two are our new young workers, and they want to buy a couple of boxes to store things," Li Xiaohong said with a smile. Granny Li turned to call Grandpa Li out and invited the visitors inside. Grandpa Li, holding a pipe, had wrinkles between his brows, showing the years he had experienced. He led the group into the room where wooden items are made. Grandpa Li waved his hand, letting them choose what they wanted, while he sat at the door smoking. Lin Shi liked 2 big boxes. Her mother had prepared many things for her and sent some heavy clothes, so she was worried she wouldn't have enough space. She looked around and chose a wooden bucket, which would be easy to carry water when taking a bath. Huenli picked a medium-sized box. As a man, he didn't have many belongings and their place wasn't big, so he didn't want the items to take up too much space. After they chose, Grandpa Li quickly calculated the price. The big boxes cost 50 cents each, and the medium boxes cost 30 cents each. Seeing Lin, she wanted 2 large boxes. Grandpa Li waved his hand and gave her the wooden bucket for free. After paying, Lin Shi once again marveled at the prices from the 1970s. Huenli carried the 2 big boxes, Li Xiaohong took the medium box, and she kept the wooden bucket for Lin Shi. The 3 of them strolled through the village. After the rain, the village was peaceful everywhere. Li Xiaohong explained to them the places they would go to work later. Lin Shi looked at the endless wheat fields, her big round eyes wide with wonder. Although she was an orphan, she had grown up in the city and had no idea about crops in northern rural areas. Huenli was also surprised. Seeing their amazed expressions, Li Xiaohong laughed and said, "You guys are from the south, so you probably haven't seen such a large wheat field before. Growing and harvesting wheat takes a lot of work. You're lucky if it rains at the right time. Otherwise, today you'd be sweating in the fields under the sun." Lin Shi and Huenli looked at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Li Xiaohong quickly comforted them, trying to ease their worries. 3 people walked together, stopping and exploring, gradually understanding the layout of the village and where the houses were located. Hongshan Brigade, as the name suggests, is located near Hongshan Mountain. The people here have always relied on the mountain for their livelihood, surviving with the help of nature. Before the founding of the country, it was a small village. Afterward, it became a brigade. But the residents have always lived here. The Hongshan Brigade is mainly made up of 2 families, the Lu family and the Li family. Most villagers belong to these 2 clans. Under Li Xiaohong's explanation, Lin Shi and Huenli roughly understood the place where they would live. Huenli helped Lin Shi carry in her boxes. Lin Shi secretly took out 2 plain pancakes from her bag. Seeing Lin Shi sneaking around, Huenli couldn't help but laugh. But he didn't take the pancakes. He said seriously, "Xiaoxi, you can keep these good things for yourself. Don't give them all to me." Your health isn't good, so you need to eat more good food. Brother Wenli can handle it. Do you understand? Also, don't just take these things out casually. It might attract attention. Eat them quietly yourself. Be careful when dealing with others. Don't let yourself be tricked. Especially those men who try to flatter you. Stay away from them. Lin, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. Hearing Wenli's advice, she started to wonder, does she seem very obedient and naive? Why do both of them care for her so much? Wenli, don't worry. I know my limits. These pancakes won't last long anyway, and I can't eat them all myself. Of course, I'll save them for you. I wouldn't give them to anyone else. Seeing Lin Xi's sincere expression, Wenli finally took the pancakes, carefully wrapping them and placing them in his arms. Lin Xi felt relieved when she saw him take the pancakes. She knew how precious food was in this era, but Wenli had helped her so much that she saw him as a brother. She couldn't bear to eat everything herself. The two of them went out together and happened to meet a few young women sent to the countryside for training. Li Xiaohong saw Lin Xi come out and called her over. Seeing that Lin Xi was getting along well with them, Wenli didn't bother anymore and turned to go into the room where the young men were staying. The few women were about to discuss cooking. Li Xiaohong asked Lin Xi, "Lin, do you know how to cook?" Lin Xi hesitated and shook her head. It wasn't that she wanted to lie, but she truly didn't know how to use the firewood stove. Moreover, she was very heavy-handed. If she cooked again and used up half a month's worth of oil, that would be truly wrong.
Li Xiaohong nudda.
The young girl didn't seem like she knew how to cook. Since Lin Jiqing didn't know how to cook, Su Jiqing and Lu Jiqing would be responsible for cooking. He Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, and Lin Jiqing would handle picking vegetables, and washing dishes. Does that sound good to everyone? We can take turns in pairs. Everyone nodded to show they agreed. Lu Zhen spoke first. I don't care. Lu Xiaodi must be in my group. I'm used to it. Then she looked at Lu Xiaodi. Lu Xiaodi timidly nodded. Li Xiaohong frowned but didn't say anything. Next, Su Wei and He Xiaoman formed a group, and Lin Xi was assigned to Li Xiaohong's team. This morning, Li Xiaohong cooked the meal, and at noon, she and Lin Xi would do it again. Lin Xi followed Li Xiaohong to the kitchen. Li Xiaohong led her while picking vegetables and explained the cooking plan. The young workers usually eat 3 meals in summer because of the long days. When working, they eat dry food at noon and porridge in the morning and evening. On days off, they only have porridge all day. Today, Li Xiaohong planned to cook a pot of cornmeal porridge. Lin Xi helped by shelling corn kernels. Li Xiaohong worked quickly and soon had the porridge ready. Lin Xi obediently sat aside, watching her light the fire and add wood. Li Xiaohong noticed the bright eyes of the girl and slowed her movements so she could see better. They chatted while working, and time passed quickly. Lin Xi asked Li Xiaohong about the village. Li Xiaohong, having been here the longest among the young workers, told Lin Xi which families had eggs to trade, actually sell, and who worked at the slaughterhouse and could trade for meat. Lin Xi remembered all this carefully. It was important for her to live better in this village. At noon, the young workers sat scattered in different places. Some brought their food to their rooms. Lin Xi quietly took her porridge into her room. She was alone in the room. She took out the leftover plain bread from He Wenli and ate it with pickled vegetables, one bite at a time. After finishing, Lin Xi let out a full burp. She had never eaten rice here. As someone from the south, she wasn't used to the local food. Plus, the young workers didn't get much oil and water, so she hadn't eaten well these days. Holding a half bowl of porridge, Lin Xi slowly sipped it. Waste is impossible, and then Lin Xi successfully ate until she was full. After finishing her meal, the young workers rested and read books. After washing the dishes, Lin Xi lay on the Kong bed and took a nice afternoon nap. In the afternoon, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Several young women agreed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. Lin Xi was secretly happy, as it was just what she wanted. She took some money from her small bag and went with the other young women to the cooperative. The cooperative was a bit far from the village. Without a donkey cart, they walked for over 40 minutes. Lin Xi was exhausted and breathless. Lu Chuan and He Xiaoman linked arms as they went to buy hair accessories. Su Wei and Li Xiaohong took Lin Shi to look around, while Lu Zhaodi went to buy fabric. The cooperative was small, with only some scattered items, which made Lin Shi feel disappointed. But she still gathered her spirits and looked everywhere for what she wanted. At the counter of the cooperative stood a beautiful girl with bright eyes, 2 black braids, and wearing a long dress, truly a beauty of this era. Li Xiaohong smiled and greeted her, pulling Lin Shi over to introduce her. Lin, the young worker. This is the sales clerk of the cooperative, Comrade Lu Chichi. She's also from our brigade. Her father is someone you know, our brigade leader. Lin Shi smiled and nodded. Hello, Comrade Lu. Please take care of me in the future. Lu Chichi was very enthusiastic, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Wow, she's so pretty. At this moment, her family's love for beauty was obvious. Feeling her kindness, Lin Shi quickly started chatting with her. This time, Lin Shi wanted to buy 2 locks and 2 pairs of gloves. The scene of working she saw described by Li Xiaohong still made her a little scared. Lu Chichi quickly found what she needed, which surprised Lin Shi. She didn't expect this small cooperative to have locks. She had planned to buy them in the county. Seeing Lin Shi's surprised expression, Lu Chichi secretly whispered in her ear, Lin, the young worker, don't tell anyone. These locks are my brother's. I'm selling them secretly. Lin Shi nodded to show she understood. Li Xiaohong and Su Wei went to look at fabric and hadn't come back yet. Bored, Lin Shi asked Lu Chichi if she had a phone, mainly because the locks had surprised her so much. As expected, Lu Chichi nodded and took Lin Shi to a fixed telephone nearby. Lin Shi pressed the familiar number and made the call. Coincidentally, Lin's mother was waiting at the post office. When she heard her mother's caring voice, Lin Shi nearly cried. The mother and daughter talked for a while, confirming that both were well, then hung up. Phone calls were expensive at this time, so after a few minutes, it cost 15 cents. After finishing the call, Lin Shi felt much calmer. Sorry, Comrade Lu, for making you laugh. Lin Shi realized a bit late and felt embarrassed. Lu Chichi waved her hand, showing she understood. Hey, it's nothing. You look quite young. Is this your first time away from your parents?
It's hard to get used to.
Let's not call each other young comrades anymore.
Just call me Chichi.
Lin Shi smiled and said, Okay, Chichi. You can call me Xiao Shi. The two happily leaned close and talked. Lin Shi didn't expect that, despite being independent in modern times, she had built good relationships with many people in this era. Maybe it's because the times change people. She now has someone she cares about in this era. It didn't take long before Li Xiaohong and the others arrived. However, Li Xiaohong looked upset. Su Wei was walking behind, arm in arm with Lu Zhaodi, who seemed to have cried. Her eyes were red. Seeing this, Lin Shi sensed something was wrong. She quickly said goodbye to Lu Chichi, arranged to meet her at the youth commune next time, and followed Li Xiaohong and the others. The cheerful atmosphere from earlier was gone. Only faint sobs from Lu Zhaodi and soft comfort from Su Wei could be heard. Lin Shi didn't like this mood, but she didn't dare to ask directly. Luckily, Li Xiaohong didn't keep her waiting long. Li Xiaohong, holding Lin Shi's arm, quietly explained what happened. It turned out that today the female youth went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Zhaodi wanted to buy some cloth to make clothes for her grandmother back home. Lu Zhaodi's family was very strict about boys and girls. She was raised by her grandmother because her parents didn't care for her. Her father was unkind, and her mother indifferent. When she grew up, her cruel father threw her here. Lu Zhaodi arrived in winter, and it was very cold. At that time, only Li Xiaohong and Su Wei were with her. That winter, the three of them shared a bed, and Lu Zhaodi didn't even have a blanket. After going to the countryside, Lu Zhaodi's life was still okay. She worked every day in the city and quickly adapted to the hard labor in the countryside. She is strong and often earns full work points. She is very filial and always saves her own ration to send to her grandmother back home. Life is a bit hard, but there is hope. However, since Lu Jun came, Lu Zhaodi's situation has become much worse. Lu Jun is the child of Lu Zhaodi's eldest uncle. After moving to the countryside, she can't carry heavy loads or lift things, so she always makes Lu Xiaodi help her with chores. That's not all. Over the past year, Lu Chuan has become more and more overbearing. She has never helped with cooking and constantly orders Lu Xiaodi around. Although Lu Xiaodi was advised to stand up for herself, she silently endured because she cared for her grandmother. Today, Lu Xiaodi took out her savings to buy a piece of cloth, but Lu Chuan snatched it away. Lu Xiaodi refused, and Lu Chuan slapped her. Li Xiaohong and Su Wei saw this and quickly stopped her. Li Xiaohong scolded Lu Chuan, who then stomped off. He Xiaoman also left. Ling Shi already knew what had happened. She looked back at Lu Xiaodi walking behind her and sighed. She felt sorry for this girl. From the first day she heard her name and saw her clothes, it was clear she was not doing well. She had moved to the countryside for a better life, but was bullied by her cousin. But Ling Shi didn't plan to do anything. She had just arrived and didn't know them well, so she couldn't judge easily. However, trouble doesn't go away just because you want to avoid it. When they returned to the youth commune, they saw Lu Xiaodi's belongings scattered on the ground. Lu Xiaodi quietly picked up her clothes, tears falling one by one. Su Wei couldn't stand it anymore and loudly scolded Lu Chuan inside the house. Lu Chuan opened the door and said disdainfully, "Oh, who is this? Are you Lu Xiaodi? What does it have to do with you? Don't come acting like a good person." Seeing Lu Chuan's mean face, Ling Shi felt very uncomfortable. Li Xiaohong pulled Lu Xiaodi up from the ground and said loudly, "Lu Xiaodi, I ask you now, do you want to keep enduring this? Lu Chuan is bullying you like this. If you want, I can call the team leader to help." Hearing this, Lu Chuan was momentarily panicked. She didn't expect this kind-hearted person to stand up for Lu Xiaodi. But when she saw Lu Xiaodi's silent, patient face, she knew she wouldn't do anything. "Li, don't interfere in other people's matters. Lu Xiaodi is just a worthless girl. Look at her, always mourning her grandmother." This sentence was very disgusting. Lu Xiaodi, with red eyes, rushed forward and pressed down on Lu Chuan, slapping her several times. Xiaoman tried to stop the fight, but the three of them ended up fighting together. Lin Shi and a few others used all their strength to separate them. Lu Chuan was beaten so badly that her face was crooked and she couldn't speak properly. Xiaoman also got hit and lost a few teeth. Lu Xiaodi was fine. Lin Shi felt very happy to see this. The young men returning with a string of fish looked excited, but when they saw what was happening in the yard, they were stunned. He Wenli was the first to glance at Lin Shi. Seeing she was okay, he relaxed. Tang Zhan watched this ridiculous scene and asked Xi to call the team leader over. The team leader quickly arrived and, seeing what was happening, was so worried he couldn't speak. Li Xiaohong objectively explained what had happened, making everyone frown. Was Lu Chuan crazy? Was she acting like a capitalist? The team leader trusted Li Xiaohong's character and didn't listen to Lu Chuan's excuses. He ordered Lu Chuan to compensate Lu Xiaodi for the damaged property and to work manure for a month. Lu Chuan cried loudly, but no one defended her. Suyu was especially happy because he had long disliked her. She was always causing trouble and had even tried to bully his sister before. After the team leader left, Lu Chuan, with red eyes, cursed Lu Xiaodi and Li Xiaohong unclearly. After being scolded by Tang Zhen, Lu Chuan ran out crying and accidentally bumped into Lin Shi standing nearby. Lin Shi thought angrily, "Fine, Lu Chuan, you did that on purpose. I remember you." He Wenli worriedly helped Lin Shi, glad she was okay. After this incident, Lu Xiaodi definitely couldn't stay in the same room as Lu Chuan anymore. Fortunately, their bed was big enough, and since they were girls, they could squeeze in and still live together. That night, Lin Shi was washing dishes in the kitchen when He Wenli finally took the chance to ask if she was okay. Lin Shi shook her head and told He Wenli about reporting safety to her mother. She knew He Wenli was also worried about her younger siblings. Sure enough, when He Wenli heard this, her brow relaxed a little. Suddenly, Lu Chuan stormed in, making strange noises when she saw the two of them. Lin Shi's instinct pulled her Lu Chuan wasn't holding back. Sure enough, soon after, The news about her and He Wenli dating spread all over the youth camp. Of course, at this time, Lin Shi and He Wenli did not know what was happening. Lin Shi took advantage of the hot water in the kitchen to make herself a cup of malted milk. In the 1970s, malted milk was similar to powdered milk. Lin Shi held a large ceramic mug and drank it all quickly. Who would have thought that, in modern times, a picky eater like her would enjoy such simple food here? After finishing her drink, she happily smacked her lips. She took a quick shower and then went back to her room to rest. Although there were no mobile phones here, she went to bed early and woke up early. She felt her daily routine was becoming healthier. Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't seen a bald person since coming here. People in this era had thick hair, looked energetic, and walked around full of confidence. Lying on the kong, a traditional bed, she listened to the faint sound of snoring and the insects outside the window, gradually falling asleep. Just as dawn broke, she heard the team leader the whistle for starting work. Li Xiaohong and a few others quickly dressed and, seeing Lin Shi still staring at her bed, called out to her. When she moved, they went outside. Lin Shi didn't delay any longer. She got up, put on her old clothes, filled her water bottle with boiled water, picked up the gloves she bought yesterday, and followed them out. Today was different from yesterday's relaxed morning. After a few bites of porridge, everyone gathered in the fields. The male and female educated youth did different kinds of work. When they reached the crossroads, everyone split up. Lin Shi gave a pair of gloves to He Wenli from behind. He Wenli caught them and praised Lin Shi's carefulness. Thus, they split into two groups. Li Xiaohong led the female educated youth to the cornfield. Today, the female youth's task was to shell the corn and thresh it. When they arrived, some people were already working in the field. The team leader looked at everyone and waved his hand, assigning some to thresh the corn. The female educated youth were not as quick as the village women. Usually they did lighter, easier tasks to earn a few cents. So, women like Lu Zhaodi, who could earn a full cent, were rare. She always worked separately from the other female youth, doing the same work as the village women. Lin Shi looked at the 2 baskets of corn and the task of threshing 1 basket per person. Her vision went blurry. But no matter how hard it was, she had to do it. Otherwise, there would be no food to eat. Lin Shi watched Li Xiaohong's technique and slowly learned the key points. Lin Shi was glad she bought gloves yesterday because corn husks are very hard to peel without them. She had never done farm work before, and her hands were soft. If she used only her fingers, she might get blisters. So, Lin Shi started her first time peeling corn husks in her life. The sun gradually got hotter, and sweat ran down her forehead. She didn't dare wipe her sweat because her hands and clothes were covered with corn husk bits. If she touched her face, it would itch badly. She looked down at the basket, which only had a few corn husks peeled, and then at Li Xiaohong and the others, who had most of theirs done. She felt a bit embarrassed. She could only work slowly. After a while, a whistle blew. To Lin Shi, the sound was like music. But when she saw the puzzled look on the scorekeeper's face, she felt discouraged again. She had worked all morning and only earned a little credit. Li Xiaohong saw how tired Lin Shi looked and worriedly asked, Lin Jiqing, are you okay? Are you too tired? Lin Shi nodded and held Li Xiaohong's arm. I'm so tired. It hurts even with the gloves on. You're new here, so you're not used to it. Today's work is still easy. Rest well at noon, Li Xiaohong said kindly. Lu Zhen looked at Lin Shi's weak appearance and sneered. Some people are just spoiled. They can't even peel a corn husk. Lucky them. Lin Shi straightened up and looked at her. Li Jiqing, are you talking about me? I think you're more suited to the title, miss. After all, I wouldn't dare ask someone to pour foot wash for me. After saying that, ignoring Lu Zhen's twisted face, she walked toward the youth workers' station. When they finished work, the field was lively. Hearing Lin Shi's quick reply, the older women nearby whispered excitedly. Some curious people even asked what was happening at the youth station. Li Xiaohong and Su Wei exchanged glances and quickly left the crowd. Although Lu Zhan was in the wrong, there was no need to spread the gossip outside, which could ruin the reputation of the youth station. Lu Chuan was furious seeing everyone's gossiping looks. She stormed toward the youth station, angry. She didn't expect Lin Shi, who looked gentle and fragile, to be so tough. But she hadn't realized she was the one who started the trouble. When Lin Shi returned to the youth station, she greeted Huenli, washed her face, and didn't eat anything. She went straight back to her room and lay down. After a nap, she woke up to find everyone else still sleeping. He took out cookies and malted milk from the box and sat in the kitchen, slowly eating. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Shi looked at her hand. Although she was wearing gloves for protection, her palms were still painfully red and a bit numb. She checked her pulse and found that her heartbeat was still weak, but not worse. Lin Shi felt relieved, knowing that her daily medication was working. She relaxed for a while. Soon, some young people in the camp started to wake up. Lin Shi went back to her room, packed her things for work, and grabbed a handful of candies. In the afternoon, it was even hotter. She was worried she wouldn't be able to hold on. Li Xiaohong was with Su Wei in the afternoon, probably scared after being scolded by Lu Chuan at noon. Lin Shi didn't go over to them. She knew that showing too much of her temper wasn't good, but she wasn't a pushover either. She always believed that her feelings were the most important. As for friends, she would get along with those she liked, and if it didn't work out, she wouldn't force it. At the work site in the morning, the team leader in charge of their area asked Lin Shi to cut grass for pigs. Cutting grass was much easier than shelling corn, but it earned fewer work points. Lin Shi didn't mind. She just wanted to get through the days. She followed a group of older children to cut grass. Lin Shi was pretty, and the kids secretly looked at her. Seeing a little girl come over, Lin Shi felt a bit happier. "Little sister, how old are you?" Lin Shi asked with a smile. "Big sister, my name is Yao Yao. I'm 5 years old," she said, holding up 4 fingers. Lin Shi was charmed by her cuteness. The little girl was thin, but wore clean clothes and had clear eyes. Lin Shi looked at her adorable face, took off her gloves, and ruffled her hair. A big girl and a little girl sat nearby talking, making Lu Zheng, who was watching from afar, feel soft-hearted. Lu Zheng worked for the county's transport team and often went on business trips with them. The first time he saw Lin Shi, he wanted to get to know her better. It was the first time in over 20 years he felt his heart race, and he knew he had to seize the chance. But before dinner was over, he was called away on a work assignment. Today, he came back and asked his father which camp the girl was assigned to, then rushed over. From a distance, he saw Lin Shi sitting by the field edge, playing with the children. She was so adorable that he couldn't help but feel drawn to her. Lu Zheng strode over, squatted in front of Lin Shi, and smiled brightly. "Lin Jinyang, do you remember me?"
I'm Lu Zheng.
"Am I helping you with the grass? Do you want me to help?" Lu Zheng asked. Lin Shi was playing happily with the children when suddenly a big guy crouched down, giving off a strong sense of presence, which startled her. Seeing Lin Shi's clearly frightened expression, Lu Zheng felt a bit embarrassed and apologized. Lin Shi quickly shook her head and said, No, I was just distracted." Before she finished, Lu Zheng took the sickle from her hand. Watching Lu Zheng cut the grass for the pigs with a swish, swish, swish sound, Lin Shi was stunned. She ran along the field edge and said, "Comrade Lu Zheng, you don't need to help. I can do it myself. Thank you." Then she tried to take the sickle from him. Lu Zheng shifted slightly and said, "Lin Jiqing, you're not very strong. I can finish this in a little while. You should rest. You're a girl from the city, you haven't done farm work before. Watch me first, and once you learn you can try. These skills take practice," he said while taking the basket from Lin Shi's back. Lin Shi looked at the strong young man in front of her, quickly working on the unfamiliar farm work, and pursed her lips. She didn't refuse again. After handing Yao Yao over to her brother, she followed Lu Zheng slowly, learning how to cut more efficiently. Lu Zheng also wanted to teach her because farm work is an essential survival skill. But now, he and she had no special relationship, so he couldn't do everything for her. So one teaches, one learns, and soon the 2 big baskets of grass were filled. Lin Shi looked at the 2 large baskets of grass and felt a deep emotion. If it were her, She wouldn't know how long it would take. Lu Zheng looked up at the girl's head and smiled happily. He was glad to help her. Lin, she raised her head, trying not to look at Lu Zheng's strong muscles. Comrade Lu, thank you for helping me so much. Lu Zheng saw her shy look and smiled helplessly. He had initially wanted to use his muscles to attract her, thinking she liked his muscles at first glance. But he didn't expect the girl to be quite shy. No problem. It's just a small matter. From now on, whenever I'm at home, I'll come help you.
Don't be shy.
Hearing this, Lin she quickly waved her hands. In this era, earning work points was important. Lu Zheng was obviously strong labor, and she couldn't keep bothering him to do all her work. They weren't related, and they were young man and woman. Although she had never been in love, she wasn't naive. Comrade Lu, I know you're a good person, but I came to the countryside to support our country's development. Thank you for helping me today. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. You don't need to help me anymore. I can manage on my own. After saying this, Lin she felt a little nervous inside. Actually, she liked Lu Zheng quite a bit, but it was only superficial. She didn't have the courage to build a close relationship with a man in this unfamiliar place. Lu Zheng's eyes widened slightly. What's going on? The first time I liked a girl, I got turned down. And talking about supporting the country. What nonsense. Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. Lin she watched Lu Zheng's changing expression, afraid he might hit her. Seeing his strong muscles, she thought she shouldn't have been so straightforward. When Lu Zheng raised his hand, Lin she quickly closed her eyes, hoping he wouldn't hit her. It would hurt a lot. Her mind was a jumble of worries. Lu Zheng looked at the girl with her eyes closed, afraid he might hit her. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He grabbed the basket on the ground and strode ahead. Lin she looked at the tall figure walking in front, carrying a bag on his shoulder and holding a basket in his hand. She blinked and hurried to catch up. They walked a short distance along the quiet country path, creating their own little scene. Suddenly, Lu Zheng gently put down his basket, and his sickle flew out like an arrow. Lin she was startled. She went over to look and saw Lu Zheng holding a dead rabbit. Seeing the girl run over quickly, Lu Zheng hurriedly hid the rabbit behind his back. Don't look, there's blood. Don't be scared, Lu Zheng said dryly. He had little experience dealing with girls he liked, and after she just rejected him, he didn't know what to do. But seeing her bright, shiny eyes, an idea popped into his mind. Lin Jiqing, do you know how to cook this rabbit? I can't cook, and if I take it back, it might be too obvious. You know, my dad is the team leader. If someone sees it, it won't be good. Let's go to the back mountain and eat it together. I know a safe place, he added eagerly. Looking at his earnest eyes and the chubby rabbit, Lin she couldn't help but swallow hard. Finally, she gave in to her love of good food. Following the young man, Lin she wondered what she should do with the rabbit later. Should she roast the rabbit legs or make spicy rabbit head? Unable to stop herself from criticizing her actions for a simple meal, she had just refused someone and then went to eat rabbit meat with him. Lin she's mind was torn between two thoughts. Lu Zheng, sharp and attentive, listened to the girl talking to herself and smiled warmly. How could this girl be so adorable? Unfortunately, she didn't like him. With their own thoughts, the two arrived at a small creek. The water was clear and shallow, with tiny fish swimming around. In August, the creek was lush with water plants. Lu Zheng placed his basket on a nearby open space, letting Lin she find a stone to sit on. He picked up the rabbit and walked to the creek. Lin she sat on a stone, watching Lu Zheng skillfully handle the rabbit. She couldn't help but feel captivated. When Lu Zheng carried the rabbit toward her, she finally realized and blushed deeply. Oh, why was she so shy? She was just watching a man. Seeing the shy girl with a face so red it looked like she might burst, Lu Zheng finally felt happier. He wasn't indifferent after all. Lu Zheng put down the rabbit, looked around, and soon carried a small bundle of firewood. Watching Lu Zheng busy with everything, Lin she felt very embarrassed. Once Lu Zheng set up a simple small stove, Lin she carefully took the skewered rabbit meat, which she had threaded onto a branch, and started roasting it gently. The wild rabbit meat was fatty and natural, without any preservatives like those used in later times. She only added some salt that Lu Chuan carried, and the aroma was already tempting. Seeing the girl roasting so well, Lu Chuan knew she could cook. He wasn't worried anymore and casually told her to keep going. Then he picked up her basket and quickly headed toward the scoring officer. She nodded, watching Lu Zheng's steady figure, and a ripple of feelings arose in her heart. Shaking her head, she stopped overthinking and focused on the rabbit meat in front of her. Casually glancing around, she saw a patch of wild chives growing among the reeds. Quickly, she plucked a handful, washed it at the creek, and cut it into small pieces, spreading them evenly over the rabbit meat. As the roasting rabbit emitted a tempting aroma, she touched her already hungry stomach and struggled to look away. She turned the rabbit over, swallowed her saliva, and wondered why Lu Chuan still hadn't come back. When Lu Chuan returned, he saw the young girl sitting on a stone, her legs neatly together, skillfully turning the rabbit over with her fingers. Her delicate face was flushed red from the campfire. Lu Chuan walked over quickly. She looked up at the sound, her eyes lighting up with a happy smile. Lu Chuan chuckled softly, sat down on the ground, and looked at the rabbit. Seeing it was almost done, he tore off a rabbit leg, wrapped one side with a leaf he had just plucked, and handed it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi held the large rabbit leg, which was bigger than her face, and carefully took a bite. The delicious aroma burst on her tongue, making her smile happily with her eyes closed. Seeing the happy look on the girl's face, Lu Chuan felt a little sad inside. Be careful not to burn yourself. Eat slowly. This is all for you. I've already registered the pig grass for you, so you get 2 work points. Later, we can go straight back to the youth station. She listened to Lu Zheng's steady voice and nodded.
Thank you.
I can't finish it all, so this rabbit leg is enough for me. You should eat some too, or I won't be able to eat anymore, Shi said, looking at Lu Zheng. Seeing her clear eyes, Lu Zheng resisted the urge to pat her head. He tore off half the rabbit leg and slowly started eating. The two sat together quietly, focused on enjoying the rare, tasty meal. The riverside was quiet and peaceful, and a gentle warmth filled the space around them. As the sun slowly set, Shi touched her growing belly and licked her lips in satisfaction. Lu Zheng wrapped the remaining rabbit leg in a leaf, looked at the lively fire, added some firewood, and headed west. Shi saw Lu Zheng take off his shirt and shoes, then walk into the water. He bent down and suddenly moved his arms, using his clothes to scoop up a few small fish. Shi watched in a daze as the half-dash, muscular man crossed from the west, walking closer step by step, as if his steps were pounding on her heart. Thump, 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 the heartbeat quickening like a drum. She looked at his tall figure gradually blocking the sunlight and awkwardly tilted her head to the side. Lu Zheng threaded the small fish onto thin sticks, about 7 or 8 in total. After placing them over the fire, he also used the flames to dry the clothes on the ground. These fish, you can take back later and share with the other young people at the youth station. The rabbit leg is for you to eat, so don't take it outside, okay? Lu Zheng's gentle voice came through. She turned her head before speaking, but the man's voice rang out again.
You're new here.
Showing some kindness can help you fit in quickly. No need to go all out, but you should keep your face in good shape. Keep the meaty rabbit legs for yourself. Girls should eat more good food. Don't share everything, or people will start to focus on what little you have. Looking into Lu Zheng's deep eyes, Shi nodded, hiding her nose that was starting to sting. She had never been taught these things before. She had always grown up stumbling along the way. Unexpectedly, those detailed words came from this rough man who didn't seem very careful. She said thank you again. Lu Zheng didn't reply. He flipped over the fish, saw it was almost done, and wrapped it with leaves. Then he put on his shirt, which was half-dried. He tidied up the ground quickly, making sure there were no sparks, then stood up straight. She checked if she had forgotten anything, patted her pants, and also stood up. Seeing the girls stand properly, Lu Zheng cleared his throat and said, Lin Jiqing, I understand what you just said, but I think you haven't really gotten to know me yet. Can you give me a chance instead of judging me all at once? I'm 21 years old. There are 7 people in my family, and I am the youngest. I'm the only boy. My family has always loved me a lot. The people I like, they probably like too. My family is doing okay. My dad is the team leader. I work in the transport team. I'm not a full-time worker, but I earn about 30 to 40 a month. I don't have bad habits, no smoking, no drinking. This is also the first time I've liked a girl. I know that might sound a bit much, but I really fell for you at first sight. I know you're very beautiful and from the city, with a good family background. But I'm not bad either. I can help you live a good life. I can't promise you anything unrealistic, but I can say this. If we date, I will do my best to make you happy. Hearing this sincere confession, Lin Xi's face flushed with redness. She looked down, fidgeting with her fingers, feeling all mixed up inside. How could he be so good at this? Who said people in this era are innocent? He's even better than me, Lin Xi thought, panicking inside. Seeing the girl's head bow so low it almost touched the ground, Lu Zheng felt a bit sad. But he forced a smile and said, "It's okay. Don't feel pressured. If you don't like me, that's fine too. I just want to tell you," she said, her voice growing softer as she spoke. Lin Xi clenched her teeth and looked up. "Comrade Lu Zheng, thank you very much for liking me. I can feel your feelings, but I can't just agree to be your girlfriend so easily. I hope you can show me your charm, so I can like you." After saying this, her heart was pounding. The original owner was probably already an adult, so it wasn't early love. So sudden and reckless. Lin Xi, you're just a hopeless romantic. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Lu Zheng almost fainted from the surprise. He didn't understand how the girl's feelings changed so quickly. She hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, but she was already so happy. Lu Zheng held back his urge to hug her and smiled happily at Lin Xi. Lin Xi's face turned red from his bright smile, and her clothes almost tore from her nervousness. Lu Zheng didn't tease her anymore. He picked up the rabbit leg and small dried fish on the ground and walked ahead, opening the way for Lin Xi. Watching Lu Zheng push aside the weeds as he walked in front, Lin Xi felt complicated inside. She knew she might have been too impulsive just now, but she wanted to be brave. Life is just a series of fleeting moments. As the sunset sank, their shadows stretched long and formed a beautiful scene like a snapshot in time. When they reached the fork in the road, Lu Zheng handed something to Lin Xi. "Follow this to get back, okay? The work shift is ending soon, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw you. Mainly, it's not good for you. People are so nosy," Lu Zheng said softly, slightly bowing. Lin Xi was startled by his handsome face suddenly close and nodded, then headed toward the youth activity center. Watching her stiff back walk away, Lu Zheng knew she was shy again, and he couldn't help but smile. Why is she so easily shy? She's so adorable. From a distance, Lu Zheng followed Lin Xi until she entered the youth center, then turned to go home. On the way, he saw the elderly couple smiling and greeting him. Everyone was talking about it. Why did this little troublemaker suddenly change? No matter how surprised everyone was, Lu Zheng kept smiling happily, greeting everyone along the way. As soon as he entered the house, he shouted loudly, "Mom, Grandma, I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, the little old lady with tiny feet slowly came out, leaning on the doorframe. Ma Julian, holding her cane, had a face full of joy, like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Oh, my good grandson. Why are you back today? Are you busy with the transportation team?" Lu Zheng walked over, supporting Ma Julian, and replied, "Grandma, I haven't been busy lately. I had no plans today, and since it was still early, I came back." "Where is my mother?" Grandma Ma slowly sat down, following her grandson's strength. Since she had a bad fall in spring, her health had declined a lot. Once she was seated, she said, "Your mother went to the vegetable garden." "Oh, she doesn't know you're back today. I'll tell her to cook 2 more dishes." As she spoke, she tried to stand up again. Lu Zheng quickly stopped her. "Grandma, you don't need to work so hard. My mom is good at cooking, and I love everything she makes. Tell me, does your leg still hurt these days?" Grandma Ma smiled warmly and shook her head, feeling very happy inside. Her good grandson has always cared about her. Others say she favors boys, but that's not true. In her heart, all her children are the same. But people have feelings. Lu Chuan grew up with her. He's sweet-talking and considerate. He's the youngest in the family, so she naturally spoils him a little. Now that she's old, besides Lu Chuan, who else would always think of her? Lu Chuan was lying on Grandma Ma's bed, twisting a stalk of grass slowly, and said casually, "Grandma, I like someone." This sentence sounded like a thunderclap, shocking Grandma Ma and breaking her train of thought. "Good grandson, don't lie to Grandma. You really like a girl?
Who is she?
How is her family?" Listening to Grandma Ma's series of questions, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. He supported the excited Grandma and said, "Grandma, don't worry. I just like her, but she might not like me back. The girl, I think you'll like her. She's fair-skinned, very pretty, and she's a scholar.
She can talk with you."
Grandmama looked at her grandson's relaxed face and knew he really liked her. She patted Lu Zheng's hand and said, "Good grandson, I know you're thoughtful. You said before you didn't want to date anyone, and that made me worried. Now that you like someone, I feel relieved. Don't lack confidence. My handsome grandson, how could any girl not like you? Tell me more about her. Do I know her?" Lu Zheng didn't hide anymore and said, "Grandma, I like the girl who just came from the village, Shaolin, the educated youth. I liked her at first sight." Grandma Ma nodded and thought to herself that she knew he wasn't interested in the village girls. Her grandson was proud and spoiled since he was young, having everything he wanted. A couple of years ago, her daughter started trying to find a wife for him, but he didn't like anyone. When she pushed him too hard, he took his bedding and went to the city to start a new life. Now he's finally starting to understand things, and she felt relieved. The grandmother and grandson talked more, and Lu Zheng even learned some tricks from his grandmother to win girls' hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, who was being talked about, was feeding a rabbit leg to He Wenli, who was drawing water. After returning to the youth commune, all the young men had come back, cutting wood and fetching water. The young women, however, seemed to have gone somewhere else. In the kitchen, Lu Zhan was cooking. Now Lu Xiaodi no longer helped her, so she had to do everything herself. Lin Shi didn't disturb her and went into the sleeping room to wash up and wipe her face. She carefully put away the dried fish, picked up the rabbit leg, and left. He Wenli was just walking by with a water basket. Lin Shi secretly waved and placed the rabbit leg in his hand, then quickly ran back. He Wenli looked at the still warm rabbit leg in his hand and was stunned for a long time. He had taken on the role of big brother since he was a teenager, always caring for others. He never expected that here, a younger girl like Lin, she would take care of him so much. Watching her run away, he knew she didn't want him to push her back. Standing by the well, He Wenli ate the rabbit leg eagerly. Night fell, and each household started dinner. At the youth commune, kerosene lamps were lit, and about a dozen people sat together. Lu Zhan's cooking skills weren't great, and food was precious. Tonight's meal was just a bowl of bean rice and a bowl of wild vegetable soup. The older young people were used to life here. The newcomers, however, looked pale when they saw the simple meal. Especially two young men who had just arrived. They usually didn't do much work at home. After a day of farm work, they couldn't stomach the meal. Lin Shi and He Wenli were fine. They had just eaten a little beforehand. But Li Kai and Ma Jiwen clearly reacted badly. They put down their bowls and went to their rooms to eat what they brought. Seeing this, others also looked unhappy. Tang Zhen tried to persuade them, and in the end, they picked up their bowls again. Lin Shi took out some small dried fish from her room and divided about half a fish to each person. "Everyone, please eat. I traded sugar with the children for this while cutting pig grass this afternoon."
Try the taste.
Everyone thanked her one after another. Although the dried fish was small, it was still meat. During the remaining time, no one spoke much, and with this half a fish, they finished their dinner. After eating, everyone gathered under the big tree to relax. The atmosphere was much better than during dinner. The group was around the same age and quickly started chatting with each other. Lin she sat quietly, watching the lively young workers talk about stories from all over the country. She felt the unique spirit of this era. After washing up and returning to her room, Li Xiaohong and Su Wei were back to normal and talked with her as usual. Lin she responded normally. Lying on the bed, Lin she thought about what happened during the day, her face blushing and heart pounding. The thoughts of young boys and girls are always sweet. She daydreamed for a long time but finally couldn't stay awake and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, with the morning work whistle, Lin she got up. She shook her sore arm, almost crying. But life had to go on. Lin she quickly finished washing up, then drank a glass of malted milk, finishing it in a few sips. She couldn't eat much breakfast as usual. She grabbed a rough bread and chewed on it, then followed Li Xiaohong and the others out the door. On the way, she saw many villagers heading to work. The older workers would stop to greet familiar faces. At this moment, Lin she would smile sweetly. Old Lady Ma was standing under the large banyan tree early in the morning, chatting, her eyes fixed on the small path leading to the young workers. When she saw a few young women walking over, she was very excited. Despite her age, her eyes were sharp. She immediately noticed the fair-skinned girl among the crowd. Old Lady Ma looked at Lin Shi, satisfied with everything. Her figure, her small face, her good grandson knew how to pick. Old Lady Ma smiled with narrowed eyes. As Lin Shi walked along the road, she increasingly felt the eyes on her. She couldn't help but glance around and finally spotted an old lady. The old lady stood under the banyan tree, leaning on a cane, smiling warmly. Next to her stood a group of elderly men and women. Lin she thought she was the most noticeable among the crowd. It's not for any other reason. In this old-fashioned time, when people work hard under the sun, elderly folks still need to do their share. Grandma Ma, dressed in light clothes and standing straight, shows her strong character clearly. She sensed that Grandma Ma meant no harm and didn't press further. She just smiled at her and then turned to leave. Grandma Ma was amused by her future granddaughter-in-law's smile. From the moment she saw Lin Shi, Grandma Ma already considered her as her own granddaughter-in-law. Watching Lin Shi's graceful figure walk away, Grandma Ma felt very pleased. The older folks around were surprised. What's wrong with Grandma Ma? It's rare to see her smile like that. She has been through so much. Her ancestors and parents were very wealthy. Grandma Ma was spoiled growing up. When she married Lu Yu, she had no worries about food or clothes. But life is unpredictable. When China fell into chaos, her relatives and husband went to the front lines. Later, after the war ended, only 13 memorial tablets came back. Grandma Ma cried all night, alone, raising her 4 children. No matter what others thought, Grandma Ma was very cheerful. She's old now and doesn't have many years left. Her youngest grandson, Lu Zheng, is the only one she worries about. Now that he has a girl he likes and she's so pretty, Grandma Ma feels very happy. Thinking about it makes her even happier. Ignoring what others might think, she hummed a little tune, leaning on her cane, and slowly headed home. Everyone else was surprised. Some who saw Lu Zheng yesterday mentioned how strange it was. Those grandfather and grandson seemed like different people. They used to rarely smile, but now they suddenly do, which was a bit startling. Lin she didn't know what was happening behind her. Today, she was assigned to cut pig grass again, while others pulled weeds. Seeing how pale some of the young workers looked, she knew pulling weeds might be tougher than it seemed. But she didn't have time to worry about others. In the morning, she had to fill 2 baskets. Although in the village it looked like they were doing chores while taking care of children, Lin she knew she was still learning her skills. She carried her basket back to the place where they cut pig grass yesterday. It's summer now, with lots of rain, so the grass is tall and lush, covering everything in green. When Lin she arrived, Yao Yao and her 2 siblings were already working there. She smiled at them and picked up her sickle to work hard. Fortunately, yesterday Master Lu Zheng guided me, so today Lin she was able to start working after a short time. Her speed was still slow, but it was a big improvement compared to yesterday. She filled a basket with her harvest and felt very proud. Then she helped the other children take the pig feed to the cow shed. On the way, the children chattered happily. Seeing that Lin Shi was patient, they all came over to ask her questions. Lin Shi had never experienced this before, but she didn't mind. She smiled and answered their wild and imaginative questions. People in the city also need to work, or they won't have food to eat. There are many children in the city too, and they go to school. Listening to Lin Shi's gentle voice, the children felt very fond of city people. When some young workers came to the village before, the children wanted to talk to them, but no one was as patient as Lin Shi. Even though the children were young, they were not stupid. They could easily tell how people felt about them. The arrogance and disdain some others showed before were not present with Lin Shi. Looking into the eager eyes of the children, Lin Shi patted Yao Yao's head and continued, "Actually, life in the city isn't as good as you imagine. We don't have vegetable gardens. We have to buy everything. And you're still young. When you're older, you can take the chance to go to the city to see things while studying. Maybe you'll even become a city person someday." Her words made the older children pause and think. In their village, few people went to school. Most stopped after middle school or even elementary school. The boys were better off. If they wanted to study, their families would support them. But girls were less lucky. By the age of 12 or 13, girls were already helping with household chores. They had to take care of younger siblings, feed chickens and pigs, and help with farm work. By the time they were 17 or 18, they would be engaged. Seeing a few girls in the crowd look sad and lower their heads, Lin Shi felt a strange feeling inside. Maybe in modern times this was common, but here it was a luxury. She couldn't persuade the children's parents. Due to the limitations of the era, education wasn't considered very important. She studied herself and couldn't help but say, "If you don't mind, I can teach you some words. Just during your free time, it won't interfere with your work." As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen pairs of eyes shone with curiosity, showing their desire to learn. Yao Yao gently took Lin Shi's hand and asked softly, "Sister Lin, can you really teach us how to write? Dad says reading is not useful, but my brother loves reading so much, though he can't understand many books." Lin Shi felt a twinge of sadness. She sighed at how difficult this time was. In modern times, even as an orphan, she was able to finish college with the help of the government. She nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I can teach you. After we deliver the pig feed, I will teach you how to write, okay?" Seeing the happy expressions on the children's faces, Lin Shi felt very pleased. Since she had come here by chance, she decided to help these children. It was also her way of repaying the kindness she had received from the country over the years. Soon, everyone delivered the pig feed to the cow shed, registered, and hurried back to cut more pig grass. Watching the children work so hard, Lin Shi, who had planned to rest and drink water, felt a bit shy and joined the group cutting grass. A group of children and one adult working together with full energy created a lively and joyful scene. As the children kept working hard, Lin Shi was involuntarily inspired to join in, and everyone finished their tasks ahead of schedule. The staff in charge looked at them with more interest. The children puffed up their chests proudly. Lin Shi stood among the smaller kids, touching her nose with a smile. After delivering the pig feed, Lin Shi's morning task was complete. Seeing the children nervously looking at her, afraid she might change her mind, Lin Shi waved her hand and led everyone to an open area at the back of the mountain. The back mountain was full of sand and stones. Lin Shi planned to start by teaching them to write on the ground with sticks. It wasn't because they didn't have paper and pens. It was mainly because most villagers didn't have access to them, and many farmers couldn't afford to buy them. Lin Shi first wrote the character 1 on the ground. The children mimicked her and wrote 1 too. They quickly learned 2 and 3 by following her example. A chubby boy about 8 years old said, "Sister Lin, this character is so easy. We just need to write it a few times. So, we'll learn quickly, right?" Hearing this innocent comment, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. The other children didn't speak, but their eyes showed they shared the same hope. At this moment, Shensi saw Lin Shi smiling, and only then realized she had been dreaming too much. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. She gently rubbed her chubby face and said, "It's okay. Today, we are learning 5 characters. Do you think it's easier to see new ones now?" She then wrote the character 4. This character was very different from the previous 3. The children all leaned in to look closely. Watching them scratch their heads and look puzzled made Shi very happy. After they finished looking, Shi rewrote the character 4, carefully teaching each. This finally helped the children understand it. But understanding doesn't mean they can write it well. The strokes of 4 are more complicated than 1, 2, and 3. They just started learning today and are still not very skilled at controlling the brush. She didn't force them. She patiently held their hands and helped them practice the strokes. Dahlia, who was holding her hand, blushed shyly. Shi's hand was soft and white. In contrast, her own hand was dark and rough, with unwashed nails. She secretly glanced at Shi. Seeing her calm face, she quickly focused on writing. Soon, Dia mastered the strokes of 4. Seeing this, Shi felt very proud. She divided her attention between teaching Dia and the others, older ones teaching the younger ones. The atmosphere was so lively that Shi, who grew up in the modern world, felt a bit inferior. When everyone was almost done, Shi quickly moved on to teach the character 5. From the way they struggled with 4, they knew not all characters were easy to write. So, when they saw new characters, they no longer hesitated. They started drawing and writing on their clothes or knees with their small hands. In a short while, the older children learned the correct order. She encouraged them. Following her example, the younger ones also successfully learned with their older siblings' help. She leaned against a tree nearby, watching the lively group of children, a happy smile on her face. Daya and some older children, while their younger siblings played, went to the back mountain and picked a bunch of prickly pears. Seeing the large, bright red, translucent prickly pears in Daya's cloth bag, She couldn't bear to let their shiny eyes fade. She tentatively took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor exploded in her mouth. She squinted from the sourness, but the taste was very good, sweet and sour, a rare treat in the countryside. She was watched by a few eager eyes. Trying to hide her shyness, she took a few more bites. It was so embarrassing. As an adult, she was here being fed by a group of little children. Dia saw she not minding at all, and smiled simply. Sister Lin was a really kind person for teaching them how to write. They didn't have much to thank her with, only some prickly pears to pick and soak. Luckily, she didn't mind. She didn't dislike it either. These were picked with effort by the children. She only ate a few and then stopped, covering her mouth and pushing the rest towards them. Seeing she push away the fruit, Dia took out the biggest, reddest prickly pears from her pocket and put them all in Shi's hand. The rest were shared with the others. She looked at Daya's small figure and thought how such a sensible child could be. She checked her pocket and found she had brought a bag of candies. She had brought them in case her blood sugar was low, and now they came in handy. She counted 13 children and took out 13 candies, calling Dia over. Seeing Daya's excited little face, Shi gently said, "Dia, I have some fruit candies here. Can you help me give one to each of them? But they all have to eat here, okay?" Dia nodded happily and quickly divided the candies. Watching the little kids cheer and jump around, Shi also felt happy. Yao Yao had played with Shi before and wasn't shy. She ran over happily, thanking her sweetly. Shi rubbed Yao Yao's soft face and said it was nothing to thank. A few other small children followed her example, giggling and gathering around Shi. Seeing the older children standing nearby, looking envious, she waved and played with them, making a lively group. She felt truly sorry for these children. The oldest was only about 10, but they acted so mature. Since she was here, she felt she should do something. Soon, the bell signaling the end of work rang. She stood up, patted her clothes, and said goodbye to the children. Seeing their reluctance, she smiled softly. She never thought she'd be a leader for kids one day. Near the fork to the Jiqing site, Shi saw He Wenli walking over. She excitedly told him about what happened that morning. He Wenli listened patiently as Lin Shi animatedly described everything. All her fatigue from the morning was swept away. He really admires Lin Shi's ability to find beauty in any situation. This not only makes his own life better, but also gives strength to those around him. Seeing He Wenli's smiling eyes, Lin Shi suddenly realized she was being too noisy. Just as she was about to stop, he said, "Little Lin, you're a great young person, even acting as a little teacher. Tomorrow I want to see for myself." Hearing He Wenli's affectionate words, Lin Shi waved her hand and pretended not to care, saying, "Oh no, it's just a small thing." But her smiling lips betrayed how happy she was. He Wenli didn't point it out, and continued to praise Lin Shi. He has a younger sister who is even smaller than her. Although she is very sensible, little girls are always easier to cheer up. Now the same applies to Lin Shi. In fact, the little girl is almost wagging her tail, just waiting to jump up. Indeed, He Wenli's praise made Lin Shi very happy. She even finished her lunch. At this moment, Lin Shi didn't realize that a small act of kindness could change the fate of these children. After finishing lunch, Lin Shi greeted the people in the room and then lay down in bed to sleep soundly. The others also gradually started to rest. No one is made of iron. After resting for the whole afternoon, Lin Shi woke up feeling refreshed. She checked her pulse. It was steady. She estimated she had about half a month's worth of pills left, but making medicine at the youth station wasn't very easy, which made her a bit worried. However, there's always a way. In a few days, she plans to go to the county town to see if she can find a shop that makes pills. She put a few biscuits in her pocket to eat while working. The youth station doesn't have enough oil, so she gets hungry halfway through work. She filled her water bottle and set out with the main group. Her water bottle was sent back by her older brother in the army. It's very good quality. Su Wei looked at it and couldn't help but ask Lin, "Where did you buy this water bottle? It looks kind of like military issue." Lin Shi looked down at her water bottle and said, "Oh, this was sent back by my older brother. He's in the army in Jing City." The others silently took a breath. Jing City, what a wonderful place. Lin Shi knew her brother's background was quite impressive, and she didn't plan to hide it. There's no point in hiding. Just speak openly, so some people might feel a little embarrassed. Lu Chuan rolled her eyes so much she almost lost them, but she didn't bother to argue with her. It was better if she stayed quiet. In the afternoon, Lin Shi was again assigned to cut pig grass. Facing the complicated looks from others, she confidently headed toward the pig grass field. Cutting pig grass only earns 4 work points, but it still requires effort. Lin Shi doesn't rely on work points to live, so naturally she preferred to do something easier. She knew that cutting pig grass was already a pretty easy task. This morning, she didn't think much about it, just assumed the squad leader thought she was useless and let her stay with the kids. But the other girls worked differently in the morning and afternoon. Lin, she kept cutting pig grass all day, which made her suspect someone was helping her.
Who could that be?
The answer was obvious. It was probably Lu Chuan who helped her get special treatment, since the team leader was his father. However, Lin Shi was mistaken about Lu Chuan. Yesterday, he saw that the girl looked tired and knew she couldn't handle farm work. But he didn't ask his father for help because his father was very strict and fair. Last night, Lu Chuan brought a fish to the squad leader's house to ask him to take care of Lin Shi a bit more. The squad leader was quite understanding. Seeing Lin Shi act obedient and well-behaved, he didn't give her a hard time and simply told her to go cut pig grass. This job was light and easy, suitable even for small children. Lin Shi appreciated the squad leader's kindness. She could tell that others, after working harder than her, looked more exhausted. But now wasn't the time to complain, so she put her basket on her back and continued her task of cutting pig grass. After getting used to it in the morning, the children became much friendlier toward her. When they saw her, they waved and called out happily, making the scene lively. Lin Shi smiled and joined the children. Everyone worked quickly and efficiently. Though she was an adult, farm work was still harder than what these kids did. After a while, Lin Shi felt her hands and waist hurt. She wanted to rest, but she noticed her basket was only half full. While others, especially the bigger kids, had baskets full of pig grass, even more than hers. Seeing Lin, she looked upset. A few clever little kids comforted her, chattering happily. Big sister Lin, you've collected so much today in just a little while. Yeah. We haven't even taken a break yet today. Our sister Lin is not only beautiful, but also very hardworking. She's amazing. Yes. The pig grass sister Lin cut looks even tastier. The little pigs and calves must love it. Lin, she listened to everyone's praise and turned very red. Why did it sound so strange? All right. Stop praising me. If you keep going, it will be rude. Oh no. Lin, she couldn't compare to a group of children. But soon she cheered up again. She couldn't fall behind too much. So, Miss Lin, she showed her stubborn spirit and finally filled the first basket with pig grass. Lin, she smiled happily and was about to show off to the little kids, but she found her other basket was also full. She looked angrily at the troublemakers, but they all turned their heads away shyly. Lin, she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her smile, the children weren't afraid anymore. The big girl spoke for the others. Sister Lin, you're really amazing. The previous young workers weren't as good as you. We just wanted to help. Now that everyone is finished, let's go play. Lin, she was looked at by a pair of big, shiny eyes and felt all her frustration melt away. She said tiredly, all right, everyone, let's go play. The children cheered loudly, carrying their baskets and holding their friends, jumping and running forward. Soon, Lin, she was the most relaxed person there. She touched her nose, thinking, since she couldn't argue, she might as well accept it happily. After finishing collecting pig grass and recording their work, they went to their secret base in the back mountain. Lin, she sat under a big tree, watching a group of obedient children sitting together and looking at her. She felt very happy. She cleared her throat and said, "Do you remember the characters I taught you this morning? Write them down for me to see." As soon as she finished speaking, the eager children quickly picked up sticks and started writing on the ground. The older kids did pretty well since they only learned that morning and mostly remembered. The younger ones weren't so lucky. Some were missing a leg or had a broken arm. Lin, she found it very funny. She looked at each of them and called out the ones who wrote everything correctly. After finishing everything, she looked at the few children who answered correctly and said, "Big sister Lin checked and found that only you all got it right. Great job. Now, I have a task for you. Would you be responsible for teaching the younger brothers and sisters? I think you are all little teachers now. Do you promise?" The children cheerfully replied, yes. They were so excited and eagerly started teaching their little students. Seeing how serious and focused the big girl and others looked, Lin, she was very happy. After checking their progress, she found their teaching was going well. She leaned comfortably against a tree trunk. The sky was blue, the clouds white, the trees green, and there were clear bird songs and cicada calls around her. Lin, she felt a bit dreamy. How long has it been since she felt so relaxed? It turns out that young children really can heal the heart. In the afternoon, the sun was very hot, but Lin, she sat under the tree and felt cool. The children were happily playing, and Lin, she gradually fell asleep. When Lu Chuan arrived, he saw a peaceful scene of a girl sleeping soundly. Lin, she was leaning against a big tree, sleeping peacefully. The big girl was fanning her with a leaf, and the other children were playing quietly on the ground. Lu Chuan watched as some rough boys from the village played with stones, and the little girls squatted together, picking herbs. Everything was very quiet, which surprised him. It was a very special scene, yet very harmonious. Lu Chuan walked over, but before he got close, the big girl looked at him nervously. The other children also gathered around, all looking serious. Lu Chuan felt a bit amused. He smiled and prepared to speak kindly to explain. But before he could say anything, a group of children ran away like frightened animals. The big girl couldn't handle the pressure and ran out trembling. Lu Chuan was confused and felt a little regretful when he saw the frightened expressions on the children. Lin, she was also awakened by the commotion. When she saw a big figure crouching in front of her, she was startled. Seeing her frightened, Lu Chuan also felt regret again. What's going on today? Why does he keep startling her? Lin Shi took a moment to calm down and looked at the small group outside the grass, sweaty and scared, looking over here. She was suspicious and turned her head to look at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng looked at the little girl's eyes, quickly waved his hands, and said anxiously, "No, it's not me. I don't know what they are doing." They suddenly ran away. I really didn't bully them. Lu Zheng looked very wronged. Seeing a grown man squatting on the ground, explaining with a sad face, Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed. Before she could speak, the little girl rushed over like a small cannonball. You are not allowed to bully Sister Lin. I will bite you."
You.
"Bite gently, Boo," she said, her voice trembling with tears. Listening to the two of them taking turns stuttering, Lin Shi found it funny. But the crying tone from the little girl made her feel very sad. Other children saw the brave little girl standing in front of Lin Shi and quickly ran over too. "Don't bully Sister Lin. There are so many of us. We're not afraid of you. Go away quickly. We don't want to play with you." Lu Zheng, disliked by a group of children, looked very gloomy. He wished he hadn't made his reputation so bad earlier. Lin Shi didn't care about him now. She was gently comforting the crying little girl. "Little girl, it's okay. Brother Lu Zheng and Sister Lin know each other. He won't bully me. Don't be afraid. With Sister Lin here, he wouldn't dare to bully you all." As she spoke, she even showed her little fist. The little girl was amused and turned her crying into a smile. The other children also quieted down after hearing Lin Shi's words, no longer making trouble, and sat obediently beside her. Lu Zheng was overwhelmed by the group of little troublemakers, feeling a sharp pain in his head. He already looked fierce, and now his expression made many children even more scared. Lin Shi sensed the rising commotion and hesitated for a moment, giving a signal for Lu Zheng to step back a little. Lu Zheng's heart instantly felt cold. But he didn't dare disobey the little girl's words, so he reluctantly moved to the other side. Seeing Lu Zheng walk away, the children immediately relaxed. "Phew, the big troublemaker didn't eat us. We are so brave." Little Zhuang patted his chest happily. The other children echoed in agreement. Lin Shi found it very funny, unable to understand how Lu Zheng had such great power to make a group of children so scared. Now that Lu Zheng had stepped away, the atmosphere improved a lot. Lin Shi took the opportunity to comfort the little girl and took them to play. The older sister is sensible and just finished crying, feeling a bit shy now. Hearing Lin Shi's words, she didn't think much and quickly took a group of little ones to play. Lin Shi watched the small and big figures playing hide-and-seek in the distant reed marsh, and she felt relieved. Lu Zheng was still standing far away. Lin Shi gently touched her forehead and softly called to him, "Lu Zheng, come over quickly. They're playing now." Seeing the girl acting sneaky, Lu Zheng hurried over. He squatted in front of Lin Shi, said nothing, and took out 2 lunchboxes from his bag. He placed the aluminum lunchbox in Lin Shi's hand, which was still a little hot. Lin Shi looked at him with curiosity. Seeing she didn't ask anything, he opened the 2 lunchboxes himself. One box was filled with braised pork, shiny and red, smelling delicious, and it even trembled slightly when opened. The other box was tightly packed with white rice, clear and full of grains. Lin Shi's mouth watered just looking at the braised pork, and she almost screamed when she saw the rice. Lu Zheng looked at her excited face, his expression softened. He took out chopsticks and pushed them toward her, signaling her to eat. Lin Shi didn't hold back anymore, especially because the smell of the braised pork was so tempting it almost made her tears fall from her mouth. She took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of the fatty and lean braised pork, and chewed carefully. The taste was wonderful. Lin Shi thought happily. After eating a piece of meat, she satisfied her craving a bit and pushed the chopsticks toward Lu Zheng, encouraging him to try. These days, a box of such braised pork was very precious. She didn't know how he got it, but the flavor was so authentic. Lin Shi kept savoring it, her mouth still tasting the deliciousness. Lu Zheng didn't take the chopsticks and refused her, pushing them away gently. Seeing the tall guy looking upset, Lin Shi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did the kids' reactions hurt your feelings? Did you bully them and scare them like that?" Hearing her say this, Lu Zheng forgot to feel sorry or upset. He quickly explained, no, I didn't. I would never bully them. It's just their family members tricked them. When I was a kid, I was good at fighting and often fought with the boys in the village. They were all afraid of me. Once, a boy I played with got a nosebleed, and I gave him some herbal medicine. But somehow, it got spread around that I beat him so badly he bled from his head, and it became more and more exaggerated, saying I almost killed him. These children's families often scare them by talking about how I almost hurt them, so that's why they are so afraid of me. Listening to Lu Zheng's explanation, Lin Shi didn't expect it to be so absurd. No one of the kids said Lu Zheng would eat them. Their parents are the same. Lu Zheng looked at the little girl's strange expression and felt helpless. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi smiled and patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder, saying she would explain to the children. This made Lin Shi laugh so much that she couldn't hold it in. Fearing the food would get cold, Lu Zheng quickly picked up the lunchbox and urged Lin Shi to eat. Eat quickly, don't let it get cold. The taste is good, you know? It's from a state-run restaurant. Smells great. Come on, try this rice. My dad said you're from Jiang province, so I thought you'd like it, so I bought it especially. Lin Shi smiled and nodded, saying, I really wanted to try it. I didn't expect you to buy it for me. You should eat some too. I can't finish all this anyway. Lu Zheng firmly refused, no need. You just eat. I can buy more whenever I want to eat. Seeing Lu Zheng's determined look, Lin Shi stopped persuading him and silently picked up a piece of meat from the side, eating small bites with the rice. Lin Shi ate quickly, but not rudely. To Lu Zheng, it looked like a little cat eating. The braised pork was tender, but not greasy. Each bite released flavorful juices, filling the mouth with aroma. The pork was from local pigs, without modern hormones, and the chefs at the state-run restaurant made it deliciously fragrant. Lin Shi held her lunchbox, unable to lift her head. After eating half the box, she let out a satisfied burp. Lu Zheng handed her water bottle at the right moment. Lin Shi took a couple of sips and leaned happily against a tree trunk. Seeing her cute, cat-like expression, Lu Zheng felt his heart soften. Looking at the remaining food in the box, Lu Zheng felt a bit distressed. Why did she eat so little? No wonder she looked so thin, like she was eating cat food. After Lin Shi rested, Lu Zheng softly said, Do you want to eat more?
There's still so much left.
With such a small appetite, what will you do? People are small, with tiny arms and legs. Lin Shi looked at the handsome young man's face and suddenly felt shy. She hesitated and said, I'm full. I've eaten so much. It's not like cat food at all. Lu Zheng chuckled softly. All right, not cat food. Now, should I eat it or not? If not, I will cover it up. Lin Shi nodded. Seeing this, Lu Zheng didn't insist anymore. He covered both boxes and put them back into his bag. Lin Shi watched Lu Zheng work calmly and couldn't help but laugh. How much do these meats and rice cost? I want to pay you back, okay? Not because I want to take advantage. I just feel I shouldn't owe you anything. As she spoke, Lin Shi reached into her pocket to take out some money. Lu Zheng quickly stopped her. No need, really. My master's younger brother is the cook there. If I want to eat, I can just go. They give me a discount, so it's not much. Don't be so formal with me. Hey, listen to me, put the money away. Lu Zheng insisted she not pay. Lin Shi felt helpless and lowered her head. But really, I feel a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, I ate rabbit leg, and today I'm having braised pork. If you don't want money, what should I do? Hearing her soft words, Lu Zheng couldn't help but pat Lin Shi's head. Lin Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Zheng awkwardly withdrew his hand and said shyly, You don't need to worry. I told you yesterday, I like you. Preparing food for you is my own choice, so don't worry about it. I was worried you might not have enough to eat after coming to the countryside. Since I can, I want to help you more. Do you understand? Don't feel embarrassed or pressured. Did you arrange for me to cut pig grass today too? Lin Shi looked at him. Lu Zheng nodded. Yes, I talked to your squad leader. Since you just arrived, you probably aren't used to farm work. Harvest season is coming soon. I'm afraid you won't manage. I'll come back and help you then. Don't worry, okay? Hearing this, Lin Shi's heart felt very mixed up. After a while, she said, "But we haven't even confirmed our relationship. You're so kind to me. Aren't you worried I might not agree to be your girlfriend later?" Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "That probably means I'm not good enough to win a girl's heart." His smiling voice made Lin Shi's heart feel strangely calm. She nodded and said nothing more. But Lu Zheng didn't give up. "Our little Lin, the educated youth in the city, doesn't have a boyfriend, right? You promised me yesterday to give me a chance, so you can't just reject me, okay?" Lu Zheng's strange tone made Lin Shi lose her composure. "No, I'm only 19, just finished school. I don't have a boyfriend." Lu Zheng burst out laughing. "That's good. I hope our young Lin can give me more chances. If I do something wrong, just tell me directly. I'll fix it, okay?" Lin Shi's heart started pounding faster, her face turning red like a little apple. Seeing her blush, Lu Zheng couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. Lin Shi brushed his hand away and glared at him. Lu Zheng was very happy. His look didn't have much effect on her, just like a kitten scratching. He wisely raised his hands to admit defeat. Seeing her calm down, Lu Zheng was surprised. His grandma's advice really worked. He couldn't argue with a girl. He had to go along with her. And Lin Shi's reaction proved it. With her help, Lu Zheng had avoided many mistakes in chasing Lin Shi. The sun was slowly setting. After packing up, Lu Zheng sat beside Lin Shi and started chatting. "You're only 18 this year. Why did you come to the countryside? Jiang province is so far away. Did your parents let you? You're not being mistreated at home, right?" Hearing Lu Zheng talk more and more aimlessly, Lin Shi had to interrupt him. No, my parents are very good to me. I went to the countryside because of my sister. She's not my real sister, but she didn't get a good life either. My parents kicked her out." Hearing her calm voice, Lu Zheng felt sad, even though it wasn't what he expected. To him, Lin Shi was like the moon in the sky, and her coming here was like the moon falling into the dirt. "I don't know what's happening in your family, and that's okay if you don't want to say. But don't worry, when you're with us, I won't let you be wronged. Remember, if there's something you can't solve or want, just tell me. I'll do what I can, and if I can't, I'll find a way." His words were firm and confident, making Lin Shi feel a gentle ripple in her heart. Lin Shi thought Lu Zheng's words were really touching, and she almost couldn't hold back her feelings. Realizing her thoughts were drifting, Lin Shi quickly focused again and continued chatting with Lu Zheng. Through their deliberate conversations, the two began to learn about each other's families, hobbies, and childhood experiences. Lin Shi was very happy to find out that Lu Zheng was also a high school student. His way of talking was just as good as someone from the city. She was worried that they might run out of things to talk about after spending more time together, but she realized she didn't need to worry about that. Moreover, Lu Zheng had a kind personality and looked good, which made her like him even more. When Lu Zheng learned about Lin Shi's health condition, he didn't think about anything else. He only felt sad for her. He felt sorry that such a good girl had to go through so many years of suffering. This made him even more determined to marry her and take good care of her. As they talked, both of them kept liking each other more and more. The young love between them was so sweet it seemed almost tangible. At sunset, with the summer breeze blowing, Lin Shi and Lu Zheng watched two wild geese fly across the sky, leaving behind the sound of birds singing. Their shadows grew longer and eventually merged into one. In the end, Lin Shi couldn't persuade Lu Zheng to leave the meat and rice behind, so she took them both home. Carrying her small bundle, Lin Shi walked along the road, smiling and greeting the villagers she passed. Although she didn't know them well, she believed that a friendly smile always helped. Most villagers were honest and simple. Seeing such a beautiful girl greeting them, they responded warmly, without any airs. Lin Shi became the most liked educated youth in Hongshan Brigade. Not that others weren't, but some of them carried a bit of city arrogance. People tend to be superficial. Naturally, those who look good are more popular among strangers. Lin Shi didn't know what the villagers were thinking, but she was worried about how to store the braised pork. It smelled so good that it couldn't be kept in the room without attracting attention. She didn't want to share the meat with others because it was so precious. In the countryside, Meat was only eaten during the new year. She thought hard but couldn't come up with a good solution. The educated youth's dorms were large shared beds with no private space. Everything was communal. And now in summer, the meat wouldn't last long before spoiling, which would be really upsetting. When she reached the gate of the dorm, she still couldn't think of a good way. She could only put the meat in a box, which was wrapped up to prevent oil from leaking. At dinner that evening, she still looked worried. I kept complaining to myself, wishing I had listened to Lu Zheng's advice and let him take me away that day.
Sigh, he only wanted me to eat more.
But at the dinner table, she received a big surprise. The new arrivals, Li Kai and Ma Jiwen, couldn't stand the food at the youth station and decided to eat their own meals these days. They went to the village and exchanged 7 or 8 eggs, which smelled delicious. Other old youths, like Lu Chuan and He Xiaoman, who had family support, also couldn't resist cooking their own small meals. Seeing that Li Xiaohong and Tang Zhen looked indifferent, Shi knew this was quite common. She relaxed and secretly signaled to He Wenli. He Wenli understood and picked up his bowl, walking to under the big tree. Nowadays, people don't care much about manners. They just hold their bowls and stand around eating. He Wenli's way didn't seem out of place. She went into the room and took out 2 aluminum lunch boxes. Although they were almost cold, the food still tasted excellent. At least when He Wenli opened the box, he was surprised beyond words. He covered the lid and said seriously, "Xiaoxi, where did you get this?" "Both rabbit meat and braised pork, huh?" She touched her nose, said nothing, lowered her head, and kept pushing the food toward him. He Wenli looked at Shi's unflappable attitude and really wanted to give her a good scolding. But he didn't have the heart to do so. His face darkened as he said, "If you don't tell me, I won't eat it." "Oh, I just asked someone to buy it for me. I paid for it," she explained nervously. Seeing her sincere eyes, He Wenli hesitated, unsure whether to believe her. Seeing his hesitation, Shi quickly picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his bowl. "Come on, Wenli ji. Eat quickly. If we wait until everyone finishes, we'll get caught." He Wenli stopped talking, shared the meat and rice with Shi, and started eating seriously. In the past few days, he had done heavy work. Although he used to be a worker, it was still tough. Now, seeing the hometown's white rice, he couldn't stop eating. After they finished, Shi went to wash the dishes, and He Wenli helped her. Everyone else had finished eating and was sitting in the yard cooling off. Lu Zhen came in, looking unhappy. "Wow, your partner is really good. Even washing dishes with you. Well, since there's meat to eat, who wouldn't be happy?" Hearing Lu Zhen's teasing words, Shi was furious. She put down the lunchbox and said angrily, "Lu Ziqing, clarify this. What do you mean by partner or not?" "I am the sibling of He Jiqing. If you don't know, please don't talk nonsense." At this moment, He Wenli also said, "Lu Jiqing, I don't know how you figured that out.
No wonder all the guys from our side keep asking me about this."
"So, it was you who said it?" Seeing the two of them chatting back and forth, Lu Zhen was so angry she stamped her feet. But seeing how tall and strong He Wenli looked, she didn't dare say much and ran back to her room. She rolled her eyes, unsure how she upset this mean-spirited person who kept staring at others. When they finished, they sat under a big tree. She felt a faint gaze always on her, curious or inspecting. She didn't care and said in a clear voice, "Everyone knows that He Jiqing and I are from Jiang province. We are from the same big yard, and we are siblings. Please don't misunderstand." Xi was the first to speak. "Wow, your place has such good luck. The guys are handsome, the girls are pretty. I hope I get a chance to see it." She smiled and replied, "That would be great. When the time comes, Brother Wenli, and I will treat you." He Wenli also smiled. "When you come, I promise you'll go home with a full belly." Hearing their playful talk, everyone else also laughed, and the matter was forgotten. After all, no one else was as bored as Lu Zhen, constantly spying on others' private affairs. As for secretly eating meat, that's quite normal. Didn't they smell the meat? But nowadays, how could anyone get enough? They couldn't even share. Also, unlike villagers who rely on the weather to eat, the educated youth usually get some money from home, so they sometimes go to state-run restaurants for a treat. So, women like Lu Chuan, who are odd, are rare among the educated youth. Most are normal people focused on living their own lives. After sitting for a while, some went to bathe, others to sleep. He Wenli asked Lin Shi to wait a moment, then turned around and took out some money from his room. Lin Shi wanted to run, but He Wenli, quick as lightning, caught her. Xiaoxi, be good. Brother Wenli can't always take advantage of you. Here's the money, don't drop it. Come on, stop pouting, go take a bath. I've already brought the water in. Lin Shi felt helpless and could only take the money. She wasn't rich, just thinking it would be nice to look out for each other. But since He Wenli wouldn't take advantage of her, she decided to be nicer to him. While taking a bath, Lin Shi let her mind wander freely, her thoughts flying everywhere. For a while, she thought about Lu Zheng, then about the money pushed over by He Wenli, and at other times, about Lin's parents far away in Jiang province. When she finally calmed down, her bathwater had gone cold. Lin Shi looked at the bright moon outside, rinsed herself carelessly, then turned and went into her room. Inside, Su Wei was complaining with Li Xiaohong about a big lady who accidentally got mud on her pants today. Lu Xiaodi was laughing along. When Lin Shi entered and hadn't even gotten into bed, she was pulled into their late-night chat. It started as a complaint, but the conversation later shifted to what kind of person they liked. Hiding under the blankets, Lin Shi thought of Lu Zheng, her face turning red. Meanwhile, over with the young male workers, they were chatting casually, talking about various things. He Wenli was silent, lost in thought about his future path. I have dug up quite a few here. Would you like to take some? Lin Shi waved her hand quickly to refuse. At this moment, the woman next to Dia also spoke up, saying, Little Lin, these mushrooms aren't worth much. If you don't mind, take some. Seeing the eager look in the young woman's eyes, Lin Shi couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. She nodded and took a handful of mushrooms. Thank you so much, Sister Guohua. You always take good care of me, and I feel a bit embarrassed. Lin, she said shyly. Oh, it's nothing. You take care of Dia so well, and her father, and I don't know how to thank you. There are so many mushrooms, and it's only you who seems to mind, Zhang Guohua said happily. Lin Shi smiled softly. She liked Sister Guohua a lot. She was warm, thoughtful, and had even taught Dia to be polite. The three of them chatted and laughed. Mother and daughter picked mushrooms while also teaching Lin Shi how to tell which ones were poisonous and which were safe. Lin Shi valued her life very much and listened carefully. After a while, Sister Guohua and Dia prepared to go home and cook. Little Lin, how about coming to my house for lunch today? I can't boast about much, but I do cook good stir-fried mushrooms. Seeing Sister Guohua's smiling face, Lin Shi held back her eager heart and politely declined. People aren't wealthy now, and it's not good to go to others' homes for free meals. It could be a burden. Lin Shi also didn't want Dia's family to spend too much. Seeing Lin Shi refuse, and since it was getting late, Sister Guohua had to go down the mountain first, promising to visit next time. Dia, the little girl, was still holding Sister Guohua's hand and kept looking back. Seeing the disappointment in the child's eyes, Lin Shi felt uncomfortable too. She could only wave her hand and think to herself that next time she would bring some food and visit as a guest. Lin Shi looked at the wild vegetables around her, which had almost all been dug up, and decided to go a little deeper. Maybe because fewer people had gathered here and it had rained earlier, there were many more mushrooms than below. Looking at the ground full of mushrooms, she could already imagine how delicious stir-fried mushrooms would be. She happily squatted down and kept collecting mushrooms into her basket. So absorbed in her task, Lin Shi wandered further and further into the woods. When her small bamboo basket was full, she realized she was completely alone. The mountain village is colder, with howling wind. Lin Shi rubbed her arms to stop the goosebumps and quickly ran downhill. After a while, Lin Shi suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Her scalp tingled, and she nervously looked back. She shouted loudly, "Is someone calling for help?" After a moment, there was no reply. Lin Shi was about to run away when she heard another voice saying, "Help me." Using her intuition, Lin Shi sensed where the sound was coming from and ran toward the back. When she arrived, she saw an elderly person lying in a small hollow, looking pained and holding their legs. Lin Shi looked around. Everything was full of trees. The person was lying in a tiny hill hollow. She was standing on a small hilltop, unsure how to get down. She looked around and finally saw a gentler. Clenching her teeth, Lin Shi climbed down The elderly person heard someone approaching and weakly opened their eyes. They had bright blue eyes like sapphires, set on a face weathered by wind and age, making them very striking. Lin Shi was momentarily distracted by the beautiful eyes. Li Mingyi thought he was about to die. When he heard someone coming, he couldn't help but open his eyes. But he saw it was a young girl. Seeing her innocent face, he felt a wave of despair. Lin Shi crouched down and asked, "Sir, did you fall or?" Before she finished, she saw the wound that had been treated urgently. It had 2 bite marks, swollen and purple around the edges. Just glancing at it, Lin Shi knew it was caused by a venomous snake. Seeing the elderly person suffering so much, Lin Shi clenched her lips and turned to find some herbs. Li Mingyi watched her figure walk away calmly.
He felt very peaceful inside.
He knew he looked different from the people of Huagua, and now he had been bitten. Naturally, he wanted to stay as far away as possible. He didn't blame her. But was he really going to die here in the wilderness? His ambitions, his medical skills, and his friends who had been wronged, were they all going to be lost in these mountains? Li Mingyi felt sad thinking this. Lin Shi searched through the woods, sweating on her forehead. She believed there was an antidote for snake venom. There had to be. Her master told her so. She knelt on the ground, searching carefully, not missing a spot. Finally, just when she was about to give up, she saw a light purple herb, violet flower ground ivy. Lin Shi was overjoyed and carefully picked it. Then she hurried back to the elderly person. I picked up the old man's hand to check his pulse and quickly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing his deep purple lips, Lin Shi no longer hesitated. She chewed the herbal medicine and then carefully applied it evenly over the wound. After finishing, Lin Shi sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Li Mingyi felt Lin Shi's movements and the cool sensation at his wound. His breathing became rapid. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the young girl nearby. Suddenly, a strong desire to survive filled his heart. When Lin Shi saw the old man open his eyes, she spoke softly, "Sir, do you feel a bit better? I just put some herbal medicine on your wound, so it should help. Are you still dizzy? Why did you come into these mountains alone?" Li Mingyi struggled to sit up and looked at Lin Shi. Seeing the young girl in front of him, he felt no contempt or fear in her eyes. His heart warmed. He was Chinese, but his grandfather had foreign blood, so he inherited blue eyes like those of foreigners. The Li family had been doctors for generations. During the Qing dynasty, they were well-known medical experts, even in the imperial hospital. Sadly, the country was torn apart, and Li Mingyi's family had to flee abroad. When the country was reborn, Li Mingyi couldn't hold back any longer. He returned to serve his homeland, overcoming many obstacles. He inherited his ancestors' medical skills and combined traditional Chinese medicine with Western medicine, creating his own style. But misfortune struck 5 years ago. Because of his foreign background and his blue eyes, he was sent to a remote mountain village for reform. His wife and child couldn't endure the long journey and harsh weather, and they passed away one after another. He was left alone here for 5 years. Captain Lu Zhenghua of the Hongshan Brigade was generally fair and didn't like to oppress those sent down. But because of his eyes, the villagers avoided him. Lu Zhenghua could only let him stay in the village's cattle shed. His health gradually deteriorated over the cold winters. Today, he went up the mountain to find food but lost his way due to poor eyesight. He fell into this mountain hollow and was bitten by a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. As for the self-rescue and bandaging, it was just his instinct. He even thought about giving up and dying, which didn't seem so bad. Looking at the old man's weathered face, the slight trembling of his lips, and those blue, gemstone-like eyes, Lin Shi knew this was another victim of harsh treatment, a talented person worn down by suffering. In this special time, such eyes are seen as original sin. Lin Shi felt helpless about this. She was just a small part of this era and couldn't change the flow of history. But seeing the old man look so lifeless, Lin Shi couldn't bear it. She softly said, "Sir, I don't know what you've been through. I can't fully understand your pain. But I want to say, as long as you are alive, there is hope. As long as the mountain remains, there will be firewood." Alive? Living like an animal? Being bullied and oppressed? Admitting I was wrong about everything? And begging for mercy?
Li Mingyi showed angrily.
Seeing the old man trembling with rage, Lin Shi also felt uncomfortable. But she knew that any comfort was very weak compared to great pain. The girl's clear eyes looked at him, and Li Mingyi suddenly started crying. He was in pain, he felt miserable, and he didn't understand why this disaster had come. He had nowhere to speak, no strength to argue, only to accept these false accusations. The old man's crying echoed through the forest, while Lin Shi sat quietly nearby. After a while, Li Mingyi stopped crying. He looked at Lin Shi with deep sadness and said, "Child, thank you for saving my life. But with my status, you should leave now. I've been treated, and I'm fine. I can go back slowly. Don't tell anyone about this. Absolutely no one. Just pretend you never saw me, and don't get involved with me. I just found a small ginseng root. I see you look pale, and your lips are light. Maybe you're not feeling well. This ginseng isn't old, but it's a rare supplement for you. I have nothing to repay you with, except this. I think you know some medicine since you can treat snake venom. Making this shouldn't be hard, right?" Seeing the old man's weak body and the bulging veins in his hand, Lin Shi pushed him gently. "Sir, I can't take this. It's too valuable. Keep it for yourself. Your health isn't good, and being bitten by a snake has drained your energy. It's better for you to keep it. My body is fine now. I know how I feel. I'm just resting and taking care of myself. I'm okay," Lin Shi said with clear eyes, showing concern Li Mingyi hadn't seen in a long time. His heart was warmed by her kindness. He shook his head and said, "I'm a sinner. I can't hide these things here. It's better to give them to you, so I won't bring more trouble." After saying that, he slowly placed the small ginseng into Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi looked at the ginseng, which was still in good shape, and knew that the old man had worked hard to pick it. She couldn't keep it, but she also couldn't refuse. She didn't fuss over it, and carefully held the ginseng. She said to the old man, "Sir, my name is Lin Shi. I'm a young person sent here to work. If you need anything, please send a message to the Young Workers Station. Today, meeting you is fate. I can't help you with everything, but I can bring you some food. I hope you can stay strong and keep going. Living is the only hope." After saying that, she didn't look at him anymore and slowly helped him up. The old man and the young girl walked along the mountain trail, quiet and peaceful. When they reached the edge of the mountain, the old man slowly headed toward a quiet side path. Lin Shi watched him walk steadily, even if slowly, and felt her worries ease a little. She hoped these people could return to how they used to be. Lost in thought, she slowly walked down the mountain. Suddenly, she heard a distant voice calling her. Lin Shi, where are you?" Lin Shi Gao Wenli shouted loudly. "Hey, I'm here." Lin Shi replied and quickly ran down. She had taken too long. Maybe Gao Wenli was worried because she hadn't come back. Seeing the girl running toward him, Gao Wenli's anxious expression gradually eased. "Where did you go? It's so late and you didn't come back? Do you know we were worried? And why are you so dirty?" He poked her forehead hard after speaking. Lin Shi felt the pain and said sadly, "I didn't mean to. I was so absorbed in picking mushrooms that I accidentally went into the mountains. Wenli, I'm sorry for making you worry." Gao Wenli still looked serious and said impatiently, "And your mushrooms?
Did you eat them on the way?"
Lin Shi looked down and saw her hands were empty. She couldn't help but break down. I left my basket in the mountains." Gao Wenli rubbed his forehead. "How can you be so careless? Where is it? I'll go look for it with you." Lin Shi silently pointed the way ahead. She still didn't tell Gao Wenli about the old man because she knew that if fewer people knew, it would be safer. She didn't want her actions to cause trouble for others. The two found scattered mushrooms on a small hill. Wenli silently finished gathering them and walked ahead, ignoring Lin Xi's eager pleas for mercy. There was no choice. This child was too troublesome. They walked one after the other to the educated youth station. Only then did Wenli start talking to her. Next time, you can't go into the mountains alone, understand? You're just a girl, not familiar with this place. If you run into a bear or wild boar, you'll be in big trouble, he said seriously. Lin Xi was truly frightened by this because she had recently seen Li Mingyi bitten by a poisonous snake. She nodded hard and said, "Yes, Brother Wenli, I won't go into the mountains alone anymore." Seeing Lin Xi's face turn pale, Wenli softened his voice. "It's okay, no need to be so scared. Just don't go alone, and stay out of the deep woods. Playing around the mountain edges is fine." Lin Xi nodded again, heavily. After lunch, seeing everyone asleep, Lin Xi took out the small ginseng she carried. While the kitchen was empty, she steamed the ginseng in a pot over gentle heat for over an hour. Once the ginseng softened, she sliced it and wrapped the slices in cloth. Then she placed the cloth bundle into a box and locked it. Only then did Lin Xi breathe a sigh of relief. This thing couldn't be shown to others. Items from the mountains belonged to everyone. No one could keep them for themselves. But since they relied on the mountains for food, they usually left some behind. Lin Xi tidied herself up, saw that the rain had stopped, picked up the basket from the morning, and put the mushrooms into the kitchen. She also carried the basket out the door. She planned to visit Sister Guohua's house to exchange some eggs. Su Wei and Su Yu often ate eggs. Knowing her curiosity, Li Xiaohong secretly told her that these eggs were usually exchanged at neighbors' houses. Because Su Wei and her brother were young, they often bought eggs to eat, worried about losing their health. It was also almost a norm at the educated youth station. The educated youth's life was better than most villagers, and since they were alone, if one ate well, the whole family wouldn't go hungry. So eating a little of their own food was very normal. Lin Xi observed for about 10 days and found that everyone had some private dishes. Thinking about it, it made sense. These educated youth were city kids, working on farms, and their bodies couldn't handle too much. Their families probably gave them some support. Lin Xi followed the small path out, walking about 10 minutes along the route Daya had shown her, before finally finding her destination. Sister Guohua is a hardworking person. Her small but tidy yard is well taken care of. Lin Xi stands at the gate, about to speak, but is noticed immediately by the sharp-eyed young girl. The girl quickly runs over happily and calls out, "Sister Lin, you're here? Are you here to play with me?" She quickly opens the big gate and invites Lin Xi inside. Hearing the noise, Sister Guohua comes out holding a baby doll. "Oh, little Lin, the young comrade has arrived. Come in and sit. Daya, go make some sugar water for Sister Lin." Seeing that her arrival causes everyone to busy themselves, Lin Xi quickly stops her. "No need, Daya. Just plain water is fine," she calls out loudly. Sister Guohua smiles cheerfully and says, "Oh, little Lin, you're too polite. Did you have mushrooms for lunch? How did they taste? I wanted you to come for lunch, but you didn't eat." Lin Xi also smiles and replies, "It definitely wasn't as good as what my sister-in-law makes. Next time, I will definitely come."
I'll eat a lot then.
Sister Guohua laughs happily. "Oh, little Lin, with your small size, how much can you eat? If you want, 2 more sisters-in-law can handle it." The adult's laughter wakes up the baby in her arms. The baby doll wakes up but doesn't cry or fuss. It just opens its big round eyes and looks at you, with wet eyes that almost melt Lin Xi's heart. Seeing Lin Xi interested, Sister Guohua laughs and says, "Little Lin, do you want to hold my stone?"
He's not shy.
Looking at the chubby, plump little baby, Lin Xi feels an irresistible urge. Encouraged by Sister Guohua, she takes the chubby baby from her hands. Having grown up in a welfare home, Lin Xi learned to help take care of children when she was a bit older. So, holding a baby isn't new to her. After adjusting her position a little, Lin Xi sees the baby in her arms, smiling happily and blowing bubbles, making her feel very adorable. Sure enough, Stone is, as Sister Guahua said, not shy at all. He switches to a new hold easily, and his chubby little hand pulls a strand of Lin Shi's hair playfully. Sister Guahua, your Daya and Stone are really well taken care of. Daya is so obedient, and look at Stone's little hand, so chubby, just like a lotus root segment. So cute. Sister Guahua beams with happiness. She waves her hand and says, "Oh no, that's just how rural kids are raised. We don't fuss over these things." Just then, Daya comes over with a cup of sugar water. During summer, drinking sweet water is one of the biggest pleasures in a simple life. However, not everyone has access to sweet water. Usually only honored guests are offered it. Lin Shi held a stone and placed Daya on the table. Daya watched her silly younger brother being held by Lin Shi, smiling happily, and also showed a smile, sticking close to Sister Hohat. Sister Hohat teased her, pinching Daya's small face and saying, "This girl is starting to get shy." She used to talk every day at home about how good Sister Lin is, but now she doesn't say anything. Daya blushed and hid in her arms. Lin Shi was also very happy, finding children so fun. The three of them chatted, and a small baby also joined in, making the atmosphere very lively. Lin Shi looked at the time and said, "Sister Hohat, I have another matter today. I want to exchange some eggs with you. I heard from Li Jiqing that you can exchange eggs here." "Sure, I have some."
How many do you want?
"Just 10 to start with. I'll eat them myself. Too many might spoil." Zhang Hohat nodded, picked up the bamboo basket Lin Shi brought, and went inside. Daya reported to Lin Shi about what she had learned in writing recently. Lin Shi was pleased to see she remembered the strokes well. Zhang Hohat was quick, and soon she came out with 10 eggs. Seeing her daughter and Lin Shi talking about writing, she didn't interrupt but sat nearby, listening with a growing smile on her face. No parent wishes their child to do poorly. She was happy to see Daya and Lin Shi growing close. After they finished talking, Zhang Hohat quickly placed the eggs on the table and took the stone from Lin Shi's arms. Although the stone was small, it was quite heavy. Just holding it for a while made Lin Shi's hands feel sore. Looking at the 10 big eggs in the basket, Lin Shi smiled gratefully and said, "Sister-in-law, how much are these eggs?" "I'll pay you 5 cents each. These eggs are from our own chickens, so they taste good. You're a young girl, eat more. In the future, I'll keep eggs for you, and you can come by from me." "That's great. I'll come by from you in the future." Sister Hohat held the stone in her arms, rocked the rocking chair, and slowly, the little baby closed his eyes. This made Lin Shi feel very surprised. After the stone fell asleep, Sister Hohat asked the older girl to carry him back to the room. Although she was only 8 years old, she could already help her with many things. When the older girl walked away, Sister Hohat said to Lin Shi, "Little Lin, I hope you won't laugh at me. After the new year, I plan to send Daya to elementary school. She is already 8 years old, and she has only learned a few words because of being with you. Honestly, it's because my husband and I are not capable enough, which has delayed her. Her father has no parents of his own, and our small family has been saving little by little. Since I gave birth to Daya, I've been sick. It took years of medicine and careful treatment before I could have Stone. Daya is very sensible and understood early on that her birth might have caused my health problems. At such a young age, she helps me with chores and doesn't even mention wanting to go to school. Only recently, she keeps talking about little Lin, the young educated worker, and sometimes she draws or writes. I realize we've really held her back. I don't expect her to become anything special. I just hope she can read more so she won't have to work in the fields like me and her father. And in these 2 years, her father has been able to bring home some game, so our family is doing a bit better. Sending her to school isn't a problem." Seeing Sister Hohat look so downhearted, Lin Shi quickly comforted her. Honestly, she didn't expect that in this era, in this village, there would be women with such thoughts. Sister Hohat's concern for Daya is rare, especially in a time when valuing boys over girls. That makes her attitude very precious. "Sister, I support you in sending Daya to school. There's no harm in learning to read and understand things. Look, some people in the village have already gone to the county to work after learning to read. Society keeps developing, and having more skills is really important. Hearing Lin Shi support her idea, Zhang Hohot finally smiled again. Little Lin, I knew you'd agree. I don't understand all those big principles. I just want Daya to be happier. And I really hope she grows up to be gentle and knowledgeable, just like you. Lin Shi, wearing Zhang Hohot's high hat, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. At this moment, Daya came out, her eyes shining with happiness. Looking at this sensible girl, Lin Shi gently said, Daya, did you hear that your mother plans to send you to school? Daya nodded quickly. Lin Shi patted her head and said, Daya, your mother is a very responsible mother. You shouldn't let her kindness go to waste. Study hard. Zhang Guohua hugged the almost crying girl, feeling touched by such pure motherly love. Lin Shi was also moved by this simple act of love. After greeting Zhang Guohua, she carried the eggs and headed toward the youth commune. Walking along the road, Lin Shi looked at the lively, unspoiled mountain scenery. She felt happy. She was glad that Daya had such a good mother and that Daya could receive an education. When Lin Shi returned with the eggs, a group of people had gathered at the youth commune. Humans love to watch lively scenes, and this trait showed clearly in Lin Shi now. She hurried over, but before she could understand what was happening, the sharp-eyed He Wenli pulled her aside. In the yard stood a young man in green military uniform, slinging a mail bag over his shoulder. He looked serious and asked as soon as he saw Lin Shi being pulled over, Are you Lin Shi? You know Lin Jianjun, right? This is your remittance slip. Please go to the post office to pick it up tomorrow. Your package has also arrived and needs to be picked up in person. Lin Shi took the remittance slip and quickly said thank you. The mailman waved his hand, got on his bicycle, and left the youth commune. Looking at the 50 yuan on the remittance slip, Lin Shi felt a mix of emotions. When she first went to the countryside, her mother had given her 1,000 yuan and various tickets. Now, just a few days later, they sent her so much money again. She had just been envious that Daya had such a good mother, but now she realized that Lin's parents had been healing her with love all along. She was going to be a child loved by her parents too. Lin Shi put the remittance slip back in her room and discussed with He Wenli how to go to the town to pick up things tomorrow. He Wenli also received 30 yuan sent by He Wenqi, feeling quite unsettled inside. The two of them thought about it. If it rained again tomorrow, they would go straight to the town. If not, they would need to take a day off. After discussing the plans, both Lin Shi and He Wenli looked at each other with a sense of helplessness. Today's events had made them famous at the youth commune and even in the whole village. So much money, anyone who heard about it would be tempted. Many families at the youth commune received subsidies, but none handled such a large amount like Lin Shi and He Wenli. Lin Shi is doing okay. After all, her parents are both working. Her mother earns just over 30 yuan a month, and her father is a 5th-level mechanic earning about 50 yuan. Plus, Lin Chuan often sends money back home, giving Lin Shi about 50 yuan, which is fine. But He Wenli's situation is different. He left 50 yuan for his younger siblings and took only about 100 yuan to the countryside. When he arrived, he found that he still had 200 yuan in his bag. Now, just 10 days later, he has sent another 30 yuan home. Although He Wenqi is now working his job and earns 35 yuan a month, he still needs money for himself and his siblings. Seeing He Wenli look worried, Lin Shi understood his family's situation. She patted his shoulder and said, Hey, Xiaoqi, and the others are worried about you too. Look at you, bringing such a small amount of stuff. How can they rest assured? Tomorrow when we go to the post office, let's call them and check in. She added, and Wenli Ji, you should prepare for winter. You still don't have a thick quilt. I heard winter here is extremely cold. He Wenli nodded. He already had this plan in mind. After they finished talking, they ignored others' gazes, as they were used to it. When they entered the room, Lu Zhen angrily knocked over the bean pod basket. Seeing Lu Zhaodi silent and expressionless, she sharply said, Are you stunned? You're all girls, look at how much money you're losing. Others are living like little princesses. Her words were full of bitterness and jealousy. Lu Zhen's parents used to send her 5 yuan every month, but since last month, they stopped. Her mother wrote that her eldest brother was getting married, and her sister-in-law's family needed 36 legs, a saying meaning many people, so the family was short of money, and they wouldn't send her any more. Lu Chuan cried and made a fuss, even falling ill out of anger, but there was nothing she could do. Last time, she even snatched Lu Xiaoti's money and was scolded and disciplined. No matter how bitter Lu Chuan was, Lu Xiaoti said nothing and calmly went about her own business. But late at night, unable to sleep, she thought about Lin Xi's happy face during the day, and her heart felt bitter and heavy. The next day, Lin Xi woke up early. The weather was good, with light rain falling. Today, it was Lin Xi and Li Xiaohong's turn to cook. When Lin Xi got up, Li Xiaohong had already started boiling water. In the 10 days she had been here, Lin Xi finally learned how to light a fire. At this moment, Lin Xi's sat on a small stool by the stove and started a fire. While adding firewood to the stove, she talked with Li Xiaohong. "Li Jiqing, I need to go to the town this morning. If I don't come back by noon, Su Wei will help cover for me." I already told her. "It's okay. You don't need to work today. I can handle everything myself. Just go worry-free," Li Xiaohong said generously. Lin Xi quietly thanked her. In her opinion, Li Xiaohong was a pretty good roommate. She was honest and kind, although sometimes she was a bit stubborn about things and seemed like a nice person, but she treated others well. Lin Xi felt it was very good to have her as a roommate for cooking. After lunch, Lin Xi and He Wenli put on their hats and hurried to catch a donkey cart on the main road. The cart was driven by Uncle San, the third brother of the team leader. He was single, with no children, and everyone in the village felt sorry for him. A few years ago, Lu Zhenghua had him keep 2 donkeys. Usually, Uncle San took the cart once a day to help villagers travel, charging 10 cents per trip. The rest of the time, he cleaned the donkey pen and fed the donkeys grass. He earned full work points every day. When Lin Xi and He Wenli arrived, a few people were already sitting on the cart. They quickly squeezed on. Lin Xi handed Uncle San 20 cents, smiling sweetly, and asked, "Uncle, when will we go back today? I need to pick up a package my mom sent. There's quite a lot of stuff." Uncle San was smoking a dry pipe. He took the money slowly and said, "No work today. I can take you again, but it will cost 50 cents per person." 3 women on the cart made a face. 50 cents? Only a few young workers would agree to that. It was like doing private work, but everyone usually turned a blind eye. Lin Xi agreed happily. "Okay, Uncle. Will you come pick us up after lunch?" Uncle San nodded. After sorting out her errands, Lin Xi felt much more relaxed. He Wenli had no objections. He leaned against the cart handle, thinking about whether to go see the black market. After waiting 5 or 6 more minutes, the cart was full with 8 people. Uncle San started calling to the donkey, and the cart slowly began to move. Lin Xi felt the rocking back and forth and suddenly remembered her first day in the countryside. She almost felt sick from emotion. He Wenli looked at Lin Xi's face with concern. Seeing she was fine, he closed his eyes and planned his activities for the day. On the bus, several older women, who were acquaintances, chatted noisily. Lin Xi was not very familiar with them, so she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. After rocking for about half an hour, they finally arrived in town. Uncle Lu parked under a poplar tree and left exactly at 11 o'clock. Those who didn't take the donkey cart had to walk back to the village. After getting off the bus, Lin Xi confirmed the plan with Uncle Lu, feeling satisfied, and followed He Wenli toward the post office. They first withdrew the money. As for the package, they planned to pick it up after lunch. Yes, the 2 Southerners decided to eat at the state-run restaurant before heading back because it had been a long time since they last ate rice, and they were craving it badly. After leaving the post office, He Wenli said to Lin Xi, "Xiaoxi, I plan to buy cotton now and want to check out the black market. Would you mind going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things first, then meeting at the state-run restaurant later?" Lin Xi thought for a moment and nodded. As a modern person, she was curious to see what the famous black market looked like. But her body was fragile. If not for the pills that kept her alive, she might have already been gone. "Be careful and watch out so no one notices you," Lin Xi advised. He Wenli nodded and headed toward the route Tang Zhen had told him about. He was honest and had gotten along well with the young male workers recently. He worked hard and endured hardships, so the older workers generally had a good impression of him. Watching He Wenli's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lin Shi clenched her small bag slung diagonally across her shoulder and turned toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, it wasn't crowded there, and Lu Chi was working at the counter again. Lin Shi was happy to see Lu Chi and hurried over. Chi, are you working today? Lu Chi was organizing items on the counter. Hearing the clear voice, she looked up happily.
Xiaoxi.
It's really you. I was just thinking how much you sound like her. Why do you have free time today? I've been hoping you'd come for days. Lu Chi said playfully. Without giving Lin Shi a chance to explain, she grabbed Lin Shi's hand. Xiaoxi, look. These are new ropes we just got in. Aren't they pretty? I thought they'd look good on you, so I kept some for you. Lin Shi took the hair tie handed over by Lu Chi and did not refuse her kindness. The style of this hair tie was quite new at the time, with a red circular band and a bow hanging from it. Lin Shi didn't mind and took two. Standing nearby, Lu Hongwan, who was cracking sunflower seeds, saw how straightforward the young girl was and couldn't help but come over. She said, "Wow, young lady, these hair ties look best when worn by young girls like you." Lin Shi smiled at the stranger who approached her. Lu Chi, however, looked unfriendly and said coldly, "Sister Lu, what are you doing? This is my friend. Don't try to fool her." Lu Chi didn't like Lu Hongwan much. She was quite scheming, often trying to steal customers from others and secretly gossiping behind their backs. When she first arrived here, she was bullied by Lu Hongwan. At first, Lu was friendly, but behind her back, she spread rumors that she was just a relative who got in through her father. Later, her brother would send some goods from time to time to the supply store manager, which helped her establish her place here. Seeing Lu Chi's cold expression, Lu Hongwan couldn't help but sneer. She thought, this girl is really vengeful, still holding a grudge about something from a year ago. Feeling bored, she turned back to her counter and continued cracking sunflower seeds. Seeing this, Lin Shi wisely didn't ask further and changed the subject. Lu Chi also cooperated well, and the two girls of similar age chatted happily. Lin Shi liked Lu Chi's cheerful personality, while Lu Chi admired Lin Shi's gentle and kind demeanor. Watching Lu Chi's lively eyes, she couldn't help but think of her brother, Lu Zheng. She wondered where he had gone. She hadn't seen him for days. Just as she was thinking, as if on cue, Lu Zheng came in carrying a bag. As soon as he entered, he recognized Lin Shi from behind and felt excited. He had been out on errands with his master these past few days and hadn't had time to return, so he missed her a lot. Seeing that they hadn't noticed him, Lu Zheng strode over confidently. Lu Chi glanced at him and suddenly saw her brother, who always made her so angry she wanted to scream. She said impatiently, "Why are you here today? Didn't you just come by?" Lin Shi quickly turned her head. Lu Zheng didn't reply to Lu Chi, but stared intently at Lin Shi. Lin Shi felt very uncomfortable under his gaze and glared at him until he stopped. Lu Zheng reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the young girl and casually responded to Lu Chi. Lu Chi no longer pressed him and turned to enter the director's office, carrying the item Lu Zheng had handed her. The only ones left were Lu Zheng and Lin Shi, who silently looked at each other. Lin Shi felt Lu Zheng's gaze almost burning her, so she pursed her lips and turned to leave the supply store. Lu Zheng quickly followed. They stopped under an old tree. Lin Shi looked down, her mind full of thoughts. Lu Zheng stared at the girl's head in a daze. He thought that the girl he liked was very pretty, even her hair looked better than others. He was captivated. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and said, Xiaoxi, I bought you something. Do you like it? I got it from the department store in the city. When I saw it, I thought it would look really good on you." He wiped his hands on his pants carefully and took out a small box from his pocket. Lin Shi took it and opened it. Inside was a green ribbon decorated with a white lace border. It was very beautiful. Lin Shi was amazed. The dark green headband looked very fancy. She admired Lu Zheng's taste. Her fair, delicate hands looked even prettier with a ribbon. Lu Zheng swallowed nervously. It was his first time buying something for a girl. He had spent a long time choosing the perfect gift at the department store. He wasn't sure if the girl would like it. Feeling the soft texture of the ribbon, Lin Shi thought to herself, this silly boy always spends money on her. She looked up, her face a little serious. Seeing her puffed cheeks, Lu Zheng quickly said, "Don't you like it? I thought girls in the city liked this kind of thing. I wanted to buy one for you. Is it the color you don't like? Or what's wrong? It's okay if you don't like it. We won't need it. I'll buy you another one next time. Okay?" Lin Chu was confused by his quick and anxious words. She knew Lu Zheng might have misunderstood her, so she quickly shook her head. No, I like it very much. She just thought it was a bit expensive and didn't want him to spend too much. She told him not to always buy her things and to save some for himself. And she had her own money. Lu Zheng was so happy to hear her say she liked it. His mind was full of her happy face. Money isn't a problem. I have a salary and I sometimes do side jobs. I'm sure I have enough to spend. Lin Shi quickly covered his mouth in fear. How could he casually talk about side jobs? Who is still living in the 1970s? He's not careful at all. Lu Zheng kept smiling. Seeing the young man's eager face, Lin Shi couldn't bear to look at him. Lu Zheng was happy for a while before seriously saying, I didn't spend much. I don't often go to the provincial city, so I thought I'd buy something to make you happy. Lin Shi nodded reluctantly to accept this explanation. Next time, don't buy things again. It's a bit wasteful. Even if you have money, you should save it. Lu Zheng looked at the girl's fair face and nodded. But inside, he was thinking about buying something again next time as long as she liked it. Why did you come to town today? Did you come alone? Lu Zheng asked casually. No, I came with my fellow villager. I came to pick up money and a package sent by my mom. Oh, I see. What if there's no donkey cart later? Should I take a half day off to give you a ride? No need. I've already arranged with Uncle Lu San. He will come to pick us up later. Don't let it affect your work. Lu Zheng nodded and didn't insist further. Then I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. You look so thin from hunger. Lin Shi twitched her mouth, doubting whether Lu Zheng's big eyes were just for show. She had lost weight in just a few days. She hesitated for a moment because she hadn't told He Wenli about Lu Zheng. But Lu Zheng kept looking at her, making it hard for her to refuse. Let's go eat together and bring Chi-Chi along. No talking nonsense. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly agreed. As long as they ate, he didn't mind anything else. Plus, he hadn't been close to the girl yet, so he couldn't say much. He wanted to protect her reputation. That's what his grandma taught him. Seeing Lu Zheng agree so happily, Lin Shi felt a strange feeling inside. She had feelings for Lu Zheng, otherwise, they wouldn't be talking. But since their relationship wasn't confirmed, she didn't know how to tell He Wenli. After a moment of inner struggle, Lin Shi finally spoke and explained, I don't mean anything bad. It's just that I haven't told my friends yet. I think these things should be taken seriously. Can you understand what I mean? Seeing the young girl trying to explain so hard, Lu Zheng smiled brightly. He patted Lin Shi's head and said, I understand. It's okay. A girl's reputation is very important. You should always learn to protect yourself first. Lin Shi looked into the young man's eyes, seeing a small reflection, and nodded blankly. She tried to stay calm on the outside, but inside, she was panicking. Her liking for Lu Zheng increased by 1 point. She realized that Lu Zheng, whether in this era or modern times, was better than many men. And they didn't have communication problems. Although they haven't known each other long, they can take their time to understand each other. Lu Zheng kept looking at the girl until her face turned red, then reluctantly looked away. First, I need to go back to the team and give some instructions. I'll come to pick you both up later.
You can go inside now.
Lin Shi checked the time and guessed Lu Chi-Chi should be out now. She didn't delay anymore, holding the small box, and turned to walk into the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Zheng looked at the girl in plain clothes and frowned. He remembered that she often wore loose, plain clothes which, although not patched, didn't look very nice. He also thought of Lu Qiqi's fancy dresses and had a new idea. Next time, he would buy 2 dresses for his little girl. Girls her age love to look pretty. Lu Zheng was happily thinking. He quickly walked toward the transport team. When Lin Shi entered the supply cooperative, Lu Qiqi was already back at the counter. Seeing Lin Shi come over, Lu Qiqi pouted and complained, "Cici, where have you been? You took so long to come back. Did you see my brother?" Lin Shi held Lu Qiqi's arm and shook it, smiling. "Oh, I was just outside for a little while. Your brother went to the transport team. How about we go to the state-run restaurant for a meal today?" Lu Qiqi pulled her arm away and asked suspiciously, "Is it just us, or is my brother coming too?" "We, plus my fellow villager," Lin Shi replied. "Do you know my brother? And you said we're eating together?" Lu Qiqi's eyes widened, eager. Lin Shi awkwardly nodded and rubbed her arm uncomfortably. Lu Qiqi realized and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Cici. Did I hurt you? I was just so surprised, I couldn't control my strength." Lin Shi smiled and said everything was fine. "Xiao Shi, my brother's bad temper actually means he might talk to girls someday. He probably doesn't like you. But does that mean he likes someone else?" Lu Qi looked at Lin Shi carefully. Lin Shi blushed from being stared at so directly. Seeing the shy, pretty girl, Lu Qi thought to herself that her brother's eyes were really sharp. He had only just seen Lin Shi, and he already liked her? But Lin Shi really is very pretty. Why isn't she a boy? Lin Shi watched Lu Qi's face, which was sometimes smiling and sometimes serious, and felt a little worried about her. But Lu Qi quickly returned to normal. She held Lin Shi's hand happily and said, "Xiao Shi, I have to tell you, even though my brother has a bad temper, don't worry, our family won't argue about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. If you really start dating my brother, we will treat you like a treasure." "Oh, Xiao Shi, I am so happy. My good friend might become my brother's wife. Don't worry, I will support you. Lu Zheng definitely won't bully you." Lin Shi was a bit overwhelmed by Lu Qi's increasingly silly words. "Lu Zheng and I aren't dating yet, Qi, don't get too excited. And he doesn't bully people, he's very honest." Oh my, why is everyone here so bold? Is this the 1970s? Lin Shi thought angrily. Seeing Lin Shi's embarrassed expression, Lu Qi quickly stopped. She couldn't let her new catch slip away. Lu Qi quickly changed the subject, and Lin Shi tried to hide her embarrassment. Their mood improved a lot. They stayed at the supply and marketing cooperative for a while, and then Lu Zheng came to pick them up. He was dressed in a neat shirt and military green pants. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, Lu Zheng attracted many looks. Lu Qi watched Lu Zheng standing in front of Lin Shi, speaking kindly, and her eyes widened in shock. He was even more well-behaved than in front of her grandma. No wonder Xiao Shi said he was honest earlier. After asking Lin Shi what she wanted to eat, Lu Zheng straightened up, glanced at Lu Qi, and then ignored her, calling Lin Shi to go outside. Lu Qi looked at Lu Zheng's teasing expression and felt very annoyed. But she was also afraid that if she didn't go with them, she wouldn't see how they interacted later.
How could she report back then?
Lu Qi quickly ran outside. All 3 are very good-looking and attract many passers-by on the street. However, the passers-by's glances are more subtle than the looks between Lu Qiqi and her brother. Lin Shi thinks this is a normal way of showing interest in the 1970s. The state-run restaurant is not far from the supply and marketing cooperative, about a 10-minute walk. The restaurant is a simple small house with about 10 tables inside. When the 3 arrived, there weren't many people in the hall. Lin Shi didn't see He Wenli and thought he probably hadn't arrived yet. In this era, waiters don't believe in the customer as king. They sit behind the counter, looking very proud. That makes sense. With stable jobs and secure positions, workers in this poor time have a reason to feel proud. Lu Zheng chose a good spot for them and then went into the big kitchen. Lu Qiqi watched Lu Zheng with his serious and kind appearance on the street and felt very frustrated. When Lu Zheng left, she quickly started complaining to Lin Shi. "Xiao Shi, I didn't expect my brother to be like this in front of you."
No wonder. I tell you, you don't know how naughty he was when he was little.
Listening to Chi-Chi's complaints, Lin Shi almost gasped. Although Lu Zheng had told her about some childhood rumors before, she didn't expect that he had been unbeatable in fights since he was young in the village. He chased dogs and chickens, and even scared her with a snake when they were kids. She couldn't help but shake her head.
She didn't have any opinion about this.
Boys being mischievous is normal, and he didn't do anything really bad, just some pranks. What surprised her was that Lu Zheng seemed very reliable in front of her, like a caring older brother, gentle and honest. But thinking that this was his special way of acting around her, she couldn't help but smile. After Chi-Chi finished talking, she started to regret revealing her little brother's stories.
What if she got attacked later that night?
Seeing Lin Shi's sweet smile, she felt a bit jealous. Lu Zheng just came back from greeting in the big kitchen and sensed something was off. With over 20 years of sibling rivalry experience, he looked sharply at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, feeling guilty, was so scared by his stare that she hid behind Lin Shi. Lu Zheng looked at her mischievous face and knew she had probably said something bad about him again. Zheng Lu looked at the young girl and sincerely said, "Xiaoxi, don't believe what Lu Chi-Chi says. She's just a bad girl. You have to trust me." Seeing the young man's eager eyes, Lin Shi patiently replied, "No." Chi-Chi didn't say much. "Okay, don't scare her." This successfully calmed Zheng Lu down. He shot a sidelong glance at Lu Chi-Chi. Lu Chi-Chi finally came out from behind Lin Shi, sat on a stool, and eagerly winked at Lin Shi to thank her. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh at the two siblings. One is shy but loves to cause trouble, and the other is well-behaved but pretends to be innocent. But Lin Shi didn't mind. When she first came here, she was completely opposed to Lin Chuan, and her younger brother Lin Xian was just a follower, so she had never experienced such sibling teasing scenes. But she felt it wasn't too bad, except she wished Lu Chi-Chi wouldn't cry, if she could help it. Lin Shi thought mischievously. At this moment, Lu Chi-Chi deeply regretted her impulsive words. She was worried her mother would be angry and punish her severely. Zheng Lu also felt uneasy. He didn't know what Lu Chi-Chi said to Lin Shi. Although Lin Shi didn't seem to mind, he didn't want any bad impression to be left in the heart of the person he loved. Under the tense atmosphere of the Lu siblings, He Wenli finally arrived at the state-run restaurant. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Shi. She waved at him almost at the same time. Zheng Lu, who had seen him before, quickly got up to help carry He Wenli's bag. He knew He Wenli was Lin Shi's hometown friend and her good friend. Now, he desperately wanted to erase any negative impression Lin Shi might have of him. Zheng Lu took the bag from He Wenli's back and strode forward. He Wenli was a bit stunned by his action and looked at Lin Shi with questioning eyes. Lin Shi looked at the cheerful man ahead and worried about how to explain. After everyone sat down, the dishes were served one after another. There was braised pork, a plate of 3 fresh vegetables, dumplings, a braised fish, and a big bowl of rice. Lin Shi looked at this rich meal with wide eyes. This level of feast could match what leaders usually eat, she thought. Zheng Lu didn't dare look at Lin Shi, afraid she would say he was wasting food, so he kept encouraging He Wenli to eat. Lin Jiqing played well with my sister. When it was time to eat, they decided to dine together. Heixing is my hometown, and today I am hosting. I invite you to try our local food. Do you think that's okay? He Wenli was also very confused, but the only person he knew seemed to have lost himself in thought. He could only suppress his surprise and nod. Yes, then I'll trouble Brother Lu. The dishes are really rich. Thank you for the hospitality. If you visit Jiang province next time, I will make sure you're satisfied.
Sure.
I think we're all young and get along well.
Come on, help yourself to some food.
Shaolin Jiqing, you should eat too.
He picked up his chopsticks.
He Wenli paused for a moment, then slowly started eating as well. Lin Shi, after being urged by Lu Zheng, stopped worrying about other things and picked up her bowl to enjoy the delicious food. Kiki Lu looked at the gentle young man beside her, her eyes scanning him up and down. Does Jiang province have some kind of magic? Why do everyone look so good? She decided she must ask Xiaoxi later about who He Jiqing really is. He looked so good, completely her type. She was naturally carefree, which was common among children from the north. But no one knew she had always liked the gentle, elegant people from the water towns of the south. Her instant liking for Lin Chuan was obvious. Wenli naturally felt the strange gazes constantly on him, but they weren't unfamiliar. He didn't want to meet their eyes, hoping she would look away soon. He pretended not to notice and quickly ate his meal. Today had been quite an adventure. He searched for a long time before finding the black market. It mainly sold eggs, vegetables, and such. He didn't see any cotton. Later, a middleman approached him, and that's how he found the way. He bought over 10 jin of cotton, some cloth, and a bit of flour. Thinking that Lin Chuan might get cold in winter, he also bought 2 hot water bottles. He packed everything into a big bag, but leaving with it was difficult because it drew too much attention. He had to take a long detour, inching his way out. When he left, he nearly got caught by the red armbands. He hid for a long time, which is why he arrived so late. His thoughts returned to the present. Wenli didn't think much more and focused on eating. Lin Chuan was also very satisfied with today's dishes. Braised pork is fatty but not greasy, and the 3 fresh vegetables, eggplant, potato, and chili, combine perfectly to emit a charming aroma. She also loves her favorite fish, which is tender and tasty. The ingredients are prepared very well, with no hint of fishy smell. The rice is clear and full, each grain plump. Even the dumplings she usually dislikes taste better now. Lin Chuan enjoys the delicious food and can't help but feel sorry for her stomach, which often suffers from neglect. Lu Chuan watches the girl puff her cheeks and eat small bites happily, feeling very happy himself. He always thinks Lin Chuan is too thin, and since her health isn't great, he's been very worried. Right now, he can't fully protect her, but he tries his best to make her happy by encouraging her to eat more. As for money, Lu Chuan doesn't really mind. His family is quite wealthy, he has a salary and some extra income, and he doesn't usually spend much. Now that he has a girl he cares about, spending more on her is the best thing. Lu Chuan eats her meal absent-mindedly, forcing herself not to look at Wenli, afraid he might think she's too impulsive. Usually carefree, she becomes cautious in front of her beloved. No matter what they're thinking, everyone feels very satisfied after this meal. Lin Chuan is the first to put down her chopsticks. She's not used to the food here. Besides not having rice, the portion sizes are quite large, almost a full plate each. Lu Chuan hasn't eaten much, but seeing Lin Chuan finish her food and glancing at Wenli's side profile, she reluctantly puts down her chopsticks. First times are important. She doesn't want to leave a bad impression on her crush. Lu Chuan notices that the Ly ate 1 bowl of rice and frowns slightly. But he can't persuade her here. He glances around and sees her face is rosy, holding a glass of water, so he stops trying. Seeing that both girls have finished, he and Wenli exchange a look and silently start clearing the dishes. At this time, no one leaves leftovers. The dishes are so good that all 4 plates are quickly emptied. Watching the 2 girls gobble up their food, Lin Chuan can't help but look at their stomachs. These are bottomless pits. After everyone is full and satisfied, they all feel very happy. Lin Chuan and Wenli still needed to pick up their packages at the post office. Lu Chuan, with a shameless smile, said, "Why don't we go together? I need to take my sister to the supply and marketing cooperative, and I can help brother, he carry some things." Lu Chuan shot a quick glance at Lu Chuan, then quickly turned around, nodded, and pouted at Lin Chuan, saying, "Yes, Xiaoxi. That way we can talk more." Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Chuan looked at Wenli for help. Wenli hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although the girl's gaze made him a little uncomfortable, she was friends with Xiaoxi, and since Lu Chuan had treated them to a meal, he didn't want to hurt their feelings. So, the 4 of them, walking in pairs, girls in front, boys behind, headed toward the post office. Ahead, Lu Chuan whispered to Lin Chuan, trying to find out more about Wenli. "Xiaoxi, is this he Jiqing from your place? Do you know much about him?
Can you tell me?"
Listening to the girl's quiet words, Lin Chuan looked as if she had expected this. She thought, sure enough, Lu Chuan had been staring at brother Wenli during dinner. She had thought she was mistaken. Turns out, this girl was quick. I didn't know him well before, just from the same courtyard. Lin, she didn't tell Lu Qiqi too much. First, she didn't know much about He Wenli's past in Jiang province. Second, that was his private matter, and without his permission, Lin she didn't want to say much. Fortunately, Lu Qiqi was easygoing and happy just to hear a little. Seeing Lu Qiqi so happy, Lin she relaxed. She really couldn't resist Lu Qiqi's teasing, and if she kept going, she might lose her patience altogether. The girls ahead were chatting happily, and the atmosphere behind was just as good. They were all men, and their topics were similar. Brother, he used to work at the steel factory? That's impressive. I was lucky enough to see it once. Those workers are really strong. Lu Zheng looked at the fair, slightly thin and weaker-looking He Wenli and exclaimed, "Wow, people really aren't what they seem." He Wenli felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Zheng's words. No, I'm not in that kind of job. I manage logistics. That's still very impressive, brother He. I really admire smart people like you. Lu Zheng praised him sincerely. When they reached the post office, Lin Shi and He Wenli checked their packages against the receipts. The package was very large, and when He Wenli suggested it, Lu Zheng and the others were surprised. Lu Zheng stepped forward to lift it. It was really heavy. A small, complicated feeling weighed on his heart. He knew he needed to earn more money. In the future, he didn't want the young girl to suffer or feel wronged. Lu Zheng thought to himself. Under the old elm tree, Uncle Lu was already waiting there. When he saw Lu Zheng and He Wenli carrying big and small packages, he hurried down from the car to help carry things. After everything was packed up, Uncle Lu was ready to leave. Lin Shi and He Wenli sat on the donkey cart, one hand protecting the luggage, waving goodbye to them. Lu Zheng felt very reluctant, but he knew he couldn't stay. Luckily, today he had treated the young girl to a good meal. When he snapped back to reality, he saw Lu Qiqi still staring blankly at the departing car. Annoyed, he patted her shoulder and said, "They've already gone far. Why are you still staring? Are you lost in thought? It's embarrassing. We almost made He Wenli eat the table." Hearing Lu Zheng's blunt words, Lu Qiqi was so angry her face looked fierce. She raised her eyebrows and snapped back. "Why do you have to be so mean? Acting like you don't care about Lin Shi, like you're so indifferent. Still pretending to be honest in front of Lin Shi. Are you really that kind of person?" Lu Zheng knew from her words that this fool had told Lin Shi everything. He clenched his teeth, not angry but smiling. "Yes, I'm pretending. I just want the person I like to be happy. And does my little Lin Shi look unhappy? No, she likes me no matter what." After saying this, he felt a bit guilty but puffed out his chest and loudly declared, "And I am openly pursuing her. You, on the other hand, are openly harassing He Wenli. Not only are you not helping me, but you're also holding me back. Just wait and see how my mom will deal with you when she gets home. Crazy woman." Feeling refreshed, he turned and strode forward. Lu Qiqi was so angry she shouted loudly, "Lu Zheng, you idiot. All you do is bully me. I'll tell Lin Shi that you're a bad guy." She stomped her foot the ground. But her anger didn't go away. In fact, it grew stronger. How could her brother be like this? Calling her harassing? She just looked at him a little more. And calling her a crazy woman. Walking down the street, Lu Qiqi kept feeling angry. Back at her counter, her mood eased a bit, but she was worried she might have made He Wenli uncomfortable. She also worried that Lu Zheng might go home and complain. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but touch her bottom and shivered. Being hit by her mother really hurt. If her mother found out she was interfering with her younger brother's marriage, she would definitely beat her so badly her bottom would be bruised. She decided not to go back for a while. But then she would miss seeing He Jiqing. Boo-hoo. Lin Shi and He Wenli didn't know what had happened to the siblings after they left. Their moods were very different. Lin Shi and He Wenli sat one behind the other. The sky cleared, and the bright, high sky made both of them feel relaxed and empty. After eating and drinking well, they just wanted to sleep. The donkey cart shook gently, rocking them into dreams. When Lin Shi woke up, the cart was near the village. She felt very comfortable, stretched lazily, and felt very happy. Uncle Lu smiled and said, "You kids are really brave. Aren't you afraid that Uncle might sell you?" Lin Xi's cheeks turned slightly red. She smiled and said, "Uncle, you're joking. How could you sell us?" "Yes, Uncle is so good. The cart is steady, and we didn't even feel the bumps while sleeping." He Wenli chimed in. Uncle Lu laughed loudly. "You educated kids have good manners. Your words are so refined and pleasant to hear." Uncle Lu drove the donkey cart all the way to the youth station gate and even helped Lin Xi carry her things. Seeing the slightly hunched figure under the bundle, Lin Xi felt very grateful. When Uncle Lu was about to leave, she gave him a yuan for the ride and also handed him a big handful of candies. "Uncle, take these sweet treats. Don't refuse. We'll need your ride again next time. Thanks so much for today." Lin Xi smiled warmly as she saw him off. Uncle Lu looked at the candies in his hand and was momentarily stunned. This girl is really kind. He tore open the wrapper, put the milk candy in his mouth, and the sweetness spread instantly. He drove the cart, squinting his eyes, trying hard to hold back tears. Life is so bitter, so hard. Lin Xi returned to her room and started unpacking the parcel her mother sent. It was packed a few days before departure. There was a military coat, a hot water bottle, blankets, and various snacks, everything needed. Li Xiaohong and the others looked on, sighing. They knew Lin Xi was loved, but they didn't realize just how much. Lin Xi wasn't stingy. She reached into her bag and took out a handful of sunflower seeds, sharing them with the three in the room. They all thanked her together. Lin Xi was glad she bought 2 large boxes, or else she wouldn't have enough space. The others helped her pack things, and after about half an hour, they finished. Su Wei was munching sunflower seeds and asked curiously, "Xiao Shi, isn't that military coat also sent by your older brother?" "I just felt how heavy it is," she said, giving a thumbs up. "No, it's from a department store over there. I happened to buy it during a sale. It's not brand new, it has a few holes, but my mom sewed them up for me." However, a hint of envy flickered in their eyes. Lin Xi had never experienced a winter here and didn't know how cold it could get. But with that military coat, she wouldn't have to worry about the cold this winter. Lu Xiaodi lowered her head and sat quietly nearby, recalling the cold days from a couple of years ago. Lin Xi sat opposite Lu Xiaodi and accidentally noticed her unwell expression. Remembering her background, she quickly nudged Su Wei's arm beside her. Li Xiaohong also quickly understood and patted Lu Xiaodi's hand, changing the subject. They started chatting about village gossip and the atmosphere improved a lot. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. She didn't mean to show off or make others uncomfortable, especially since she had experienced similar hardships herself. Around 5 o'clock, roosters began crowing one after another. Lin Xi and Li Xiaohong got up to prepare dinner. Dinner was simple as usual. But for Lin Xi and her sister, who had eaten a lot of fish and meat today, it wasn't too hard to swallow. After eating, while it was still light outside, Lin Xi carried a small bundle and took a shortcut to the cattle shed. The cattle shed was quiet. Lin Xi didn't dare call out loudly. She looked around and saw someone sitting inside. She whispered, "Grandpa, Grandpa, come out quickly." Li Mingyi was sitting cross-legged in the shed. Suddenly hearing someone call him, he wasn't sure who it was. No one usually came here. Still, he stood up and went outside. Seeing him come out, Lin Xi was very happy. "Grandpa, I have some food here.
Take it.
Also, I put 2 pills inside. Try them. They help boost energy and blood." After saying that, Lin Xi shoved the bundle into his hands and, ignoring his reaction, ran off quickly. Li Mingyi held the heavy bundle in his arms, silent and unable to speak. He stood at the door for a long time before slowly walking back to the cattle shed. Under the faint light outside, I clearly saw 5 or 6 plain white pancakes with a warm glow. There were also 2 small pills about the size of a thumb, emitting a familiar medicinal scent. Li Mingyi picked up one of the pills, sniffed it, and found a strong ginseng aroma inside. These 2 pills probably used half of that small ginseng root. A complex feeling welled up in Li Mingyi's heart. Kindness is rare, like giving a helping hand in snow. Since he fell into hardship, he hadn't received kindness from others for many years. He took a pancake and ate it eagerly, tears unknowingly streaming down his face. Lin Chuan ran for a while, gasping heavily. When she saw no one was chasing her, she slowly started walking back. During that run, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. This old man is stubborn. Using a more artistic way to say it, he has the spirit of a scholar. So she was quite worried that if she delayed even a little, he might refuse to help. The white pancake was bought by Lin Chuan today at a state-run restaurant. She kept 2 for herself, giving the rest to Li Mingyi. It wasn't as tasty as her mother's cooking, but it was still good. Thinking of the 2 pills, Lin Chuan smiled easily. The small ginseng root was very precious, and given the situation, she couldn't refuse to take some. Now that she could share half with the old man, she felt much better. It was getting darker now. Lin Chuan was walking along a rural path and started feeling a bit uneasy. Her steps quickened. Just as she was about to run back, she heard footsteps behind her. She was so frightened her scalp tingled. "Oh no, help!" Lin Chuan silently shouted in her mind. Just as she was about to run, she heard a familiar male voice behind her. "Xiao Shi, it's me." Lin Chuan turned around and saw a tall figure standing behind her. Lu Zheng smiled and strode over, saying, "Did I scare you just now? I saw you ahead and noticed you running so fast. I thought someone was chasing you, so I stayed behind to watch over you. I didn't mean to scare you. Are you okay?" Lin Chuan looked at his face, resisting the urge to hit him for scaring her, and glared at him. "You don't know that scaring people can be dangerous. If you don't say anything, I might have run away." Lin Chuan looked at Lu Zheng with a frustrated expression. Lu Zheng touched his nose, realizing he had been a bit mischievous just now, trying to tease the girl. But now he couldn't admit it. "I didn't mean to scare you. Was I too late to call you? Okay, don't be angry. Walk with me for a bit. I came back especially today because I have to leave early tomorrow morning." Lin Chuan hesitated, neither agreeing nor refusing, then turned and walked ahead. Lu Zheng relaxed a bit. "Are you angry? Sorry, did I scare you? I didn't mean to. Sorry." Seeing the serious side of the young girl's face, Lu Zheng felt terrified. He wished he could turn back time and slap himself for teasing her. Lin Chuan looked at Lu Zheng's regretful expression and held back her laughter for a moment, but finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Only then did Lu Zheng realize that Lin Chuan had been joking. She wasn't angry. His heart suddenly felt very happy. Seeing how lively and cheerful she was, all his tiredness disappeared. He quickly went over and ruffled her hair. The 2 of them walked together along a country road. The country road was bumpy. Lin Chuan carefully watched her steps. Lu Zheng looked at her side profile and softly said, "Are you unhappy today? Don't believe what Lu Chuan, that crazy girl, says." Lin Chuan turned around with a mischievous smile. "I'm very happy, young Master Lu." Hearing her call him young Master Lu made Lu Zheng feel very annoyed. He thought about how he would deal with Lu Chuan when he got home. "No, there's no such thing as young Master Lu. They just call me that as a joke. I don't like fighting, really." His voice trailed off. Seeing his face almost buried in the ground, Lin Chuan stopped teasing him and changed the subject. Lu Zheng also happily shared funny stories from his work at the transport team, but inside, he was feeling upset. His image was gone. "Lu Chuan, you're so cruel." After walking a while, Lu Zheng worried that the young girl had been tired all day, so he decided to take a shortcut back with her. When they reached the cornfield, suddenly they heard a girl's moaning. "Hey, be gentle. There are stones." Okay, my dear, I'll help you get them out." The rustling sounds were very noticeable in the quiet night. Lin Chuan listened but hadn't reacted yet when Lu Zheng covered her ears. "Who is this annoying thing messing around and polluting my girl's ears?" Lin Chuan blinked her eyes, suddenly understanding something, and her face turned bright red. How could she be so open? Once again, Lin Chuan was hit hard. At this moment, Lu Zheng also felt uncomfortable. It's awkward to leave now, and it would be embarrassing later. His beloved little girl was right beside him, and he was touching her face. That shameless person was becoming more reckless, saying all sorts of things. He thought about telling his father tomorrow and hoped he would set things straight. Although Lu Zheng covered her ears, she could still hear some faint words. She felt that voice sounded very familiar. She looked at Lu Zheng's face, which was turning redder despite his dark skin, and her curiosity reached its peak. Just kidding, as a modern person, she had seen plenty even if she hadn't been to the farm. Well, actually, she just wanted to gossip. She tugged at Lu Zheng's clothes and signaled with her eyes for him to let go. Lu Zheng stubbornly refused. Hearing the noise getting quieter on the other side and worried about being discovered, he pulled the girl close and quietly returned to the main road. Xiao Shi, it's not good to watch this. Kids shouldn't hear such things. It might dirty your ears, Lu Zheng advised earnestly. She awkwardly pouted. She wasn't really interested in watching, just a little curious. It was getting late, and the two didn't delay further. The journey was smooth and peaceful. Lu Zheng watched the girl walk into the youth commune, looking shy and timid. He couldn't help but laugh. She really was a kid, so curious about everything. Lu Zheng put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the bright moon. The girl hadn't ignored him just because she learned some of his bad things today. That was a good sign. But thinking of the nickname Young Master Lu Zheng felt embarrassed. Who would have thought that a nickname from when he was a teenager would someday be openly used by his beloved? He clenched his teeth, thinking about how to deal with Lu Qiqi's big mouth. He had scolded her that morning, and his anger had cooled, but now, let her accept his revenge. Lu Zheng's plan doubled Lu Qiqi's workload. Although she earned money, she didn't have time to visit her friend He Jing anymore. But that was a story for later. When Lu Zheng got home, he found the door was already locked. Not wanting to disturb his family, he climbed in through the wall. Lu Zheng's mother, Lu Cuihua, had just locked the kitchen door when she saw a shadow climbing over the wall. Li Cuihua screamed in fear, and Lu Zheng quickly covered her mouth.
Mom, it's me.
Don't shout. Li Cuihua, under the moonlight, saw his blurry figure. She scolded him gently. Hey, Mom, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I thought you were asleep, so I didn't want to wake you. Lu Zheng ran around the yard, chased by his mother. Lu Zhengwo also came out holding a kerosene lamp. Seeing his wife hitting Lu Zheng, he knew the boy had annoyed his mother again. He shook his head, didn't get involved, and turned back to his room to sleep. His mother's harsh hand struck Lu Zheng several times, making him feel pain. He hurriedly ran into his grandmother's room. Ma Julian, who had shallow sleep, woke up when they talked. Seeing her grandson come in, she quickly turned on her flashlight, worried he might fall. Lu Zheng, come out. You, this troublemaker, don't scare your grandma, Li Cuihua shouted loudly. I won't. I want to sleep with grandma. You go away. Lu Zheng sat beside his grandmother and shouted loudly. Li Cuihua outside kept yelling. Seeing that Lu Zheng really wouldn't come out, she lost interest and went straight into her mother-in-law's room. When Lu Zheng saw Li Cuihua come in, he shrank back behind Ma Julian. Ma Julian patted his hand kindly and said, Cuihua, don't be so fierce late at night. Ah Zheng is scared because of you. Li Cuihua was always a bit timid when talking to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law had been strong all her life. Although she never said harsh words to her, she felt a strange fear. Since she didn't want to hit her precious grandson, and her mother-in-law gave her an excuse, she quickly calmed down.
No, Mom.
It's so late, and he climbed over the wall. I was so scared, I almost died. I just hit him twice, and he started yelling. It almost gave me a heart attack, Li Cuihua said, glaring at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng knew he was in the wrong. He flattered her and helped her sit on a stool, massaging her shoulders. Mom, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Next time, I'll come in through the front door quietly. Please don't be angry. Seeing Lu Zheng's obedient attitude, Li Cuihua smiled, showing her teeth, but then pretended to be annoyed and pushed him away. Stop this nonsense. You, among your siblings, are the most mischievous. Mom, aren't you joking? Taking care of my mother is my duty.
Grandma, right? He said.
The two women burst out laughing happily. Li Cuehua still asked, "Why are you coming back so late? Why have you been so busy lately? Before, it seemed like there was a dog chasing you away from home." Lu Zheng looked at his mother-in-law, Ma Jiulian, who didn't tell her. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zheng decided to tell the truth. "Mom, I was chasing after a young girl today." "You almost lost your son-in-law," Lu Zheng said seriously. Li Cuehua was so surprised that she jumped up from her stool. Ma Jiulian also clutched her quilt, looking nervous. Seeing their worried faces, Lu Zheng held back his laughter and pretended to sound serious. "Mom, Grandma, I liked a girl recently. She's fair and pretty, looks nice, and has a good personality. She's also educated and kind." He paused, noticing their eager looks, and continued, "I really like her now. She thinks I'm okay too. Today, I took her out to eat, but my third sister blabbed everything about my childhood, things I'd rather forget. She even said I like to fight and called me young Master Lu. All the good image I built as a honest, decent young man is gone now." After saying this, he lay on the bed, looking very upset, shoulders shaking with laughter. From Ma Jiulian and Li Cuehua's expressions, it was clear Lu Zheng was really heartbroken. Ma Jiulian thought her grandson's visit today might bring good news, but it was ruined by Chi-Chi's troublemaking. "Old big sister, tomorrow go to town and ask Chi-Chi what she's up to. She's getting more and more mischievous." Li Cuehua, who was just happy about her son liking a girl, suddenly realized her daughter-in-law was almost gone. She got so angry she wanted to storm out and hit Lu Chi-Chi. Seeing things getting serious, Lu Zheng sat up slowly and said calmly, "But, Mom, Grandma, don't worry too much. I've already calmed her down today. She didn't mind at all. I was just angry and said those things." They all sighed in relief. But Li Cuehua was still very angry. "That's not okay. I think Lu Chi-Chi is just being mischievous. She keeps saying things she shouldn't. Tomorrow, I'll ask her why she's acting like that." Lu Zheng rubbed his nose, keeping his true feelings hidden. "Mom, Grandma, I have to get up early tomorrow to go to town. I won't talk anymore. You should go to bed early too." After saying this, he quickly went into his room, leaving the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to stare at each other in the room. That poor child hasn't even had a chance to talk about the girl yet. But at least her son has someone he likes, and Lu Cuehua's heart finally feels relieved about a big worry. Lu Zheng is lying on the bed, thinking about how Lu Chi-Chi will be scolded tomorrow. He feels very happy. Poor Chi-Chi doesn't know the storm that awaits her tomorrow. Lin, she slept well through the night. Today is a sunny day. Early in the morning, the work whistle sounded. Lin, she stretched and put on long sleeves and pants. Compared to the heat, she's more afraid of getting dark or sunburned. And if she wears short clothes and gets scratched by the plants and her skin sweats, the feeling would be very uncomfortable. Comrade, He Wenli has already been through this magic attack, so she can't let it happen again. She steps outside, ready to enjoy the fresh air, but a loud, sharp noise ruins her mood.
"Who is that?
Don't they have eyes? My clothes were hanging nicely, and they got knocked down." He Xiaoman screams and complains. Lin, she frowns uncomfortably. Early in the morning, that sound is just too sharp. Good-hearted Li Xiaohong goes over quietly to comfort her, but it doesn't help much. "Li Jiqing, someone did this on purpose. Look, everyone's clothes are still hanging, but mine are all fallen.
Someone is targeting me."
Li Xiaohong looks around awkwardly and softly advises. Lin, she stands under the eaves, washing up while watching where they hang their clothes. The clotheslines are separated by gender. The female workers have set up 2 racks outside 2 rooms, with a bamboo pole on each. The male workers' clothes are closer to the kitchen. Lin, she looks at the clothes hanging there. None of her clothes are there. She took them all down last night. Since it's not her business, she doesn't plan to get involved. But He Xiaoman doesn't think so. She is determined to find out who knocked down her clothes. In the end, she targets Lu Zhen, who hasn't spoken. "Lu Zhen, I remember you washed clothes yesterday, right? You washed last, so maybe you knocked them down? Lu Chuan makes a guilty face. I didn't do it, she says, then walks toward the kitchen. Xiaoman is not satisfied and follows her into the kitchen, causing a fuss. Recently, these two friends have started arguing for some reason. She looked at the half bowl of porridge left in her bowl, but she didn't feel like eating anymore. The day had been too noisy and busy. She didn't force herself and carried her bowl into her room. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, chewing dried meat, and suddenly remembered that Xiaoman's voice sounded similar to the girl's voice from yesterday in the cornfield. Because Xiaoman spoke with a slight local accent from their hometown, her voice was a bit different from others. The ongoing argument made her think of the girl's voice from yesterday. But she didn't dare to guess too much about it. She shook her head and tried hard to push the thoughts out of her mind. After breakfast, She and some other young workers went to their usual workplace. But today, things weren't as lucky as before. The team leader ordered the start of the autumn harvest. She looked at the endless wheat fields in the distance, golden and shining. The scenery was simple and beautiful, but at this moment, it couldn't soothe her troubled heart. She was assigned to cut wheat. The field was divided into more than 10 sections, each supervised by a small team leader. She carried her tools and walked in the middle of the group. Today, many unfamiliar people joined the team, but they all came from the same village. The atmosphere was still lively. Li Xiaohong was still paired with Shi. Shi was sensible and followed behind Li Xiaohong, learning how to cut wheat. Cutting wheat was much harder than cutting grass for pigs. When cutting wheat, you had to keep your balance. Also, your arms needed strength, or you couldn't cut the wheat properly. Shi tried simply once and almost tripped herself. She looked around and saw others working quickly and efficiently. She didn't dare to delay anymore and worked hard. She bent over, feeling the wheat ears brushing her face and body, making her itch. But there was no other choice. At this time, harvesting mainly relied on human effort. After about half an hour of work, Shi looked at how little she had cut and felt discouraged. Cutting pig grass was much easier, and it wasn't so hot, plus she could hide from the sun. She looked up at the sky. The sun was blazing overhead, and sweat kept rolling down her face and neck. She used a towel draped around her neck to wipe away the sweat, then picked up the sickle again and continued cutting. While Shi was struggling with the work, Lu Chuan was having a hard time too. After breakfast, Lu Chuan went to the supply and marketing cooperative on a donkey cart. Lu Chuan saw her mother looking angry early in the morning and felt something was wrong, but her reaction was not as quick as Lu Chuan's broom. Lu Chuan entered the shop counter. It was still morning, and there weren't many people. She picked up her broom and started hitting Lu Chuan. While hitting, she said, "Lu Chuan, you've become so bold. Don't you know I worry most about your marriage? Yesterday, you even caused trouble for your brother." She continued hitting and said, "Just wait, if you do something like this again, I'll skin you alive." Lu Chuan cried out loudly. She felt embarrassed and angry. She thought about how easy it was to deal with Lu Zheng, that troublemaker, who had just argued and then left. Turns out, he was waiting for her here. Lu Chuan hit her about 10 times, then gasped and said, "If you dare to bully your brother again, huh?" Lu Chuan quickly promised, "Mom, I won't do it again. I was just joking with her yesterday." She wasn't even angry. "Really, I won't cause trouble again." Lu Zheng exaggerated everything, Mom. Seeing Lu Chuan sniffling and crying, Lu Chuan stopped hitting her and turned to ask, "Who is Shi? Tell me, is she the girl Zheng likes? Where is she from?
How old is she?
What does her family do?" Lu Chuan snorted. "Now you're asking me? Just because I got hit so hard." Then she rubbed her twice. Lu Chuan looked at her daughter's behavior, picked up her broom again, and saw her mother about to lose her temper. Lu Chuan didn't dare to cause trouble anymore and told her everything she knew about Shi. On the way home, Lu Chuan was smiling happily. She thought being a young worker is great. She didn't care much for the village women's gossip.
She really valued this.
Her grandmother was a cultured person. So her family's Zhenguo went to serve in the army and then became a team leader. In a radius of 10 miles, who wouldn't envy Lu Cuehua's good luck? Not only was her husband talented, but her children had good jobs or marriages. Now her son liked a young worker girl. That was wonderful. A good daughter-in-law could bring prosperity for 3 generations. Having culture was a plus. She planned to go home and discuss everything with her grandmother, so she wouldn't let the girl slip away. Lu Cuehua was happily thinking this. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, the girl she was thinking about, was not so lucky. Lin Shi was working hard to cut the wheat, but unfortunately, the wheat was not as obedient as she had imagined. Even with gloves on, her hands still felt a burning pain after a while. Her sense of achievement from cutting pig grass was completely gone when she started cutting wheat. When others finished a row and prepared to rest, Lin Shi looked at her crooked little snake of wheat and felt very sad. She stopped caring and, holding her sickle, sat under a big tree to rest. Several people were already sitting there. As soon as Lin Shi sat down, Li Xiaohong and others also came over one after another. Lin Jiqing, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Su Wei asked with concern, noticing Lin Shi's pale face. Lin Shi wiped the sweat from her face and said, I'm okay, but I really don't know how to cut wheat. Li Xiaohong, sitting next to her, understood her progress better and said softly, It's okay. Take your time. Don't force yourself. We've all been through this. Su Wei agreed with her. Lin Shi forced a smile and started to think about whether she could switch to a different task because cutting wheat was too exhausting for her. She looked around and saw the patrol team leader nearby. She stood up and walked over to him. The team leader was Lu Zheng's relative, named Lu Daniu. Lin Shi looked at this man in his 30s, who seemed sharp and capable. She steadied herself and said, Hello, team leader. I am Lin Shi, a young worker at the Jiqing site. Today you assigned me to cut wheat, but I really am useless. I've only managed to cut a small patch after so long. Lu Daniu looked in the direction Lin Shi pointed and twitched his mouth. His nephew had given him a gift before, asking him to take good care of this girl. Seeing that she was thin and weak, he didn't make things difficult for her and arranged for her to go cut pig grass with the children. But after just one day, he thought he shouldn't be too obvious, or others might say he was showing favoritism. However, the wheat she cut was worse than what the children had done. Seeing Lin Shi's pale face and thinking of his nephew, he felt a headache coming on but still decided to find her a different job. He considered for a moment and pointed to the distant wheat field. Since you're not good at cutting wheat, then go pick wheat instead. Just follow behind those who are harvesting wheat. Lin Shi nodded, thanked them and left. Once again, she stood in the wheat field, holding a basket, encouraging herself. Picking wheat heads is something anyone can do. Mostly elderly women and children are doing it. Joining this group of people didn't make her stand out much. While Daya was drinking water, she saw her dear sister Lin, looking as happy as a little bird. Big sister Lin, are you also here to pick wheat? I'm so happy. Today, Zhuangzi and the others went to cut pig grass. I came with my neighbors. She pointed to a few girls standing nearby. Lin Shi smiled and nodded. With Daya keeping her company and chatting, plus the activity of picking wheat heads being not too tiring, Lin Shi gradually found her rhythm, though it was tiring on her waist. She watched as some elderly ladies carried small stools, sitting wherever they found a spot to pick. Lin Shi silently remembered this, planning to visit Grandpa Li's house later after work. The elderly women were good at chatting. When they saw a neat-looking, pretty girl, they started asking questions in their hometown dialect. Lin Shi had been here for over 10 days. She couldn't say she understood everything, but she got the gist. Seeing the curious looks from the old ladies, she didn't feel shy and greeted them confidently. The 3 women made quite a scene, and the gossip was lively. In a short while, they had learned about her family members. Seeing the sharp, lively eyes of those old ladies, Lin Shi couldn't help but shiver and quickly pulled Daya to the other side. It was too frightening. If this kept up, they might even find out she's from the modern world. Lin Shi shook her head, pushing such dangerous thoughts out of her mind. After a while, a beautiful, clear whistle sounded. Lin Shi smiled happily at Dia. Finally, it was time to rest. Dia was infected by Lin Shi's smile and giggled. Today, Lin Shi wasn't cooking. When she planned to take Dia home, she also wanted to visit Grandpa Li to see if he had small stools for sale. Hearing that Lin Shi would take her home, Dia clapped happily. Seeing her joyful smile, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel happy too. Holding hands, the young girl and the little girl followed the crowd toward Dia's home. When they arrived, Sister Guahua was frying vegetables with stones on her back. Dia hurried over to help Zhang Guahua hold her brother. Lin Shi saw that they were busy, greeted them briefly, and then left. When Sister Guahua came out to see her off, she was already gone. After walking a few more minutes, she finally arrived at Grandpa Li's house. The house wasn't cooking yet. Lin Shi looked into the yard and saw Grandpa Li working on some carpentry. "Grandpa Li, I've come in," she called out. Farmers rarely lock their doors during the day, so everyone comes and goes freely. Lin Shi stood at the door and called twice. Hearing a response, she went inside. "Lin Jiqing, you're here. Do you want anything today?" Lin Shi smiled and nodded, saying, "Grandpa, I came today to buy 2 small stools." "Yes, those kinds." Her eyes lit up as she pointed to a small stool beside Grandpa Li's foot. Grandpa Li looked at her excited face and shook his head with a smile. He found it amusing how city kids are always so curious about everything. He rummaged through a pile of sawdust, found 2 reasonably neat stools, and handed them to Lin Shi. Lin Shi happily took them, looked up, and asked, "How much, Grandpa?" Grandpa Li waved his hand and said, "Not much.
Take them.
They're leftover wood, not worth much. If you like them, just take them." Seeing Grandpa Li's indifferent attitude, Lin Shi sweetly said, "Oh, Grandpa, that's so kind of you. Well, next time I want something, I'll come find you. Then I'll have to pay, right?" Grandpa Li nodded and waved his hand, then lit a pipe. After thanking him, Lin Shi slowly walked out. Holding the 2 small stools, which weren't big but felt quite heavy, she was very happy. Now she had seats for the afternoon. Back at the youth commune, the dishes were already on the table. Lin Shi washed her face, ate a few bites of food carelessly, then made herself a cup of malted milk and drank it quickly. She changed into new clothes, lay on her bed, checked her pulse, and everything seemed normal. Then she fell into a deep sleep. After waking up from her nap, Lin Shi felt much better, but her arms and waist hurt badly. She pressed on a few acupoints and felt a bit more comfortable. She took out a pill she had prepared earlier, with ginseng added, and swallowed it with water. She had originally planned to save these 2 pills for her next treatment, but with the start of the autumn harvest, her workload increased. Plus, the weather was hot now, so she didn't dare to take any risks. Lin Shi put some white sugar into a kettle, filled it with hot water, wore a straw hat, organized her belongings, and went outside. When the work whistle blew, Lin Shi didn't delay. She carried a small stool she had borrowed from Grandpa Li and went to the wheat field. The afternoon was even hotter. Lin Shi stood in the sun, sweating heavily. She was assigned to pick wheat ears. Lin Shi was very happy. She thought the team leader was very kind. Even when Lu Jin teased her, saying she would starve if she did such little work every day, she paid no attention. In the afternoon, Dia was still there. When Lin Shi saw her, she handed her a small stool. Dia was surprised and said, "Sister Lin, is this for me?" Lin Shi nodded and said, "Yes. I saw the grandmothers sitting with small stools to pick wheat ears, so I bought 2 from Grandpa Li." "Wow, Sister Lin, you're so clever. You're so nice to me."
Dia sighed happily.
After saying that, she took the small stool and showed it off to her neighbor sisters. The girls looked at her with envy. Dia was very proud, like a little rooster after victory. Lin Shi chuckled. Kids are really interesting. With the small stool, Lin Shi worked more easily. Old Lady Lu squinted her long, narrow eyes and looked at Lin Shi from top to bottom. This morning, she already thought the girl was delicate and weak. She also looked quite charming, but she didn't seem like someone who could handle hard work. Women shouldn't focus too much on looks. Having more children is more important. Now, she was holding a new stool to work. Which girl in the village would be so luxurious? Her son and Zai also said this girl was very good, but she thought that was all lies. Old Lady Lu was known as a gossip in Hongshan Brigade. Now, she and her old friend He Lao Tai were pointing at Lin Shi and talking about her. He Lao Tai had a good impression of Lin Shi in the morning, but after her friend's gossip, her opinion changed. The two women were criticizing Lin Shi. They thought they were speaking quietly, but their voices could be heard nearby. Hearing their harsh dialect, Lin Shi was surprised. She looked back and saw they were avoiding eye contact, confirming they had just been talking about her. She was very confused. She didn't know them, so why did they bother her? The young girl pounded her small fists and said angrily, "Sister Lin, their mouths are so mean. Don't pay attention to them." She looked at the little girl who was about to rush out and hit someone. Her previously upset heart felt a bit better. She brushed off the grass from her hands and walked over to the two elderly women. She spoke kindly, "Grandma, did I do something wrong? Please tell me. I don't know what I did to upset you, and being spoken to like this isn't very nice." Lin Shi's calm face and clear words made the two nervous old women even more afraid to speak.
She didn't want to argue.
Instead, she raised her voice gently but firmly, saying, "Hello, neighbors. My name is Lin Shi. I came from Jiang province to help build our country. I know you don't know me well, or maybe you don't know every young person here. Many of us came here full of hope and energy. Some might think we're pretending to be noble, but please allow us to be who we are. If you don't know me well, I'd love to be friends. I truly welcome everyone. But please don't spread rumors or suspect anyone without reason. Spreading lies takes effort to fix. As a woman, I know how important my reputation is. If I've done something wrong, please tell me directly. Otherwise, next time I hear such words, I might have to ask the team leader to judge." After Lin Shi finished speaking, everything was silent. Old Lady Lu and the others looked pale when they heard she might tell the team leader. The villagers don't understand complicated principles, but Lin Shi's words weren't hard to understand. Some kind-hearted old women, who already disliked Old Lady Lu, quickly agreed. And to think, such a neat and obedient girl was being spoken about so badly. How unfair. Everyone turned their anger on the two old women. Lin Shi's words made her choke on her own speech. She didn't expect that one day she could speak such heartfelt words without changing her face. The children, led by the young girl, looked at Lin Shi with shining eyes. "Sister Lin, you spoke so well. It turns out studying really helps. Look, you made Old Lady Lu and the others feel embarrassed." The young girl's innocent words unintentionally hurt the two old women. After this event, Lin Shi's reputation was completely known among children and elderly women. The children liked her very much. The elderly women split into two groups. Those who liked her thought she was cheerful, generous, and genuine. Those who didn't thought she was sharp-tongued and hard to deal with. In the end, Lin Shi achieved her goal. Whether in the city or the countryside, a girl's reputation is very important. Today, hearing these two elderly women speak badly of her made her feel upset, but more than that, she wanted to stop such rumors from spreading. This incident clearly established her as someone not to be messed with. Rumors are stopped by wise people, but they are also like a hidden knife. As a modern person, Lin Shi was used to dealing with such things through the internet and other media. So, she made a strong first impression of being difficult to provoke. Although it might hurt her reputation a little, it would prevent others from unfairly accusing her in the future. Later, during work, the atmosphere was very quiet. Especially Lu Lao Tai and He Lao Tai, who had just been criticized by everyone. They wished they could bury themselves in the ground, afraid that Lin Shi would remember them. After a long day of work, Lin Shi finally finished. Walking on the road, her calves felt very sore. Lin Shi held hands with Daya and went to pick wild herbs at the outskirts of the back mountain. Daya was clearly very skilled. She picked a full bag in no time. They washed the herbs in the river water and couldn't wait to taste them. The wild herbs were sour and sweet, very stimulating to the taste buds. Lin Shi took off her shoes and socks, slowly dipped her feet into the clear river water, and sighed. After soaking in the water for a while, Lin Shi lay on the grass behind her, feeling very relaxed.
Dayamimiket her endley beside her, giggling.
Lin Shi was so adorable that she couldn't help but smile. The two played happily for a while before heading home. After a little delay, many households' chimneys were emitting smoke. Lin Shi enjoyed the warmth of everyday life, and her fatigue eased quite a bit. She took Dia back home, then leisurely returned to the youth commune. As soon as she entered, Lin Shi was startled. Everyone in the yard was staring at her. Feeling the many eyes on her, she awkwardly entered, asking what's going on? Did I cook today? He wanly looked at Lin Shi's playful and clever expression and found it very funny. During the day, she spoke with such a serious and righteous tone, but now she seemed to know nothing at all. Not wanting her to keep overthinking, he wanly quickly explained the reason to her. Seeing the excited looks in everyone's eyes, Lin Shi realized that many people truly came here with passion, not just for show. Lin Jiqing, I really appreciate you speaking up in front of the villagers today. Before, some young workers and villagers had disagreements because of misunderstandings. Honestly, the rights of the young workers here are not fully protected, even though we truly came to help build this land. But today, you set an example for us. I see now that we can honestly defend our own rights. Thank you, Tang Jun said seriously. Actually, there had been rumors about female young workers before, but they didn't speak out like Lin Shi did. Instead, they chose to suffer in silence. Tang Jun, as the leader of the young workers group, felt very frustrated about this. Lin Shi then realized that this was the first time young workers and villagers had actively stood up together. She scratched her head and said, Well, I didn't think much at the time. That old lady's words were so nasty that I couldn't stand it, so I responded to her. Being loud doesn't mean you're right. Honestly, I was a little scared she might hit me after I spoke. But luckily, there were more reasonable people. I think all of this is nothing. Our team leader is very fair, and once things are clear, that's enough. Besides, we still have the young workers' office. Since we all gathered here from different places, it's fate. As long as we stay united, others won't dare to bully us. Hearing this, the old and new young workers nodded in agreement. Yes, maybe before they were just too timid. Why not stand up for themselves? It's not their fault. Because of Lin Shi's words, even if internal relationships among the young workers later changed, they remained united on the outside. Lin Shi watched as everyone's emotions got a little out of control, probably because they had suffered a lot of unfair treatment before. She admitted she was a bit impulsive today, but at the time it was the best way she knew. However, adult emotions come and go quickly. Soon, everyone dispersed and went back to their own tasks. Lin Shi let out a breath of relief and went into her room. Today was really embarrassing. As expected, she is not suitable for working under a leader. Tonight's dinner was especially rich. Everyone agreed to make a dish of cured pork, which was prepared together by the old educated youths last year. The cured meat smelled very good. After a day of hard work, everyone couldn't wait to eat, and they all dug in happily. Lin Shi looked at the satisfied smiles on everyone's faces and felt that people in this era were truly easy to please. After dinner, a group of people quietly moved their stools under a big tree. Some sat, some stood, talking about their dreams and casually chatting about gossip. What surprised Lin Shi the most was Li Jin, who had a full beard but never spoke. He was as quiet as a shadow. He enthusiastically shared his hopes for the country, changing the impression the young educated youths had of him before. Tang Jun and Li Xiaohong, two elders, watched the scene with mixed feelings. Li Jin arrived around the same time as them. When he first came, he was handsome and charming, very popular with the girls. Later, Li Jin fell in love with a girl from the village. However, her parents disapproved. Rumors pushed her to jump into the river and commit suicide. Li Jin's spirit was broken overnight. But today, by a chance encounter with Lin Shi, the barriers that had kept Li Jin trapped for years were broken. He also rediscovered his dreams. Everyone was full of energy. Lin Shi felt like he was at a lively tea party, experiencing the real blood and flesh of this era. Even his fatigue disappeared. Late at night, Lin Shi lay on the kong, a traditional bed. His mind wandered wildly and finally settled on Lu Zheng. He wondered, how could he miss this person after just one day apart? His feelings surged intensely at this moment. Meanwhile, the young man Lin she was thinking about was frowning and arguing with a road bandit blocking the way. Lu Zheng held an iron rod, got out of the car, and spat. "Brother, that's not very kind of you. My uncle just paid the toll a few days ago."
What are you doing now?
Lu Zheng looked at the crowd surrounding him, his face showing a fierce expression. Today, he and his brother Lu had a truck full of goods to deliver to a neighboring province. But shortly after leaving, they were stopped by Wang Laobiao. Seeing the 1-meter-long iron rod in Lu Zheng's hand, Wang Laobiao felt a bit scared. But thinking that Lu Zheng was only 2 people, and he had a group of men with bigger courage, he hesitated. He raised his eyebrows and pretended to be serious. "Brother Lu, I really have no choice. Look, I have so many brothers and we all need to eat. You have a truckload of goods here, and I guess you also brought some private items. I don't want anything else from you, just split half of it with me." Lu Zheng listened to Wang Laobiao's shameless words and stopped paying attention. He grabbed a stick and swung it at him. Lu Da and Lu Xiao followed closely, working together smoothly. Wang Laobiao didn't expect Lu Zheng to be so fierce. He started hitting people suddenly and only reacted after being hit twice. "Brothers, grab your weapons and fight back. Why is he so ruthless? Whoever catches him gets to be my second in command." Lu Zheng looked at the crowd rushing toward him with disdain, curling his lips. They were all weaklings swinging sticks, but after a few hits, they didn't dare come close. Yuan San, usually quite respectful in front of Wang Laobiao, was also the first to rush forward. Now he was clearly the most badly beaten. He crawled to Wang Laobiao's side, trembling as he said, "Brother Wang, we can't beat him. That Lu Zheng is too tricky. He's all muscle and really fierce." Wang Laobiao looked at the defeated soldiers on the ground, gritted his teeth, and struggled to get up. Before he could stand steady, Lu Zheng kicked him to the ground again. Lu Zheng stepped forward, stomping Wang Laobiao's face, grinding back and forth. Seeing blood on his face, he finally stopped. At this moment, Lu Zheng, crouching down and smiling, looked even more terrifying to Wang Laobiao than a demon.
Please, I
was wrong. Don't hold a grudge, sir. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have coveted your things." Wang Laobiao knelt on the ground, fanning himself and begging through tears. Lu Zheng looked at his cowardly appearance and delivered a harsh kick. He stood up and said, "Wang Laobiao, today I also want you to see how I deal with you. Still dare to stop me? You really have a big nerve. Tell me, how will you settle this? If you're not satisfied, don't come back here. This place is beautiful and quiet, perfect for a final rest." Hearing Lu Zheng's blunt threat, Wang Laobiao was crying and sniveling, looking miserable. But Lu Zheng was not someone easy to fool. Seeing him cry endlessly, he delivered another kick. Wang Laobiao yelped and howled, but it didn't evoke any sympathy from the men. In the end, Wang Laobiao's 2 black market routes were transferred to Lu Zheng. He got back into the car, sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed to rest. Lu Dao was driving happily and said, "Brother, you look so handsome today. With just a few quick hits, you scared old Wang so badly he wet his pants. Those cowards dare to block us? Do they even know who we are?" Lu Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Lu Zheng was annoyed by these 2 troublemakers and impatiently kicked the car seat. Only then did they quiet down. He rubbed his aching forehead and carefully thought about the situation. He needed to deliver the goods in his truck to a nearby electronics factory. There were still 1,000 items of his own private stock left. He had invested years into this. Today's event was a warning. It seemed someone didn't like him and wanted to cause trouble. If he weren't eager to make money quickly for the bride price, Lu Zheng could afford to take his time and deal with them slowly. After this trip, he decided to be more low-key. He knew there were still people watching him from the shadows. He wasn't alone now, and he had to stay clean and careful. He missed the young girl. He wondered if she thought of him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang was still staying up late on the road, while Lin she was peacefully deep in her dreams. The next few days were sunny and bright. Lu Zhenghua arranged for the villagers to start harvesting continuously, increasing the labor force. Lin she massaged her sore shoulders and worked hard at her tasks. Every day, she ate, worked, and then fell asleep. Her face looked very thin. After more than 10 days of hard work, they finally harvested the last grain before the heavy rain started. Looking outside at the pouring rain, Lu Zhenghua's serious face slowly turned into a smile. This year, the village finally had enough grain. The villagers also finally got a chance to rest in the heavy rain. 10 days of intense work had worn out even the strongest men, not to mention the weaker women and children. The whole village slowly recovered in the pouring rain. Unfortunately, Lin she caught a fever. Her health was already poor, and after all the hard work over the past 10 days, she suddenly collapsed. Late at night, everyone was asleep. Lin she was feverish and groggy, quietly crying in her sleep. Li Xiaohong was the first to notice something was wrong. She quickly checked on her. She lit a kerosene lamp, and Lin Shi's face was red like a burn mark, her body burning hot. Su Wei and Lu Zhaodi were also awakened by the noise. Seeing Lin Shi's condition, they both got up to help. Li Xiaohong went outside to fetch a basin of cold water and covered Lin Shi's forehead with a towel. Su Wei used alcohol and worked with Lu Zhaodi to help clean Lin Shi's body. Late at night, it was still raining. The village didn't have a health clinic. Only the town had one. The three took turns caring for Lin Shi. After a few hours of tending, her fever gradually subsided. At this moment, Lin Shi didn't realize she had a fever. She found herself back in the modern world, in that cold, empty house, her only home. She searched everywhere, but couldn't find a way back. Lying on the bed, she cried uncontrollably. She hadn't yet shown proper respect to her parents, nor had she experienced love. Lin she was very sad. Exhausted from crying, she fell asleep. In her dreams, she faced more nightmares. She saw a flood happening near the flood control team, and many people lost their lives. She saw Lu Zheng being swept away by a big wave while trying to save someone, dying in the rushing water. No, please. Lin she cried out loudly. Suddenly, she sat up sharply, gasping for air, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Li Xiaohong leaned against the bed, closing her eyes to rest. Hearing the noise, she quickly comforted Lin Shi. It's okay, it's okay. It was just a nightmare, right? Don't be afraid. Everything's fine. Li Xiaohong's voice reached Lin Shi's ears. Slowly, she began to wake up from her confusion. Her eyes were hazy, and her fingers clutched the quilt tightly, turning white. Li Xiaohong kept patting Lin Shi's back and comforting her. She knew Lin Shi must have been haunted by a nightmare. After a while, Lin Shi calmed down and managed to detach herself from the terrifying dream. Her hands relaxed, and she collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Seeing that Lin Shi's eyes had lost focus, Li Xiaohong gently touched her forehead and noticed her fever had broken. She then said softly, Lin Jiqing, do you feel a bit better now? You had a fever last night, and it was raining heavily. We couldn't do much, so we used alcohol to wipe your hands and feet. Luckily, your temperature went down. Her face was gentle and full of warmth. Lin Shi came to herself, her voice hoarse and difficult to speak, but she managed to thank them. Su Wei quickly poured her a cup of warm water. Lu Zhaodi and Li Xiaohong helped her sit up. Lin Shi leaned against Li Xiaohong, slowly drinking the warm water. Her sore throat felt a little better. After all that fuss, dawn had already broken. Su Wei first went to the kitchen to busy herself, while the other two sat in the room knitting sweaters and watching Lin Shi. Lin Shi drank a glass of water and then fell into a drowsy sleep. When Su Wei saw He Wenli come out, she quickly told him about Lin Shi having a fever late at night. He Wenli looked worried and listened carefully. He looked around the room, took out a small bag of flour and 2 eggs, and went into the kitchen. Su Wei was preparing breakfast for everyone. He Wenli explained his purpose to her. then started boiling water and kneading the dough. The flour was expensive, but he didn't mind. He made about a bowl of noodles and began kneading. He was a man with strong hands, so he kneaded the dough quickly. After it rested, he rolled it into a round shape, flattened it repeatedly, and cut it into thin noodles. After finishing, Su Wei's breakfast was ready. Seeing the pot was empty, he Wenli didn't hesitate and put the noodles in to cook. He scooped out the noodles, let them cool, and fried 2 beautiful fried eggs. He poured hot water over them, boiled it, and served it in a bowl. A fragrant bowl of noodles was ready. Su Wei watched He Wenli roll up his sleeves and work skillfully, feeling very surprised. Not many boys knew how to cook these days. The aroma in the air suggested the noodles must taste excellent. Seeing He Wenli look over, she nodded without needing him to say anything and carried the noodles into the room. He Wenli watched her go in, feeling worried. She was already in poor health. These days, not only her but also most men couldn't handle much, so it was no wonder she got sick. She had thought she might be getting better recently, but she still had a fever. Meanwhile, Su Wei brought in the noodles, and the delicious smell quickly filled the room. Li Xiaohong gently patted Lin Shi and said, "Lin Jiqing, wake up and eat something." Lin Shi followed her gentle push and slowly sat up. She had been burning all night, and her stomach was empty. Now, smelling the fragrant noodles, her stomach was growling loudly. After rinsing her mouth briefly, worried she might not have enough strength to hold the bowl, Li Xiaohong carefully fed her the noodles little by little. Lin Shi ate small bites. The hand-pulled noodles were smooth and tender, and the eggs added flavor. Her appetite was fully stimulated, and she ate more than half a bowl. She took 2 more sips of soup, and finally, her stomach felt a little more comfortable. After eating noodles, Lin Shi couldn't stand the smell of sweat on her body. With the help of the 3 people, she changed into new clothes, took a ginseng pill, and lay down again. Li Xiaohong and the others saw her gradually falling into a peaceful sleep, so they didn't disturb her. They gently closed the door and left. He Wenli was still standing at the door. When he saw Su Wei come out, he looked at her with eager eyes. Su Wei didn't hide anything and quickly said, "He Jiqing, Lin Jiqing's fever has now gone down. Look, she has eaten most of her noodles, so she's much better than last night." He Wenli looked at the nearly finished bowl of noodles and felt a little more at ease. As long as she could eat, it was good. Seeing the dark circles under the 3 people's eyes, he knew they probably didn't sleep well last night while taking care of Lin Shi. He sincerely thanked the 3 of them. He was naturally handsome and gentle. Usually, he didn't talk much and often read a book. Now, a handsome young man thanking them so sincerely made the girls a bit shy. Even Su Wei, the most playful, reached up and touched her head. Lin Shi lay on the bed, drowsily falling into sleep. This time, she didn't have nightmares and slept deeply. After about 2 hours, Lin Shi woke up. No one was in the room, so they must have gone out. It was still raining outside, tapping on the eaves. Lin Shi struggled to get out of bed. After the high fever, she felt weak and floating, with no strength at all. At this moment, Lu Zhaodi just came in to check on her. Seeing her about to fall, she quickly picked her up. Lu Zhaodi was from the north. She was tall and strong, easily lifting Lin Shi. Seeing Lin Shi's pale face, Lu Zhaodi felt very sorry for her. She was already small and thin, and illness made her look even weaker. Actually, Lin Shi was 165 centimeters tall. "Lin Jiqing, do you need to go out? To the bathroom or something? I'll carry you so you won't fall," Lu Zhaodi promised confidently. Lin Shi felt very embarrassed by this, but she really needed to go to the bathroom. It was too awkward to ask Lu Zhaodi to carry her. In the end, Lu Zhaodi helped her out the door. After solving her personal problem, Lin Shi felt much better. Lu Zhaodi helped her sit under the eaves. Then she picked up her unfinished sweater and continued knitting. He Wenli hadn't left all morning, worried that Lin Shi's fever might return. When he saw her come out, he hurried over. "Little stream, how do you feel now? Better? Is there anything else uncomfortable?" Lin Shi shook her head and said, "Brother Wenli, I feel much better now." The fever has gone down, but I am a bit tired. Hearing Lin Xi's hoarse voice, he Wenli felt very worried. This girl is not in good health. A small fever has worn her out so much. He nodded and turned to the kitchen to make her a glass of light salt water. Lin Xi took it and took a sip. The warm water with a light salty taste made her feel a little better. She took another sip and felt her throat was more comfortable. Lin Xi asked, Brother Wenli, has this rain been falling since yesterday morning? It's so heavy. Will the Black Province experience flooding like here? Lin Xi's face was pale, and her bright eyes looked at the accumulated rainwater in the yard. She still couldn't forget everything from her dream. She was afraid everything would come true, afraid that the person in her dream would really die. He Wenli looked in the direction of her gaze and also felt tense. The rain was indeed very heavy, and it had been falling for a long time. The nearby riverbanks should have risen. Suppressing his worries, he Wenli said in a relaxed tone, All right, little stream, don't worry too much. What you need now is to rest well. I will talk to Tang Jiqing and see if they think this situation is normal. We're new here and inexperienced, so let's hear what they say. Lin Xi nodded. Next to her, Lu Zhaodi also stopped knitting and started to think carefully. Lin Xi leaned on the chair for a while but still couldn't calm her mind. She was really worried about Lu Zheng, but if she had to explain why, was it because she had a dream? That definitely wasn't realistic, and she was afraid no one would listen to her. Her delicate fingers looked at her legs again and again, her small brows furrowed tightly. This was something that really upset her. However, by evening, a new turn of events occurred. The rain kept falling but was gradually getting lighter. Lin Xi had sweated heavily in her quilt in the afternoon, and her body felt much lighter. She checked her pulse and felt her condition was returning to normal, so she let out a sigh of relief. These days, doctors are few, clinics are far away, and with the rain, going to the hospital is not easy unless it's absolutely necessary. After dinner, Lin Xi took a shower and felt very comfortable. She sat under the eaves, drying her hair and staring at the rain in a daze. Suddenly, a stone was thrown into the yard. Lin Xi looked over there, and it was the person she had been worried about all day. She quickly waved her hand and softly called him to come down. Lu Zheng was wearing a raincoat. Seeing how anxious the young girl looked, he felt very happy. Recently, he had been busy with work and didn't even have time to visit her. Today, when he returned, he couldn't help but run to the youth station. He didn't plan to climb over the wall, just wanted to peek over the top. Luckily, fate was on his side, and his little girl was waiting for him there. Lu Zheng looked around and saw only the girl sitting alone. He supported himself with his hand and jumped into the yard. It was dark at night, with only a small kerosene lamp in Lin Xi's hand giving off a faint yellow glow. Seeing Lu Zheng suddenly jump down so abruptly, Lin Xi's heart skipped a beat from fright. When he approached, his face still showed signs of shock. As Lu Zheng got closer, Lin Xi quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Seeing the white cloth handed to him, he didn't take it, worried that the water might stain his clothes and dirty the girl. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Xi directly reached out and pressed the cloth against his face, wiping quickly a few times. Lu Zheng was confused by the sudden firmness of the girl, but didn't dare to delay, quickly taking the handkerchief. Seeing him behave so obediently, Lin Xi finally stopped and sat on a stool to watch him. At this moment, seeing the lively Lu Zheng playing with her, she felt her heart settle down. After wiping his face clean, the handkerchief was almost soaked. He gently rubbed the smooth fabric with his fingertips, but couldn't resist slipping it into his pocket. He originally wanted to look at his girl carefully, but upon closer inspection, he saw that her face was terribly pale, her chin sharper, and she looked very thin. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Are you tired from work? Why do you look so thin? Lu Zheng asked in a series, his face showing concern. He didn't expect that in just over 10 days, his girl would become like this. She used to have some flesh on her face, but now she was as thin as a skeleton. Lin Xi unconsciously touched her face. Recently, she had been busy with the autumn harvest and was very exhausted. She was already picky about her food, which was not very tasty, and she was working overtime every day. Plus, she had a high fever yesterday, which made her look even worse. Well, I might be a bit tired lately. I had a fever yesterday, so my face doesn't look very good, Lin said slowly. Li Zheng looked at the thin young girl and felt very sad inside. He reached out and touched her face, but there was no flesh. When his rough hand touched her, Lin felt very uncomfortable and quickly pulled his hand away. Seeing Li Zheng's growing concern, Lin awkwardly changed the subject and asked, "Why are you here? Have you finished all your work?" Li Zheng squatted on the ground and nodded. Lin continued, "Li Zheng, do you think the rain these days is normal? I just arrived this year, so I don't understand the geography here. But it seems to be raining very heavily and hasn't stopped. If it were back home, there would be a big flood by now." Li Zheng looked at the water that had accumulated over an inch in the yard and frowned. The area where they were was at a middle height in their village, yet the water had already reached here. The Qingshui River must be blocked somewhere. The Qingshui River is the main river used by their Hongshan Brigade, and 2 other villages downstream depend on it for their livelihood. Li Zheng thought more deeply, and Lin didn't bother him, just listening quietly. "Xiao Shi, this water really does seem unusual. I don't know the exact situation now, but when I go back, I'll ask my dad to check tomorrow. If it's a big flood, we need to prepare." Lin nodded. She couldn't do much in practice, but she could warn them. Everything in her dream felt very real, and she couldn't imagine what to do if something actually happened. She frowned and looked into Li Zheng's eyes, saying, "Li Zheng, you promise me. Don't go near the river, okay? Don't help out or do any work there, all right?" Lin Shi's words were confusing, but Li Zheng instinctively didn't want to upset her, so he quickly agreed. Even though Li Zheng nodded, Lin Shi still felt uneasy. "I know this might sound silly, but I hope you take my words seriously. I had a very bad dream, and I'm really scared," Lin said, lowering her head and clutching her fingers so hard they turned white. Seeing this, Li Zheng's brow twitched. He quickly reached out and gently took her hand away to prevent her from hurting herself. "I believe I will put my safety first. Don't worry, okay? I won't be so foolish. I haven't even started dating you, so I can't just die like this." It was meant as a joke, but when Lin heard the word die, tears welled up in her eyes. She remembered her dream where Li Zheng was swept away by the flood, and the body she found was badly damaged. Li Zheng was so frightened by the little girl's tears that he carefully wiped her tears with his fingertips while nervously apologizing. "Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Sorry, did I say something wrong?" "Don't cry. You're making my heart break." Lin was crying silently, looking very sad. Li Zheng was at a loss, wiping her tears repeatedly, but afraid to press too hard so as not to hurt her. "Xiaoxi, I swear I won't go to the riverbank this time. Even if the water rises, I won't go to help. I'll stay by your side. Is that okay?" Lin with tearful eyes, listened to his promise and stopped crying. Choking, she said, "Are you serious? You really won't go near the river or help?" Li Zheng nodded firmly twice, worried that if he reacted slowly, the girl might get upset again. He raised 4 fingers and said, "I swear, really. I'm not that bad-hearted. I want to live a long life." Lin stretched out her delicate little finger, stubbornly saying, "Huck." Reluctantly, Li Zheng agreed to their 3 promises before finally calming her down. Seeing the girl with red eyes and a red nose, Li Zheng's heart softened completely. He gently patted her head and awkwardly comforted her. Once her emotions settled, Li Zheng hurriedly urged her to go back to her room and sleep. She was still sick and had delayed with him for so long. She shouldn't be out in the wind. Plus, the youth commune was crowded, and it wouldn't look good if anyone saw him. At this moment, Lin regained her composure and felt deeply embarrassed about crying. She couldn't forgive herself for crying like that. Hearing Li Zheng's words, she no longer hesitated and slowly went back to her room. After watching the girl go inside, Li Zheng braved the rain and climbed over the wall again. Back home, without saying a word, he knocked on his father's door. Lu Zhenghua was sleeping soundly, but the knock startled him awake, unsure of what was happening. He put on his clothes, lit the kerosene lamp, and opened the door to see Li Jing standing outside, soaked and wet, which surprised him. "Where are you going? Why do you look like this?" Li Jing was less patient with his father than with Lin Shi. He grabbed his father and stood under the eaves, pointing at the water in the yard for him to see. Their land was higher, so there was little water accumulation. Plus, summer rains were frequent, and Lu Jinghua hadn't paid much attention. But now, seeing Li Zheng's reminder, his face turned grim. Lu Jinghua looked up at the dark sky. It was raining heavily, hitting the eaves with a dull sound that made his heart tighten. Lu Zheng saw that Lu Jinghua was already worried about this matter, so he didn't say anything and went to the kitchen to wash himself. On rainy days, the roads are muddy and difficult to walk. On his way back, Lu Zheng almost slipped into a pit and got mud all over his pants. After washing himself thoroughly, he felt better. He dried his hair and went to the main hall, where he saw Lu Jinghua wearing a raincoat and rolled-up pants, ready to go out. "Dad, are you going out now? It's such heavy rain. You might not see the road clearly." "It's okay. I'm used to going out in the rain. The road is muddy, but I'll walk slowly. Now that you mentioned it, I feel uneasy about this rain. I have a strange feeling. I want to talk to the old village chief." Lu Zheng remembered the wise old village chief and felt a bit more at ease.
All right, Dad.
"Be careful on the way. The old village chief is experienced and can give you good advice." Lu Jinghua nodded, told him to go to bed early, and turned to leave in the rain. Lu Zheng watched his father's steady figure walk away and then went inside to rest. These past 10 days, he hadn't rested well and didn't dare to. So many goods depended on just 3 people. All his money was invested in this, so the pressure was huge. Luckily, this time they gained a lot. Even if he wanted to go, he wouldn't dare. The girl's crying still haunted him. He needed to comfort her properly tomorrow. Now, lying in a familiar place, Lu Zheng quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lu Jinghua's face was heavy with worry. The muddy road was difficult to walk, even for experienced farmers. When he reached the old village chief's house, it was completely dark. Lu Jinghua knocked loudly on the door and called, "Uncle Li, it's me, Jinghua. I need to talk to you. Please open the door." He knocked twice more. Hey, I'm coming," the old village chief's voice responded from afar. Soon the door opened. It was raining heavily and they didn't say much. They hurried into the main hall. Lu Jinghua casually wiped the rain from his face and explained his purpose to the old village chief. "Uncle Li, I'm sorry to bother you so late. The rain is really heavy today and I feel uneasy inside." Secretary Li looked at the non-stop rain in the yard, his eyes growing heavier. "The rain has been quite heavy. Do you remember that big storm when you were a child? It washed away the house completely," he said slowly. Lu Jinghua nodded and replied, "I remember. How could I forget? If my mother hadn't carried me and Fugu up the mountain, we might have drowned." Thinking of that terrible flood, Lu Jinghua felt a tightness in his chest. Even after more than 40 years, he still felt uneasy inside. Back then, it rained heavily for 4 or 5 days. Many elders took their families into the mountains to hide. His father was on the front line, and his mother, with 4 children, packed their belongings and followed into the mountains. The rain was very strong, and since he and his younger brother were small, their mother carried them. His older sister and second sister helped each other. They must have fallen many times before reaching the meeting point. Old Secretary Li smoked a dry pipe, his fingers constantly fiddling with the stem. After a moment, he said slowly, "Jinghua, I think this rain is unusual. We need to start planning early. I think tomorrow morning we should call an accountant and others to check the Qing Shui River. We need to see what's really happening. The dam needs reinforcement. Our grain storage must be protected. That's our year's hard work. And the children, tell their families not to let them play near the river." Old Secretary Li's voice was hoarse but firm. Lu Jinghua also calmed down and added some details he hadn't said. The two talked all night by the faint light. At dawn, the rain slowed and stopped. Lu Jinghua turned his head, stretched, and walked out confidently. Old Secretary Li tapped his pipe and slowly went back to rest. He was old now, and some things had to be left to the younger generation. Most villagers wake up early. Lu Zhanguo walked through the village, where many people were already up, feeding chickens, preparing breakfast, a peaceful scene. Seeing the villagers so calm, his determination to prevent any trouble for the Hongshan Brigade grew stronger. This was his childhood home, every plant and tree holding deep feelings. He went to Chen Accountant's house, and just happened to meet Chen Chunsheng, who was about to leave. "Why are you in such a hurry? Is everything okay?" Lu Zhanguo asked with concern. Chen Chunsheng saw Lu Zhanguo, his eyes brightening as he excitedly said, "Uncle Lu, I was just about to find you. You happen to be here now. Come on, let's go inside." He pulled Lu Zhanguo into the house. "Xiaoying, serve Uncle a bowl of noodles and remember to add a boiled egg." Chen Chunsheng called out loudly. Li Xiaoying responded with an "oh," then started busying herself in the kitchen. Lu Zhanguo quickly declined. "Xiaoying, don't listen to Chunsheng. You can eat your own food. I'll eat later." Chen Chunsheng smiled and said, "Uncle, why are you so polite? It's still early. There's no need for breakfast now. We'll eat here today. I came to talk to you about something important." Lu Zhanguo nodded without saying much, signaling Chen Chunsheng to continue. Once they sat down, Chen Chunsheng said, "Uncle, I think we should call some young people from the village to help reinforce the dam. The rain is so heavy. I'm worried it might wash away the embankment." Lu Zhanguo looked at Chen Chunsheng approvingly. He was a young man from their village, but he thought just as carefully as the elders. With young people like him in the Huanshan Brigade, he felt more at ease. Lu Zhanguo patted Chen Chunsheng's shoulder and said, "Chunsheng, I came today just to talk about this. I didn't expect you to notice it too. It's true, the dam needs reinforcement. I also discussed with your village secretary and grandpa. We need to check and record all the grain in the warehouse and prepare for rain. Don't let it get wet. Come on, Uncle Chunsheng, the noodles are ready. Eat while hot. If it's not enough, we can add more," Li Xiaoying cheerfully said. A big bowl of hand-pulled noodles, topped with a golden boiled egg, with green scallions sprinkled on top, just smelling it was enough to make anyone hungry. They didn't delay any more and ate heartily. They had a busy day ahead. After eating, they would call people to reinforce the dam. While the rain paused, Lu Zhanguo and Chen Chunsheng split up. One went to the brigade office to gather workers. The other checked the grain in the warehouse. Hello.
Villager, urgent annoncement.
We need about 30 young and strong workers to reinforce the dam. Earn 10 work points a day. If you're available, come quickly to the grain drying yard at the brigade office to sign up." Lu Zhanguo's steady voice echoed through the village from the loudspeaker. Most villagers had already woken up and heard the loudspeaker calling out. The men were going to the team office for work or just to pass the time. Earning 10 work points was better than staying at home. At the youth station, breakfast had just been served. When they heard the loudspeaker, Tang Zhen and Li Jin hurried to finish their food and left quickly. Others didn't have the same idea. Lin Chi rested all night and felt much better. Hearing the broadcast made her feel more at ease. As long as someone paid attention, there wouldn't be big problems. The villagers knew the area well, since they were born here. They understood the situation better. Right now, the most important person to watch was Lu Zheng. Even if it was just a dream, avoiding trouble was the best choice. Lin Chi was eating porridge made from crushed grains, and her mind kept spinning. Suddenly, when she put down her bowl, she had a bright idea. Today, Lu Zheng got up early. He wanted to make some good food for his little girl, so she could have small treats. Seeing how thin she was made him feel very sad. He went to the kitchen, but Lu Tsuehua was still asleep. He lit the fire and started boiling water. He looked through the cupboard and found a small bag of flour. Although the Lu family was fairly well off, only children who returned home ate finer grains. Usually, except for Ma Jiulian, Lu Zhenghua and Lu Tsuehua ate a mix of coarse and fine grains. Lu Zheng told them many times that their family was okay now, and they shouldn't be so frugal. But the older generation was used to saving and was very cautious. So, whenever Lu Zheng and his siblings brought back anything from outside, Lu Zhenghua and his wife kept it, saving it for later. For example, the white flower was brought back by Lu Chuan from the black market. It had been 2 months, and there was still so much left. He had come back a few times in those 2 months, so it seemed like they hadn't eaten much. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, but couldn't say much. The older generation was used to saving. He poured the flour into a basin, added water, and started kneading the dough. He washed the cured meat on the wall, cut it into small pieces, and then heated a large pot to fry the meat until fragrant. After the dough rested for a while and the meat was ready, Lu Chuan cut the dough into small portions and rolled them into even, thick pancakes. He filled the middle of 2 pancakes with plenty of diced cured meat and pinched them shut tightly. A small bag of flour could make more than 10 of these pancakes. Lu Chuan lit the firewood, preheated the large pot, brushed a thin layer of oil on it, and then placed a circle of pancakes on top. The pancakes quickly puffed up and turned golden yellow. The delicious smell kept filling the small kitchen. Early in the morning, Lu Chuan got up and found that her husband hadn't come back yet. When she went to the kitchen, she was very angry at the mischievous boy. Seeing the half basin of white flour pancakes, Lu Chuan suddenly felt dizzy. "Oh my, you wasteful child. Why are you making so many pancakes so early in the morning? Hoo-hoo, so much white flour." She reached out to pinch Lu Zheng's ear. Lu Zheng had already guessed Lu Chuan's trick. He dodged skillfully, picked up the basin, and ran to his room, making Lu Chuan curse behind his back. Lu Zheng ran into his room, wrapped the pancakes in oil paper, making 8 square packages. These pancakes could be stored for a long time, even 10 or 15 days in this weather. He carried the remaining 5 pancakes out with the basin. Lu Chuan was feeding the chickens and didn't even bother to look at him when he came out. Lu Zheng touched his nose, grinned, and said, "Mom, don't be angry. I just wanted to eat some pancakes. Look, they smell so good. Come on, let's taste them." Lu Chuan gave him a playful nudge. "Can you speak like a normal person? These are made with pure white flour. Of course they smell good. You keep making trouble every day, you'll eat your parents' bones someday." "Oh, Mom, why are you so harsh? It hurts," Lu Zheng whined. Hearing the noisy argument between mother and son early in the morning, Ma Julian slowly came out of her room. Seeing her grandmother, the 2 children immediately stopped arguing and helped her sit on a chair. When Lu Zheng saw his grandma come out, his face lit up with excitement. "Grandma, look. Are these pancakes good? Mom always scolds me, but I have enough to eat." "Never mind her. Grandma, you eat." Ma Julian gently touched her clever grandson's face and smiled happily. Lu Chuan muttered unhappily, "Grandma, just spoil him." Lu Zheng then cheerfully begged Lu Chuan to try some, making both of them laugh happily. Each of them ate 1 pancake, and the remaining 2 were taken to Lu Zhengua by Lu Chuan. Lu Zheng helped his grandma back to her room and then wanted to find Lin Shi. Ma Julian tugged on his sleeve and secretly took out a small cloth bag. Ma Julian slowly took out 3 big pieces of bread and handed them to Lu Zheng. "Good grandson, Grandma knows you're going to see Xiao Lin the young worker today. Here, take this money and buy some good food for the kid. Don't be stingy." Lu Zheng didn't want to take it but also didn't want to hurt her kind heart. They both tried to refuse each other. "Grandma, I have money. You don't know, your grandson is good at earning. I made a little more money the other day. Don't always give me money. Keep it for yourself." Ma Julian looked serious. "Hey, how can that be the same? Grandma knows you have money, but this is just a small gift from Grandma. Do you think it's too little?" After saying that, she shoved the money into Lu Zheng's arms and looked at him sternly. Lu Zheng, feeling helpless, put the money away. "All right, Grandma, I'm leaving now. I'll take her 2 buns. She had a fever yesterday."
Ma Julian nodded.
She loved seeing her eldest grandson happy. Lu Zheng was walking on the road, thinking about the radio broadcast from breakfast. It seemed his father and the old secretary had planned a good strategy, so he didn't need to worry anymore. As for repairing the riverbank, he wasn't planning to go. His little girl was already told not to go near the river. If he went, she would definitely cry from anger again. Lu Zheng carried a paper bag of oil and thought about how the girl would look when she saw it.
He felt very happy inside.
Meanwhile, Lin Shi, dressed and ready to go out, told He Wenli she was going to the town to find Lu Qiqi, then left the house. She stood under a tree, hesitating whether to visit the team leader's house, but in the end, she didn't go because she inexplicably felt that Lu Zheng would come to find her. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Zheng appeared at the corner. Lu Zheng saw the girl standing there gracefully. Without thinking much, he hurried over. He was a little out of breath, hands on his knees, looking up at Lin Shi with a big, bright smile. Lin Shi was dazzled by his smile and couldn't help but smile back. They looked at each other silly, and the air seemed so sweet it could be pulled apart. Lu Zheng's intense gaze made Lin Shi shyly lower her head. That was when she remembered her important reason for being there. I still feel a bit unwell today. I want to go to the town health clinic. Brother, Wenli has something to do. Can you accompany me? Lin Shi's voice was a little nervous. When Lu Zheng heard that she wasn't feeling well, he immediately became anxious. Sure, I will definitely go with you. Does your head still hurt? Did you have a fever again last night?
Come on, let's go right now.
Seeing how worried Lu Zheng looked, Lin Shi felt a bit uncomfortable, but she couldn't say no. Once she said something, she couldn't take it back, so she just followed Lu Zheng toward the village entrance. Fortunately, there weren't many people today. Uncle Lu was waiting there. When he saw Lin Shi and Lu Zheng, he smiled and asked, "Oh, you two met by chance. What are you planning to do in town today?" We ran into each other on the way. Lin Jiqing and my sister get along well, and they know each other, so we came together. Lu Zheng casually made up an excuse. Luckily, Uncle Lu wasn't the type to ask too many questions. Hearing this, he smiled and started riding his donkey toward town. Seeing that only the two of them were in the cart, Lin Shi looked surprised. "Uncle, why is it just us today? Won't that make your fare cheaper?" Uncle Lu chuckled. "It's okay. Today, most people are busy fixing this, so not many are around. Plus, Little Flower has some babies now, and I don't want it to carry so many people." Looking at the donkey in front of the cart, Lin Shi tentatively reached out and touched it. Little Flower didn't resist. It twitched and snorted. Seeing Lin Shi smile so happily, Lu Zheng felt a bit less worried. He kept a close eye on her the whole way, afraid she might suddenly feel unwell. Leaning on the rocking donkey cart, Lin Shi swayed back and forth. Neither of them spoke to her, and gradually she fell asleep. After about half an hour, Lu Zheng gently patted her hand. Lin Shi slowly woke up, feeling a bit dizzy from the passing trees and the gentle rocking. Watching the girl yawn and cover her mouth, Lu Zheng's eyes filled with tenderness. How can someone be so beautiful everywhere? They stopped again under the big elm tree from last time. After paying, Lin Shi and Lu Zheng got off the cart. Uncle Lu watched them walk away with a smile. "Shall we go to the health clinic now? Are you still feeling very unwell?" Lu Zheng asked worriedly. Lin Shi fiddled with her fingers, looking guilty. "If I say I'm fine now, do you believe me?" Seeing her sincere face, Lu Zheng silently clenched his teeth. This little troublemaker, how can she lie to him? Noticing the dangerous look in Lu Zheng's eyes, Lin Shi quickly explained, "I didn't mean to lie to you. I just didn't want you to go to the riverbank. And I was just planning to buy medicine. I only used my own prescription." Lin Shi's voice grew softer. Lu Zheng gently tapped Lin Shi's head and said, "I promised I wouldn't go if you didn't want to."
"How could I lie to you? You scared me."
"Do you know how worried I was, you little troublemaker?" Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Lin Shi felt very nervous. She looked up at him and said, "Well, I didn't mean to do it on purpose." Sorry. Lu Zheng's heart felt like it was pierced by an arrow. He couldn't help but gently ruffle Lin Shi's hair. "Oh, I'm not angry. I was just joking. Silly girl." Only then did Lin Shi realize she had been tricked. She lowered her head and walked straight ahead. Lu Zheng followed behind, quietly amused. The two of them, one after the other, under Lu Zheng's quiet guidance, finally found a traditional Chinese medicine shop after turning several corners. The shop assistant was dozing off when someone entered. He quickly wiped his mouth and sat up. "Hello, What kind of medicine do you need? Our shop may be small, but we have everything you might want, the assistant said cheerfully. She was amused by how clever the assistant was. He seemed quite interesting. She took out her pre-written prescription from her small bag and handed it to him. The assistant glanced at it briefly, a look of admiration in his eyes. The handwriting was very beautiful. He wondered who the expert was that wrote it. There were 2 rare ingredients in the prescription. The assistant went to ask the shop owner for approval before preparing 10 packs of medicine. She watched the assistant skillfully weigh the herbs, moving smoothly like flowing water. A trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. Lu Chuan kept watching the girl. He felt she was always surprising him. How did such a young girl learn medicine? It seemed to be a nearly lost traditional Chinese medical skill. But then he remembered that she had been sick since she was born. Perhaps she had become a healer because of her long illness. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan felt even more caring towards Shi. About 20 minutes later, the assistant neatly packed the 10 packs of medicine. Lu Chuan took the bags and hurriedly paid. He then took Shi out and asked, "Cici, do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere? Don't be afraid. I will stay with you." Shi shook her head and said, "No, I feel much better now. I just have a weak body." Lu Chuan stopped talking and took the girl to a state-run restaurant. Shi looked at the familiar decor and the indifferent waiters, feeling strangely amused. Afraid that Lu Chuan would order too many dishes again like last time, Agi-chan told him, Lu Chuan, today it's just the 2 of us. Please don't order too much food, so we can finish it." Lu Chuan replied, Okay, I understand." After settling Shi, he went to the kitchen confidently. Shi looked at Lu Zheng's back, feeling speechless and emotional. "I just can't believe he truly knows how much he can eat." Fortunately, this time Lu Zheng didn't surprise her with a big feast. There was a plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables, a stir-fried cabbage dish, and a big bowl of rice. Seeing the rice made Shi very happy. It's not because she's greedy, mainly because, being from the South in both her past and present life, rice is really her favorite food. Lu Zheng filled her a big bowl of rice and said, "You have to finish this bowl. Don't leave any. You see how thin you've become." She looked at the tightly packed bowl of rice, grimaced, and quickly scooped out a little when Lu Zheng wasn't paying attention. Lu Zheng kept helping her by adding dishes, worried she wouldn't be full, until the rice bowl was almost overflowing with rice. Eating the melt-in-your-mouth braised pork with a bite of rice, the flavor was amazing. The stir-fried cabbage used lard, which made it taste incredibly good. No wonder the chef at the state-run restaurant is worth the price. These dishes are really good. The 2 of them ate in a happy, absorbed state. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Zheng and Shi happily left the state-run restaurant. Seeing the weather was still nice, Lu Zheng took Shi to the supply and marketing cooperative store. Today, Lu Chi was off work. Hearing she wasn't there, Shi felt a bit disappointed. She liked Lu Chi very much, and they got along well. But Lu Zheng was actually quite happy to hear Lu Chi wasn't coming, since it saved that crazy woman from criticizing him in front of Shi. They arrived at the fabric section. The fabrics there were quite simple in style and color, just plain linen and cotton. The slightly better ones were made of good quality cloth. Most of the colors were gray, black, and blue. Lu Zheng rummaged through the fabrics and finally found a light blue cotton cloth. Holding up the cotton fabric, Lu Zheng smiled and asked Shi, "Xiaoxi, what do you think of this fabric? Do you like this color?" Shi touched it. It was very soft. Also, Lu Zheng's taste was really good. Everything he picked suited her perfectly. Shi nodded, and Lu Zheng's smile widened immediately. The shop assistant was also good at reading people's moods. Seeing Lu Zheng spend generously, she quickly went to the warehouse and brought out a piece of fine cloth that hadn't been displayed yet. The light pink fabric shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. Lu Zheng immediately liked it. Shi has fair skin, and wearing pink would look very nice on her. Plus, young girls love cute styles and pink is rare. This fabric could be used to make a short shirt or a traditional skirt. The blue fabric could be used for a top or a dress. Lu Zheng decided to buy these fabrics. She liked both, but she thought the colors were too bright for the countryside. She tugged on Lu Zheng's sleeve and said, "Lu Zheng, these colors are too bright. I need to work, so I can't wear them." Lu Zheng gently replied, "Xiaoxi, you can wear them when you're not working or going out to play. I just like you to dress pretty, you know that. Come on, don't refuse me, just buy them." The shop assistant also tried to persuade them. Lin, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. After buying the fabrics, Lu Zheng went to another place and bought a lot of snacks and candies, including 2 jin of white rabbit milk candies. Seeing him seem to be filling the supply store, Lin Shi quickly stopped him. Lu Zheng finally stopped, a bit disappointed. They left the supply store, with Lu Zheng carrying big bags. Lin Shi wanted to help but was not allowed. Seeing Lu Zheng's happy smile, Lin Shi was also affected. Fine, just buy them." She thought she could give him a small gift later. Lu Zheng looked up at the sky. The weather changed so quickly. Just moments ago, it was clear, and now dark clouds covered the sky. He put down his things and told Lin Shi to wait under a tree. He wanted to borrow a bicycle. If he went alone, it would take about an hour on foot, and rain wouldn't matter. But Lin Shi was not feeling well, so he didn't dare to risk it. She had just gotten better. Lin Shi watched Lu Zheng walk away confidently and sat on the ground, lost in thought. Looking at the big bags of goods, she felt a little sweet inside. She had never been so cared for by anyone before. As a girl, it was hard not to be touched by these actions. Lu Zheng went to the transport team and borrowed a bicycle from his uncle to head to the supply store. Lin Shi sat on the ground, happily watching ants carry food. Lu Zheng pedaled back not long after. When she saw him coming, she was a bit surprised. "Where did you borrow this?"
So fast.
Her eyes were full of surprise. In the 1970s, bicycles were like small cars today, very valuable. And since this bike was so new, it was very generous of someone to lend it. While tying things onto the bike frame, Lu Zheng replied, "This belongs to my uncle. He definitely would lend it to me. I'll buy one myself later and give it to you as a gift." Lin Shi's face turned red from his words. She hit Lu Zheng on the back gently. "Don't say such things." Her soft southern accent showed her shyness. Lu Zheng asked her to get on the bike. He smiled happily all the way, like a victorious general returning from a win. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Shi looked at his broad shoulders and back, a faint smile she hadn't noticed before appearing in her eyes. After riding for over half an hour, they finally saw the familiar village entrance. Lin Shi asked Lu Zheng to let her off so she wouldn't run into anyone she knew. Lu Zheng obediently stopped the bike and carefully handed her things. "Take these snacks home yourself. And this cured meat pancake is made by me. I forgot to give it to you earlier. It can last a while, so eat it slowly. It's very tasty. I brought back these 2 pieces of cloth. My grandma will make you clothes. When you come down, ask her to take your measurements. My grandma is very good at making clothes." When Lin Shi heard Lu Zheng say her grandma would make her clothes, she quickly refused. No, that's too embarrassing. What are you afraid of? My grandma knows. She won't say anything. She likes you very much. Today she even gave me 3 big tokens to buy you some good food." He took out the money from his pocket. Lin Shi looked at the 3 new tokens, feeling complicated inside. They took a while to part ways. As it got darker and storm clouds gathered, Lin Shi couldn't think of a good excuse to stay, so she had to agree to leave for now. They separated at the village entrance. Before leaving, Lin Shi repeatedly told Lu Zheng not to go near the river or try to help anyone. Lu Zheng promised her one by one. Watching Lin Shi struggle to carry her things toward the youth village, Lu Zheng felt uncomfortable but knew he couldn't cause her trouble. He silently vowed to marry her as soon as possible. Lin Shi, struggling with her things, entered the youth village. Su Wei saw her heavy load and quickly came over to help. "Where are you headed? Back to the supply and marketing cooperative? You have so many things," Su Wei said with a smile. Lin Shi smiled softly, placed her things on the ground, and then said, "Oh, I didn't buy much. I just wanted to get some food, but I accidentally bought too much." Lin Shi looked innocent and cheerful. Su Wei watched her and felt genuinely envious. In the whole youth commune, she probably was the most generous, even buying more than needed. Lin Shi rummaged through her bag and found a big white rabbit candy. She took a few pieces and handed them to Su Wei. Su Youth, these milk candies are pretty good.
Take some.
Thanks to you all for taking care of me these days. Afterward, she placed a few pieces on the beds of the other two people. Su Wei thanked her and unwrapped a candy to eat. The sweet, milky aroma made her squint happily. These candies are really delicious. Lin Shi was amused by Su Wei's expression. She also unwrapped a candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste made her feel happy. After resting for a while, Lin Shi sorted her things into boxes and locked them securely before going out. A thief is innocent, but possessing treasure can be a crime. Lin Shi always understood this truth. On the other side, Lu Zheng entered Ma Julian's room, talking cheerfully while holding two pieces of cloth. Grandma, what are you doing?
Come see these 2 pieces of fabric.
Ma Julian was sitting at the head of the bed, mending shoes, and when she heard her grandson's voice, she quickly smiled. Good grandson, you're back? Where did you and Shaolin Youth go to play today? As she asked, she gently stroked the 2 pieces of new fabric. I took her to town today. Grandma, look at this fabric. I chose it. It's very nice. I thought since you're good at sewing, I could bring it back shamelessly. What do you think I should make with it? Lu Zheng asked happily. Ma Julian tapped Lu Zheng's forehead and scolded playfully, You little rascal. Always exaggerating. Shaolin Youth came from the city. She hasn't seen much sewing. She just likes to show off. Not at all. My grandma's sewing skills are so good. I wouldn't show off, Lu Zheng muttered unhappily. Ma Julian looked at her grandson's playful expression and smiled brightly.
All right.
If Shaolin Youth doesn't mind, I'll make her 2 outfits. She carefully examined the 2 pieces of fabric again, thinking of Lin Shi's slender figure and pretty face, and soon she had an idea. Good grandson, tell me, what do you want to make? This fabric is the one you bought. You must have thought about it carefully at the time, right? Ma Jio looked very confident. Lu Zheng shyly touched her head. Hee, Grandma, you really understand me. I won't hide it from you. I did think about it. Lin Jiqing is pretty, but she usually wears loose, dull clothes when working. I thought, at her age, girls like to dress up. Maybe I should make some pretty styles? Ma Jio's eyes lit up. Oh, my good granddaughter. You think the same as Grandma. I think these 2 pieces of fabric have nice colors. Why not make them both into skirts? Girls love to dress up, and looking pretty is so nice. Yes, that sounds good. I was thinking the pink one could make a shirt.
My sister often wears shirts like that.
I told Lin Jiqing to find you when she has time to measure her size. You mustn't tease her. She's shy and modest, Lu Zheng warned. All right. Do you think Grandma would do something bad? The girl will come, and Grandma won't make her unhappy. Just pretend not to know, okay? Ma Jiu looked at her with a loving smile. Lu Zheng nodded and handed her the fabric. Then she helped tidy up the house. Ma Jiu was sewing the soles of shoes, watching her obedient granddaughter with a smile in her eyes and a gentle expression. Lin Shi was standing outside in the yard, noticing only Lu Zhen and Su Wei at the youth station. She was a bit confused. Where did everyone else go? Thinking about it, she asked aloud, Su Jiqing, where did everyone go? Why are only you 2 here?
Oh, about that.
Li Jiqing and the others went mushroom picking. It rained recently, so the mushrooms are growing. I'm not sure about the male youth. They seem to have gone to repair the dam, Su Wei replied. Lin Shi nodded. She knew He Wenli was helping a family write couplets today. That family was preparing to host a daughter's wedding in the next few days. They wanted Tang Zhen to help write some characters, but Tang Zhen was busy, so they asked He Wenli instead. Sitting under the eaves, Lin Shi felt more and more uneasy. The mountain behind is so high, and although there are trees, after so many days of rain, the soil must be loose. Thinking of the reports about mudslides hurting people in later stories, Lin Shi shivered.
Fortunately, it was evening now.
She hadn't sat long when Li Xiaohong and the others returned. Seeing their baskets full, Lin Shi and Su Wei quickly ran over to help. Li Xiaohong smiled and said, Is Lin Jiqing feeling better? Your face looks much better than yesterday. Look at these mushrooms, so full and fresh. They grew these past 2 days. She picked up a large mushroom to show Lin Shi. Wow, that's so big, Lin Shi said with surprise. Everyone chatted happily for a while before going back to their own tasks. Lin Shi went over to Li Xiaohong and asked about the dam repair. Li Xiaohong, being experienced, also knew the latest village gossip while picking mushrooms. Oh, about fixing the dam. Today the team leader gathered dozens of young men to work on it. Many people went. I heard a lot about it from my sisters-in-law today. When I came back, it seemed almost finished. Luckily, the village prepared well and built it quite high, so we don't have to worry about heavy rains now, Li Xiaohong explained. Lin Shi nodded and felt relieved. Hopefully, there won't be any more disasters. During dinner, the young people noticed something was wrong. He Xiaoman hadn't come back. Li Xiaohong looked worried and said, He Jiqing wanted to go mushroom picking with us today. We finished lunch and went out, but she went to find others to play. Why isn't she back yet? Lu Zhaodi also looked upset, trying to remember where He Jiqing might have gone. Tang Jin listened and thought for a moment before saying, Lu Jiqing, leave some food for He Jiqing. After we finish eating, we'll go look for her together. We worked the river dam today, and we're really tired. But after eating, we'll have enough energy to search. Lu Zhaodi nodded repeatedly. Everyone hurried to finish their meals. The weather was bad, and it was late at night. Fewer people meant more worry. Lin Shi was drinking tasteless wild vegetable porridge and couldn't help but drift off in thought. Where could He Jiqing have gone? Looking at the dark clouds, she should be coming back soon. It wouldn't be like the last time with that old man, right? After dinner, they divided into 3 groups, holding flashlights, and went to the back mountain to find her. Lin Shi was kept behind by He Wenli, who insisted she stay. Xiao Shi, you shouldn't go. There are so many people here, you know. Just rest well. We'll find her, He Wenli said kindly. Others also advised her, knowing that Lin Jiqing was not in good health and had a fever the day before. They warned her not to let anything happen later. Lin Shi didn't insist and told He Wenli not to go deep into the mountains. After everyone left, Lin Shi tidied up and took a shower. Meanwhile, He Xiaoman was groaning in pain. Xiaoman, are you okay? How could you be so careless? You were just walking and you twisted your ankle, Li Tianju said, a little worried and scolding. Hearing this, He Xiaoman's anger grew. She grabbed a stone and threw it at Li Tianju. Li Tianju, what are you saying? If you hadn't been pressuring me so much, I wouldn't have tripped. Ha! When we're close, you don't mind me, but now you want to leave, right? Seeing her angry, Li Tianju kept apologizing. Xiaoman, I didn't mean that. I just care about you, Li Tianju said softly. He Xiaoman looked at his pleading face and calmed down a little. All right, help me up quickly. It's already so dark, and the others at the youth camp will notice soon. I don't know what you were thinking bringing me up this mountain. Now we can't get down. When she stood up, her foot hurt terribly. Li Tianju saw her sweating from the pain and felt very sad. He silently helped her and slowly walked down the mountain. Not long after, He Xiaoman's pain worsened. As it got darker, she pushed Li Tianju away. It's you who brought me to this deserted place. You've caused all this, she said angrily. Li Tianju didn't notice and fell to the ground when she pushed him. He got angry and, upset, pushed her away and walked down the mountain. He Xiaoman was left alone, screaming. Without anyone to support her, she could only sit there, unable to walk. As night fell, the cold wind blew through the trees, making eerie sounds. The shadows of the branches twisted and looked frightening. He Xiaoman sat there alone, feeling more scared the more she thought about it. Her face turned pale. Seeing that Li Tianju hadn't come back to find her, she felt more disappointed. Her mother was right. Men couldn't be trusted. She was a city girl who willingly lowered herself, with no status or reputation, and got involved with a wild man. She even gave herself to him. Unfortunately, the man she chose was also cruel. He knew she had sprained her ankle and couldn't walk, yet he didn't come back to look for her all this time. He Xiaoman was both angry and scared, tears streaming down her face. Today, she was out picking mushrooms with some young workers from the rural commune when this scoundrel tricked her into the mountains. When he wanted her body, he used sweet words to deceive her. She held a stick to support herself and tried to walk forward. The young workers from the commune also held flashlights, searching around. He Xiaoman, the calls echoed through the forest. She endured the sharp pain and moved step by step. Suddenly, she thought she heard her name. Listening carefully, she realized it was Li Xiaohong and others calling her. She responded anxiously, but accidentally, she didn't notice and fell into a hole. Tang Zhen and others heard her cry for help and hurried toward her. He Xiaoman was lying in the hole, her stomach hurting as if stabbed by a knife, and she faintly smelled blood. Her strength was fading quickly. When the flashlight shone on her, she closed her eyes, couldn't hold on, and fainted. Li Xiaohong shouted anxiously, He Jiqing, are you okay? Tang Zhen and He Wenli, who were leading, looked at each other with serious expressions. Everyone stopped hesitating and began discussing how to get her out. Finally, Li Jin went into the hole, preparing to carry her out. He carefully jumped into the hole, gently tapped her face, but there was no response. He quickly looked her over and saw a large bloodstain beneath her, causing his heart to skip a beat. Tang Jiqing, He Jiqing is bleeding a lot, Li Jin said hoarsely. Hearing this, Tang Zhen also went down. He checked her breath. Seeing she still had a pulse, they worked together to lift her out. He Wenli and Siyu had already gone down the mountain to borrow a cart. Tang Zhen carried He Xiaoman, and the others followed. Li Xiaohong, Lu Zhaodi, and Lu Zhen looked worried and panicked. Although He Xiaoman had been arguing with them recently, they had shared many years of friendship. Under everyone's concern and guesses, He Xiaoman was placed on the cart. The commotion was so loud that many villagers came out to see what was happening. Seeing He Xiaoman covered in blood and looking pale and unconscious, everyone was shocked. They asked questions all at once. Lu Zhenghua had just sat down, barely eating a few bites, when he was told someone at the youth station was in trouble. He hurriedly put on his shoes and went out, which worried Lu Tsuehua a lot. Oh dear, what's going on? I haven't even finished my meal. Who caused this trouble now? Lu Tsuehua kept complaining. Lu Zheng kicked Lu Tsuehua's foot and signaled toward Ma Jiulian. Lu Tsuehua immediately stopped talking. Lu Zheng picked up a piece of taro and put it in Ma Jiulian's bowl. Mom, don't worry, it's probably nothing serious. My dad is the team leader, so he has to go see what happened. Ma Jiulian nodded calmly and continued eating. Lu Zhenghua was walking on the road, listening to the messenger talk about He Xiaoman's condition, and broke out in a cold sweat. If something happened to the youth at their place, it would be a big responsibility for him as the team leader. When he arrived, Lu Zhenghua pushed through the crowd and looked at He Xiaoman, who was covered in blood on the car. His breath caught, and he hurriedly urged people to take her to the town clinic. Tang Zhen and Li Xiaohong followed. Chun Sheng also heard about this from his mother and was helping to disperse the crowd. There's not much fun in the countryside, and suddenly such an incident happened. Everyone was talking about it. No surprise, this would be the topic of conversation for the next half-month among the women. Everyone at the youth station looked worried. No matter how they felt about He Xiaoman, no one was happy to see a good person like her in such a state. Li Tianju stood in place, staring blankly in the direction where He Xiaoman and the others left. He was angry and left her behind, then went home. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. When he went out to find her, it was already too late. Seeing He Xiaoman lying on the stretcher looking lifeless, he wished he could turn back time and slap himself a few times. Li Mu looked at her son, who seemed lost and distracted. Afraid others might notice, she grabbed Li Tianju and pulled him away. Li Tianju staggered and kept struggling. Mom, don't pull me. I want to see Xiaoman. It's all my fault, Mom, Li Tianju cried. Li Mu pinched his arm and whispered, Stop crying, don't make a fuss. I have long said that I don't like this flirtatious girl, but you, on the other hand, like her very much and often go to help her with chores.
Are you involved with her?
I always said this girl is very cheap. Look at all that blood. Maybe it's your child. Li Tianju was stunned and looked pained. He nervously asked, Mother, we usually pay attention. Is she really pregnant? Li's mother stopped speaking and pulled Li Tianju toward the house. When they reached the yard, she locked the door and said coldly, None of this concerns you. Go back to sleep. If you dare to run out, I will break your legs. Li Tianju froze in place, unable to move. Li's mother was a widow who raised Li Tianju alone. In this family, she always had the final say. Li Tianju looked very sad, but he didn't dare to disobey his mother and went into his room. Thinking of He Xiaoman's pale face, his heart felt like thousands of bugs biting him. He Xiaoman was also uncomfortable, lying on the cart, half-conscious and barely able to respond. She only heard Li Xiaohong tell her not to sleep, but she couldn't reply and sank into deep darkness. Tang Zhen and Lu Jingui took turns pulling the cart, and in just over 30 minutes, they arrived at the clinic. The clinic was quite large. When they saw someone being pushed in on a cart, the on-duty doctor hurried over to check. A nurse helped move He Xiaoman into the operating room. Though called a surgery room, it was really just a temporary room. In this resource-scarce era, doctors were very few. The door of the operating room slowly closed, and Lu Jingui finally found a chair to sit down. Although it was summer, it was evening, and all three were sweaty and exhausted. Tang Jiqing, Li Jiqing, what happened with He Jiqing? Why did she suddenly run up the mountain? Lu Jingui asked seriously. Li Xiaohong choked and replied, Captain, today He Jiqing and another girl, Lu Jiqing, went out together. In the afternoon, we went to pick mushrooms on the back mountain. Not long after, He Jiqing went off to play with someone else. I thought it was no big deal, so I didn't pay attention. Later, Lu Jiqing and I came back on our own. When we finished eating, we realized He Jiqing hadn't come back. After dinner, everyone went to look for her on the back mountain. The result was that He Jiqing was found lying in a pit, unconscious and covered in blood. After Li Xiaohong finished speaking, she couldn't help but softly cry. Tang Jin gently patted her back and said in a serious tone, Captain, Li Jiqing is telling the truth. It seems He Jiqing also sprained her ankle. Lu Jingui nodded and said, All right, it looks like we have to wait until Xiaoman wakes up to know more. He then sighed deeply. The three of them stopped talking and silently watched the operating room. He Wenli and his group walked quietly back to Jiqing's place. No one spoke, only Lu Zhen couldn't hold back her tears. At this moment, Lin Shi was also feeling anxious, wondering if they had found the person yet. Seeing that the people returning looked upset, and noticing that Tang Zhen and Li Xiaohong were missing, Lin Shi became even more nervous. Li Jin told the Jiqing team to go back and rest. Since Tang Zhen and Li Xiaohong weren't there, he was the most experienced. Everyone nodded, especially the workers fixing the riverbank, who couldn't hold back anymore and quickly went back to their rooms. Su Wei stayed in her room with Lu Zhen. In the yard, only Lin Shi and He Wenli remained. He Wenli looked visibly tired. Lin Shi looked at him. Facing her silent question, he patiently explained, When we found He Jiqing, she was in a pit, unconscious, and covered in blood. Then we borrowed a cart, and after the captain arrived, she was taken to the clinic. Tang Jiqing and Li Jiqing also went with her. Lin Shi widened her eyes. Wow, it's so serious. What happened to He Jiqing? Seeing Lin Shi's innocent expression, He Wenli couldn't help but recall the blood on Xiaoman, which seemed concentrated in the lower body. But Xiaoman was unmarried, so he couldn't say too much. He didn't mention her and instead asked about Lin Shi's health. Lin Shi answered one by one. Seeing that she didn't look frightened, He Wenli urged her to rest early. Good, since you're fine physically, go rest quickly. Don't worry too much about He Jiqing. Someone will handle it. Lin Shi nodded to show she understood, and then went into her room. Lu Zhaodi sat on the bed, staring blankly. When she saw Lin Shi come over, she nervously said, Lin Jiqing, how did He Jiqing end up like this? Luckily we found her. If we had been a bit later, who knows what could have happened? Lin Shi patted her hand gently and comforted her, saying, "This is something we never expected. No one wants He Jiqing to end up like this. Right now, we don't know what's going on, so there's no need to scare ourselves. Tomorrow morning, let's go see her." The two of them tidied up and then silently lay back in their beds. Outside, the wind and rain were coming. Thunder roared loudly, casting a heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. When Su Wei returned in the dark, Lin Chuan was already drowsy and almost falling asleep. Lu Xiaodi was still awake. Seeing Su Wei come back, she sat up to make room for her. Su Wei whispered a thank you. The three of them sat in silence for a while. Finally, Su Wei broke the silence, saying, "I wonder how He Jiqing is now?" Lu Jiqing was crying so hard earlier, saying He Jiqing is so pitiful. Lu Xiaodi sighed and said, "Yes, so much blood. She fell into the pit, and we don't know what she was doing on the mountains so late at night." Lin Shi lay on her side, without speaking. But her mind kept drifting back to the girl's voice she heard earlier in the cornfield. She hoped it wasn't true, she thought quietly. He Xiaoman, who everyone was worried about, had undergone surgery for over an hour and, finally, was out of danger. The nurse pushed her out. "Dr. Zhang, hello. May I ask how this comrade is doing? Is she better now?" Lu Xinghua asked first. The middle-aged female doctor took off her mask, looking tired, and said, "Who is the patient's family?" "The patient is temporarily out of danger, but the child did not survive. Recently, the patient is still very weak and needs to regain strength." After saying this, she turned and left. This news hit the remaining three people hard. Lu Xinggua's lips trembled, and after a long pause, he said, "Tang Jiqing, Li Jiqing, this He Jiqing is still a young girl, right?"
Who is she seeing?
"She's pregnant with someone else's child." Lu Xinggua's face turned pale as he looked at the two. Tang Zhen and Li Xiaohong were caught off guard by this news. He Jiqing usually seemed proud and aloof, and they hadn't seen her have any contact with any men. Li Xiaohong hesitated but ultimately said nothing. It was too embarrassing, an unmarried young woman, pregnant, and then having a miscarriage. Seeing the two of them acting clueless, Lu Xinghua was angry and pacing back and forth in the corridor. He Xiaoman was pushed into the hospital ward by the nurse and had not yet woken up. Li Xiaohong was the only woman here, so she naturally took on the responsibility of caring for her. Lu Xinghua and Tang Zhen sat outside, exchanging silent glances. "Comrade Tang, I won't say how serious this matter is, but you know it yourself. It's about messing around with relationships, and you could be taken to the town square for punishment. As the leader of the youth group, you may not be involved in everything, but you should control their behavior, right? When He Jiqing wakes up tomorrow, ask her carefully." "I need to know everything that happened," Lu Xinghua said in a serious tone. Outside, heavy rain was pouring, and most people didn't sleep well on this hot night. He Xiaoman's face was pale as she weakly patted Li Xiaohong, who was sleeping beside her. "Water. I want water." Li Xiaohong had just rested briefly after lying down when He Xiaoman's pat startled her awake, and she sat up suddenly, all sleep gone. She picked up a cup, poured warm water from the kettle outside, and carefully fed it to He Xiaoman. He Xiaoman was very thirsty and drank eagerly. Li Xiaohong worried she might choke on the water, so she gently patted her back. "Be careful, take your time. There's more water left. Don't rush." After finishing the cup of water, He Xiaoman's thirst was satisfied. Seeing Li Xiaohong looking exhausted, she sincerely thanked her. "Li Jiqing, thank you. You stayed here with me all night yesterday, right? It was really troublesome. When I get better, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Seeing the smile on He Xiaoman's face, Li Xiaohong chose not to mention her miscarriage at this moment, just silently nodding. Lu Xinghua and Tang Zhen, who had spent the night on a bench outside, were also awakened by Li Xiaohong's noise. Hearing voices inside, Tang Zhen knocked on the door, and the two went in. He Xiaoman, leaning against the bed, saw their unhappy expressions as they entered, and her heart suddenly jumped. "Big Captain, I'm sorry. Yesterday, I was too reckless, and I caused you worry," He Xiaoman said with guilt on her face. Lu Xinghua heard this and snorted coldly. He Jiqing, I don't deserve your apology." Do you know that you've made me lose my hat? He then asked, tell me, who is that man? Who are you having a relationship with? Did you get pregnant and have an abortion? You are an adult. How can you be so irresponsible? Xiao Man was stunned by these words. What does having a relationship and an abortion mean? She excitedly sat up from the bed but lost her strength and fell back onto it. Li Xiaohong stood nearby. Seeing her curled up from stomach pain, she couldn't help but step forward and help her sit up. Xiao Man tightly grabbed Li Xiaohong's hand, staring at her with determined eyes, and said, Li Jiqing, tell me, what do you mean I got pregnant and had an abortion?
I didn't do that. I didn't do anything like that.
Xiao Man's face was covered in tears, and she kept hitting the bed. Li Xiaohong held her hand and looked into her stubborn eyes. Finally, she said, yes, Jiqing. After we took you to the clinic yesterday, the doctor performed surgery on you. Later, the doctor told us you had a miscarriage and needed to rest well.
Don't get so upset now.
The team leader will ask you questions, and you must tell the truth. This is serious, not a joke. After Li Xiaohong finished speaking, Xiao Man froze in place, unmoving. After a while, she unconsciously touched her stomach. That little life she didn't even know was gone. Once she calmed down a bit, Lu Zhenghua began to question her. Jiqing, every word I say from now on, you must answer seriously. You need to understand what consequences come from having inappropriate relationships. Xiao Man's face turned even paler with fear. Who are you having a relationship with? Is the other person unmarried? Are you dating with the intention of getting married? Xiao Man thought of Li Tianju's face and remembered how he left her alone in the mountains yesterday. Tears burst out of her eyes. She hoarsely said, I am dating someone from the village. It's a proper relationship, not a casual affair. She still didn't dare to admit to having an inappropriate relationship, even though she was already disappointed in Li Tianju. He hadn't shown up all night. Hearing her say she was dating normally, Lu Zhenghua let out a sigh of relief. These days, control over such matters was strict, especially since Xiao Man was from another province and involved many sensitive points. Then, who is this person? You told me that since your relationship is aimed at marriage, it's better to get married soon and avoid any scandals like premarital pregnancy. Xiao Man covered her face and cried painfully. Yes, it's Li Tianju. Last night, I was with him too, but he left alone afterward. I twisted my ankle and accidentally fell into a pit. Hearing Li Tianju's name, Lu Zhenghua frowned deeply. When he heard how irresponsible this young man was, he became even angrier. Seeing Xiao Man about to faint from sadness, Lu Zhenghua didn't want to upset her further. He exchanged a look with Li Xiaohong and left the room with Tang Zhen. Li Xiaohong patted Xiao Man's back, trying to comfort her. Tang Jiqing, what do you think about this? You might not know Li Tianju well, but you've probably heard of his mother, Wang Guiying. When Tang Zhen heard the name Wang Guiying, he also felt a headache coming on. Wang Guiying was known as a loud and quarrelsome woman in Hongshan Brigade. Almost no one could get anything from her easily. Before the youth dormitory was built, the young people stayed in villagers' homes. At that time, Li Jin was living in her house. At first, Wang Guiying was very kind and treated him very well. But when it was time for him to move out, she strongly extorted money from Li Jin. He remembered this very clearly because she caused a lot of trouble at the youth dormitory. Captain, what do you think? Do you think Wang Guiying would agree to her son marrying He Jiqing? Lu Zhenghua sighed heavily and shook his head. I'm not sure. Wang Guiying treats Li Tianju like her lifeline. She raised him to be successful, and she wouldn't easily let him acknowledge this matter. And with her fiery temper, it's really hard for He Jiqing to get into her house. But this matter can't be negotiated. Li Tianju must take responsibility for Xiao Man. Later, when the rain stopped, he planned to go back and call Li Tianju over so they could discuss it themselves. This matter shouldn't be spread around, as it would cause too much trouble. Outside the hospital room, Lu Zhenghua and Tang Zhen discussed how to handle the situation. Inside the room, Xiao Man held Li Xiaohong and cried quietly, overwhelmed with emotion. The rain was pouring heavily and hadn't stopped all night. In the morning, Lin Shi saw the yard was flooded again. Looking at the dark sky, she sighed and hoped everything would be safe. Due to the rain, our plan to visit He Xiaoman this morning was cancelled. Unable to go out, after breakfast, everyone stayed in their rooms. Lin Shi watched Lu Xiaodi skillfully knitting a sweater, a look of curiosity in her eyes. Her fingers moved quickly, and soon she had a new piece of knitting. Since she couldn't see clearly from a distance, Lin Shi pulled over a stool to get a closer look. The young girl with a fair face and bright eyes leaned in closer. Even Lu Xiaodi, who was used to rough work, slowed her breathing to watch. Lin Shi carefully observed her finger movements, feeling amazed. She didn't know how to knit and had never learned before. But since coming here, she found that everyone seemed to have a skill for making clothes. Lu Xiaodi paused her work and thought it would be better for Lin Shi to see clearly. Lin Jiqing, why don't you try learning too? It's quite simple, and you'll get the hang of it quickly, Lu Xiaodi said with a smile. Lin Shi bit her lip but couldn't resist her curiosity and reached out. She shyly said, that would be helpful, Lu Jijia. I'll try to learn from you. Lu Xiaodi smiled and said it was fine. She took out a small ball of yarn and 2 thick knitting needles from the sewing box. Lin Shi held the needles, looked at them nervously, and seemed unsure what to do, which made Lu Xiaodi laugh out loud. Oh, Lin Jijia, it looks like you've never seen knitting before? Blushing, Lin Shi whispered back, I've seen it, but I don't know how to do it. I haven't learned. Seeing her blush, Lu Xiaodi stopped teasing her and patiently explained how to knit. To knit a sweater, first you need to cast on stitches. Like this, make a slip knot with the yarn, then use your fingers to loop the yarn onto the needle and tighten. Lin Shi listened carefully, nodding from time to time, cheeks puffed out, very focused. But starting is always the hardest, especially for beginners. It took her a long time just to cast on the stitches. By lunchtime, Lin Shi had managed to knit a small, misshapen piece of fabric, which looked more like a sweater than a finished one. Though crooked, she was very happy. After a morning of lessons, Lin Shi and Lu Xiaodi became more comfortable around each other. Sister Xiaodi, are you still knitting this afternoon? I want to learn more. I still don't know how to do the pearl stitch, Lin Shi asked. Lu Xiaodi responded with a bright smile. Lin Shi felt happy and jumped up to help serve the dishes. Lu Zhen came out with swollen eyes, saw Lin Shi, and said irritably, why are you so happy? Is it because Xiaoman is sick that you're so pleased? Lin Shi placed the bowl on the table with a loud bang, then walked up to Lu Zhen and said, Lu Jiqing, may I ask what I did to upset you so much? Why do you always look at me with dislike? I live my own life. Just because He Jiqing is sick, I should feel sad too? I do care when she's ill, but I can't cry all the time. You and He Jiqing are so close. Why don't you go see her? Lu Zhen pointed outside at the heavy rain and shouted loudly, with such heavy rain. How can I go? Yeah, with such heavy rain. We can't go either. It's not my fault that we can't visit her. Do I have to keep crying and wait for her to come back to satisfy you? Lin Shi quickly retorted. Lu Zhen's face turned red and then pale, like a spilled paint palette. Finally, she stomped into the room. Lu Xiaodi's eyes sparkled as she whispered, Xiaoxi, you're really something. You always manage to make her speechless. Oh, I don't even know what she's up to. She keeps coming to bother me every now and then. Sigh, Lin Shi said helplessly. The small argument before lunch didn't have much impact because everyone's attention was drawn to the increasingly heavy rain. He Wenli looked at the rain and said, luckily, yesterday the team leader foresaw this and organized people to reinforce the riverbank. With such heavy rain, if they hadn't, the riverbank might have been washed away. Yes, I've been here for a few years, but I've never seen such heavy rain. Honestly, I feel quite worried, Siyu said seriously, no longer casual. The others also looked at the rain in silence, praying silently. Lu Xinghua, who was staying at the health clinic, frowned as he watched the rain pour down. Luckily, they reinforced the dam yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. But this continuous rain was also annoying. Many things in the team were waiting for him. Plus, the issues with He Xiaoman and Li Tianju hadn't been resolved yet. He Xiaoman, advised by the doctor, no longer dared to make a scene loudly. She lay on the bed, eyes vacant, thinking about the possibility that she might never be able to have children, her heart sinking like dead ashes. He Xiaoman's dissatisfaction with Li Tianju gradually turned into hatred. It rained all day and night, and finally stopped. Lu Zhenghua saw that He Xiaoman was unharmed. After telling Xiao Hongli everything, he walked home alone through the muddy water. On the way, many trees had fallen. The road was muddy and difficult to walk, and many houses had been washed away. Everywhere there were sounds of crying. Lu Zhenghua, with a heavy heart, returned to the team. Fortunately, preparations had been made, and with Qin Chunsheng's coordination, no one was hurt. Only 2 families living in lower areas had their houses washed away. Lu Zhenghua sat back at home and saw his mother and wife sitting peacefully, which made him feel at ease. "Mom, Suehua, I'm back. How was yesterday? You weren't scared by the flood, right?" Lu Zhenghua looked them over carefully, showing concern. Ma Jiu Lian looked at Lu Zhenghua, covered in mud, and patted her thigh anxiously. "Oh, you kid. Why did you come back now? Stay in town for a while. The situation isn't stable yet. What if you get swept away on the way back?" Lu Suehua also looked disapproving. Lu Zhenghua helplessly said, Mom, I just want to make sure you're safe. I'm being careful. Where's Zheng? Where did he go? That little rascal went out to play at this time." Ma Julian, hearing him scold her good grandson right away, looked upset and said, "You're so full of yourself, scolding my grandson as soon as you get back. Last night, my grandson stayed up all night taking care of us. Can't he rest now?" Seeing that he might get angry, Lu Zhenghua quickly apologized and changed the subject, saying he needed to take a shower. Lu Suehua, feeling sorry for her husband, got up to boil water for him. Ma Julian saw that her son, though bruised and blackened, was in good spirits. She also relaxed her worries from the night and slowly returned to her room with her cane. In the kitchen, Lu Suehua quickly boiled hot water and made a bowl of noodles for Lu Zhenghua. He ate eagerly and they didn't say much, but the warmth shared between husband and wife filled the kitchen. Lu Zheng was well-rested and refreshed. Last night, the rain grew heavier, and he was afraid something might happen. He stayed in his grandmother's room all night. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound. In the morning, he sneaked to the youth station to peek at the young girl. Seeing she was fine, he felt relieved and went back to sleep. Lu Zheng left the room and saw his mother busy in the kitchen. When she saw him, she happily said, "Your dad came back this morning. Don't bother him, okay?" Lu Zheng nodded, stretched lazily, and called out as he walked away, "Mom, I'm going out." Lu Suehua wiped her hands and scolded with a smile, "That unlucky kid. Tell him not to bother us. He's so loud." Walking along the road, Lu Zheng looked at the village washed by heavy rain and felt worried. Luckily, his father was wise this time, or the damage could have been worse. He hurried to the youth station and just saw a young girl come out. Seeing her sneaky way of moving, Lu Zheng was very happy. He wanted to say hello, but she didn't see him. Lu Zheng kept walking behind the girl, waiting for her to notice him. Suddenly, he startled Lin Shi, making her jump in surprise. Lin Shi held a small bundle, feeling very nervous. When she looked back, she saw Lu Zheng standing behind her, which scared her half to death. "What are you doing? Do you know that scaring people can be dangerous?" Lin Shi said, clutching her small bundle, sounding brave but nervous. Lu Zheng quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, I wasn't looking at where I was going because I was watching you so carefully. I didn't see you in front. Where are you headed? The road is so bad." He looked at Lin Shi's muddy shoes caused by walking. Lin Shi awkwardly shrank her feet and tried to change the subject. Lu Zheng watched her guilty look and saw she was still holding something. He also noticed the road seemed to lead to the cattle shed. He frowned and asked, "Are you going to the cattle shed? What's so interesting about it?" Seeing how serious his eyes were, Lin Shi knew she couldn't lie. But she wasn't sure how Lu Zheng felt about the people in the cattle shed, so she lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Zheng saw her guilty expression and understood. He pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, "What are you doing? Do you know who that person in the cattle shed is?" He paused and continued, "That person was sent down from the city. You can't get involved with him. You're just a youth sent down from the city. If someone finds out and reports it, you'll be in big trouble." Seeing Lu Zheng's serious face, Lin Shi felt very annoyed. She realized her actions were too obvious. Anyone who knew her well would know where she had gone. She squeezed her fingers tightly and said, "I just wanted to give him something. He helped me before, and gave me a small ginseng root. Without that root, I might not have survived the harvest season." The young girl looked nervous, her eyelashes fluttering constantly. Lu Zheng still couldn't bring himself to speak harshly to her. He softened his tone and said helplessly, "But, Xiaoxi, you can't risk yourself just to repay a favor, you know? If something happens, my father won't be able to protect you. Forget it. Since he helped you, you shouldn't completely deny him. Tell me, how many times have you gone? Don't lie to me." Lu Zheng looked serious. Xiaoxi hesitated, but decided to tell him everything. "I went 3 times. Each time, I just brought him some food at night and then left. I didn't delay, and I didn't meet anyone else." Lu Zheng thought for a moment, recalling a time when he also saw Xiaoxi around dusk. "Was that also the time I saw you?" Lu Zheng asked. Xiaoxi nodded, looking upset. She didn't understand why she kept getting caught whenever she did something sneaky. Lu Zheng resisted the urge to pat her head and said, "From now on, you're not allowed to go. If you want to bring him some food, I can help. I walk faster and know the way well. If you really meet someone, I can handle it." Xiaoxi suddenly looked up, overwhelmed by his words. She thought Lu Zheng would scold her or refuse her contact with Grandpa Li. Yes, she had already learned Grandpa Li's name, Li Mingyi. You don't have to do this. It's not good for you either." "I'll be careful," Xiaoxi said sincerely. She didn't want Lu Zheng to be affected because of her. Lu Zheng chuckled at her words and took the bag from her arms, walking ahead. Xiaoxi watched him suddenly get angry, feeling confused and unsure. She timidly followed behind. Lu Zheng listened to her footsteps behind him, relieved that Xiaoxi was still following. She was so unthinking. After all this time, she still saw him as an outsider. Xiaoxi followed him through winding paths, her eyes full of doubt and confusion. But since Lu Zheng was angry, she didn't dare ask why. She thought to herself that they were probably taking a shortcut through their village. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they reached a cliff. Lu Zheng stepped carefully on the grass nearby, worried Xiaoxi might trip. She went inside, and the scene before her was surprisingly beautiful. On the cliff, several small streams flowed down, forming a tiny waterfall. Below was a clear, bottomless lake. The surroundings were lush and green. As I walked in, the air felt much cooler. "Wow, where is this? Such a beautiful waterfall." Lin, she kept praising. "I didn't expect there to be a paradise-like place here." Lu Zheng plucked 2 leaves, shook off the water, and then invited Lin Shi to sit down. Lin Shi sat on a stone, excitedly looking at the scenery around her. Lu Zheng didn't disturb her and just quietly watched the girl. After a while, Lin Shi realized the atmosphere was strangely quiet. She looked back at Lu Zheng and saw him also looking at her. Their eyes met, and the mood started to become a little awkward. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Shi tried to stand up, but Lu Zheng gently held her hand. Surprised, she hesitated but didn't pull away. Instead, she sat back down. Lu Zheng looked at her and slowly said, "Xiaoxi, you made me a little upset today. You don't like bothering me at all. Do you think I'm not reliable in your heart? I know you have your own thoughts, but I think you could try to trust me, even if my words now seem a bit uncertain. What I want to say is that I really like you. I hope you can try to trust me. Didn't you promise to get to know me better?" Lin Shi pursed her lips, about to speak, but Lu Zheng interrupted her. "I know. You want to say that we're not really together yet and that I shouldn't trouble you so much. But you promised to get to know me, so you should give me a chance. Even if in the end you don't like me, that's okay. It's something I want to do myself, so you don't need to feel burdened." Lin Shi looked at him, her heart full of mixed feelings. She liked Lu Zheng, she couldn't deny that, and she didn't want to. But she was used to being alone and rarely asked for help. Seeing the injured look in his eyes, she once again felt helpless. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Just as Lu Zheng was silently scolding himself for being sentimental, Lin Shi reached out and gently stroked his furrowed brow. Please don't be upset, okay? I really don't mean anything else. I know you treat me well. It's just that I'm used to being on my own, that's all. And please don't say those self-deprecating words. You're very reliable in my heart. I think you can do everything very well. If you really mind, I think we can try being together. Okay? As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, Lu Zheng hugged her tightly. Xiao Shi, are you serious? Are you really willing to be my girlfriend? Lu Zheng's excited voice sounded in Lin Shi's ears, making her heart tremble. Yes, I like you very much too. Lu Zheng was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. It wasn't until Lin Shi patted his back that he realized he was holding her too tightly. He quickly loosened his grip and awkwardly said, Sorry, Xiao Shi, I was holding you too tight. Then he grinned widely, showing his big, white teeth. Seeing his smile, Lin Shi felt much better. She didn't want her man, who was always looking at her, to be unhappy. Maybe it was sudden, but they were now together. But she didn't regret it. She thought this was the happiest decision she had ever made, only about herself. Lu Zheng smiled foolishly for a long time, unable to calm down. They walked a good distance away from the cliff, and Lu Zheng still looked confused. Lin Shi found his silly expression funny and kept laughing. He was so adorable. Lin Shi thought happily. Lu Zheng looked at the girl beside him, secretly pinched his thigh. Yes, it hurt, so it was real. Haha, the girl agreed to be with him. They walked together, lucky this time no one else was around. Outside the barn, Li Mingyi carried 2 baskets of pig feed toward the barn. When he saw Lin Shi with a strange man approaching, he frowned. Lin Shi, as usual, placed her bag where Li Mingyi usually slept. Seeing Li Mingyi's worried look, Lin Shi said, Grandpa Li, this is my boyfriend. Don't worry, he knows. Maybe he'll come more often to bring things. Take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. It's been raining a lot these days, but luckily, this barn is on the mountain. Well, we're leaving now. Li Mingyi looked at the tall man and saw his steady, reliable eyes. He nodded slowly. This girl had good judgment. She picked a good partner. Lu Zheng nodded at him, trying to hide his smile. Xiao, she said he was her boyfriend. Watching the two walk away, Li Mingyi went into the barn. When he saw the bag of food, his eyes involuntarily welled with emotion. That girl was really naive. Everyone else wanted to keep their distance from him, but she was worried he wouldn't have enough to eat. Lin Shi and Lu Zheng walked one after the other along the farm path, suddenly noticing something strange. Why does Lu Zheng walk so oddly? He looked left and right, and Lin Shi realized that the man was walking with a slight limp. Lin Shi watched the person ahead, whose back even showed a joyful and excited expression, and she smiled happily. After a while, she gently poked his back. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Lu Zheng turned around and asked with a questioning look. Comrade Lu, have you noticed that your walk today isn't very smooth? Lin Shi said with a smile. Lu Zheng looked at his hands and feet, then realized that he was so happy that he started to walk with a limp. Thinking about how long the girl had been watching him look silly after he left, Lu Zheng blushed, which was rare for him. Lin Shi didn't dare tease him anymore. She pointed along the road, signaling him to keep walking. Lu Zheng walked carefully, afraid he might walk the wrong way again. Lin Shi followed behind, trying not to laugh. When they reached the youth camp, Lu Zheng looked at her with reluctance. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to leave, Lin Shi gave him a look to ask if he had something to say. Lu Zheng, a proud man, was a bit shy when he saw the person he loved. After a moment, he finally asked, Xiao Shi, are you serious today? Do you really want to be my girlfriend? Seeing his bright, puppy-like eyes, Lin Shi couldn't help but shake her head. Oh, what a boyfriend without a sense of security. She looked at him seriously and said, Yes, Comrade Lu, we are officially together today. You are my real boyfriend. Hearing this, Lu Zheng smiled happily. That was enough for the girl to go back. Lin, she smiled and said goodbye. One moment she was smiling happily, and the next, she was so frightened she nearly jumped. Wenli go, when did you stand behind me? You scare me to death, Lin, she said nervously, staring at He Wenli's face. I saw you daydreaming at the door. I stood here for a while, and you didn't notice me. Where did your mind wander? He Wenli looked curious as he looked outside the door. Lin, she saw he looked calm, and probably didn't notice she had just been with Lu Zheng. Sigh, it's not that she didn't want to tell him, but it all happened so fast, she was still a bit confused. Also, her sixth sense told her that if He Wenli found out, her parents would too. Although this body is now an adult, Lin, she still feels a bit uncomfortable inside. It's like secretly dating behind her parents' backs. Hey, Wenli go, I need to go change my clothes first. Dinner is almost ready, Lin, she quickly said. He nodded and turned to leave. Lin, she entered her room and let out a big sigh of relief. She didn't expect to experience the feeling of being caught dating secretly by her parents. It seems she needs to find a chance to tell them the truth soon. Lu Zheng returned home still feeling happy. Ma Jiulian watched her cheerful grandson and couldn't help but smile. She said to herself, see, boys will come around when the time is right. It just happens naturally. I'm getting old, but I just want these kids to grow up well. I hope I can see Lu Yu again soon too. Lu Zheng greeted Ma Jiulian and asked, Grandma, where is Dad? Has he gotten up yet? He got up early, but doesn't know where he went. It's probably about that girl situation. It's pretty serious. Come here, grandson. Tell Grandma. It didn't do anything bad to Shaolin, right? Grandma, I swear I didn't do anything wrong. Lin Shi is the only girl I want to marry. I wouldn't hurt her, he assured her. Ma Jiulian looked worried and said, a girl's innocence is very important. You can't ruin her life just for a moment of fun. She sighed. That girl had a miscarriage. Sigh, she's just a young girl who isn't married yet. What will happen to her in the future? She looked at him with concern. Women face many hardships in this world. Just a little harsh word can hurt someone, not to mention mean comments. Lu Zheng was shocked when he heard his grandma's words. These people were really reckless, having a pregnancy before marriage. It's like they're trying to trap themselves. He quickly promised, Grandma, I won't do such things. Don't worry. Lin Shi is the only girl I want to marry in my life. I would never let her suffer like that. Good. It's important that you understand. Men should be responsible and take care of their duties. You shouldn't bully girls just because you're stronger, she said kindly, patting his back. Lu Zheng leaned on her lap, feeling strangely sad. His grandma seemed to have aged. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was warm and happy here, but at the clinic, tensions were high and tense. Captain, this is impossible. We don't have 200 yuan to pay this wicked woman. She's so lowly, bothering my son, and I haven't even said anything yet. Wang Guiying angrily pointed at He Xiaoman and scolded. Wang Guiying's words were very harsh, making Tang Zhen and Li Xiaohong both frown. But He Xiaoman, lying on the bed, looked calm, as if she wasn't involved. Lu Xingguo looked at Li Tianju, hiding behind his mother, and felt very disappointed. How can a grown man be so timid? He spoke in a deep voice. All right, then tell me, Wang Guiying, if you refuse to pay, what will happen if He Zijing goes to the police and accuses Li Tianju of? What will you do? His sharp eyes fixed on the mother and son. Wang Guiying, despite her rough words, was just a village woman. When she heard about going to the police to accuse her son, she suddenly became anxious. Don't, Captain. I don't have many options. Besides, they both did it willingly. How can they accuse my son of? That would ruin his life. Wang Guiying fell to the ground, crying and making a fuss. Lu Xingguo glanced at He Xiaoman on the bed. He Xiaoman slowly sat up, looked directly at Li Tianju, and said, Li Tianju, whether we did it willingly or not doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that everyone knows about this now. I'm just a girl, abandoned in the mountains by you. If it weren't for my comrades from the youth camp coming to find me, I might have already died. Do you know that? It's also because of you that I had a miscarriage. I don't have to marry you. All I want is 200 yuan in compensation and a letter to return to the city. But if you can't do that, then you have to marry me. The bride price, and everything else can't be less. He Xiaoman spoke calmly. She was already completely disappointed in Li Tianju, but she knew she might have trouble conceiving in the future. This couldn't be hidden anymore. She was 22 this year, and in the countryside, she still didn't know how many years she would have to stay. Since love and reputation were gone, she had to seize the money. Li Tianju opened his mouth but didn't speak. He couldn't look at Yi Xiaoman. He knew that his one careless thought had caused her to suffer like this. Hearing this, Wang Guiying's crying suddenly stopped. She stood up sharply, pointed at Yi Xiaoman and scolded, "Yi Xiaoman, you heartless little witch. You just want to marry into our Li family, don't you? Look at yourself. Can't carry or lift anything. Why should I let you marry in? Oh, and our Lao Li family only has this one child, Tianju. If you marry him, aren't you intentionally making him lose hope? Don't think I don't know. If you have children in the future, there might be problems. Don't even think about blaming my son. In the past, I didn't interfere with Li Tianju and this girl because she was from the city, educated, and it looked good. But now, a hen that can't lay eggs is useless." How Xiaoman's face turned pale for a moment, but she still forced herself to stay calm. She said to Lu Zhenghua, "Captain, I only accept these two solutions. I won't accept anything else. If neither of them can do it, I will report to the police and let Li Tianju go to the farm." When Lu Zhenghua heard this, he knew the girl was determined to stand against the mother and son. He looked at Li Tianju, who was silent, and his anger rose. He kicked him directly. "You are such a weak boy. This is your fault, and you must take responsibility. Today, I will settle this matter here. Wang Guiying, don't speak anymore. This is between Li Tianju and Xiaoman." Everyone's eyes focused on Li Tianju. He looked at Hao Xiaoman lying on the hospital bed and slowly said, "Xiaoman, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I want to marry you. Talk to your family about the bride price. I will prepare it." After Li Tianju finished speaking, Hao Xiaoman heaved a sigh of relief. But Wang Guiying refused to stop. She grabbed Li Tianju's leg and cried nonstop. "Oh, what crime did I commit? I suffered so much in this life. I raised you with my own sweat and tears, and now you want to marry this girl who can't lay eggs? Why is my life so hard?" Seeing her mother acting like a shrew, Li Tianju's face turned red. He shouted loudly, "Mom, stop making trouble. I was wrong from the start. Do you really want me to go to jail before you'll be satisfied?" After shouting, he pulled Wang Guiying out of the clinic. Li Xiaohong looked at Hao Xiaoman's blank face and felt very upset. It hadn't even been married yet, and this was how it was. What will happen in the future? Lu Zhenghua saw that the matter was settled and didn't want to get involved anymore. He sighed and returned to the team. As soon as he stepped out, he met some young people visiting Hao Xiaoman. Suyu was the first to greet him. Lu Zhenghua responded with a serious face. Lin Shi noticed his bad mood and couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Walking into the ward, I saw Yi Xiaoman's face was very pale, lying on the bed with a blank expression. The people at the youth station all sighed, thinking her condition looked quite serious. Li Xiaohong saw them come in and quickly put on a smile. Lu Zhen held Yi Xiaoman's hand, tears in her eyes. The young men from the youth station felt a bit shy standing in the room. They greeted her briefly, put down their things, and then all left with Tang Zhen. Lin Shi sat quietly on a chair with Lu Zhaodi, listening to their conversation. When they heard about Yi Xiaoman's miscarriage, everyone was surprised with their mouths open. Most of them were young girls who weren't married yet. Only Li Xiaohong was a few years older. At that moment, they were all very shocked. Yi Xiaoman looked calm, but it was better for her to tell them herself rather than hide it. Lu Zhen looked at Yi Xiaoman and felt very unfamiliar. She didn't understand how her usually proud and good friend could do such a foolish thing. But seeing her pale face, she couldn't say harsh words. She just quietly felt sad for her. After about 10 minutes, they decided to go back, since Yi Xiaoman was still sick. Lu Zhen genuinely cared for her and had packed clothes and pants to stay and take care of her. Although they argued before, at critical moments, there was still some warmth between them. Xiaoman realized that her choice of friends was better than her choice of men. After staying here for 2 days, Li Xiaohong and Lin Shi prepared to leave together. Without a mule cart, everyone had to walk back on foot. On the way, everyone was very silent. The news of Xiaoman's miscarriage was known, and it was certain that the reputation and conduct of the youth station would be discussed for some time. Lin Shi walked behind, listening to He Wenli's earnest advice. Xiaoxi, you're a good girl. You can't do this. Getting pregnant before marriage is not good. Do you understand? You're still young. You can wait 2 more years before dating. Also, we might not stay here forever. Do you understand? Brother, Wenli doesn't want you to spend your whole life in the countryside. Lin Shi nodded obediently, knowing that He Wenli only wanted what was best for her. For someone who knew how things would develop in the future, 5 years wasn't long. But for those who didn't know, every moment was a struggle and a fight. Especially for girls, in the countryside, most are married by the age of 20. Among the young women, only she is a bit younger. The others are all over 20 years old. In this traditional view, girls are expected to get married. So, Xiaoman is willing to risk her marriage because of this reason. Lin Shi feels a bit sad about this. She doesn't know how long these people will keep their beliefs. Brother Wenli, what about you? Are you planning to find a partner here, or wait until you go back to the city? Lin Shi asked curiously. Wenli hesitated for a moment and said, well, I can't say for sure. Right now, I don't like anyone, but maybe in the future, I might. Brother Wenli also said, the most important thing for me now is to make money. I don't want Wenqi and Wanya to be too tired. I'll handle everything myself. Seeing this man, who has become stronger in just a month of hard work, Lin Shi feels a lot inside. She remembers what her mother told her about He Wenli's family. Today, He Wenli's words made her think he is very responsible. Lin Shi, like a big sister, tiptoed and patted He Wenli's shoulder. Brother Wenli, keep going. I believe in you. Wenli playfully ruffled her hair. You're so cheeky. After walking for about an hour and a half, and many times doubting her legs would give out, they finally arrived at the young workers' camp. Back at the camp, Lin Shi's first thing was to clean her shoes. The rural roads are muddy, and it rained for 2 days. Her shoes were so dirty, she couldn't look at them. Lu Zhaodi and Su Wei also worked together, squatting by the water to scrub their shoes. While cleaning, they chatted about gossip in the village. After finishing, Lin Shi saw it was still early, with some time before dinner. She thought for a moment, went inside to change clothes, and took 2 packs of cookies sent by her mother. She planned to visit Lu Zheng's grandmother to get her size. Walking on the road, Lin Shi felt nervous. It was her first time meeting her boyfriend's family. Even though she's used to hardships, she still felt tense. Fortunately, only Lu Zheng and Ma Ju Lian were at home. When Lu Zheng opened the door, he looked surprised. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Come in quickly. Hearing his loud voice, Lin Shi felt a bit scared. She gently patted him. Hey, be quieter. Are your family members home? I want to ask Grandma to help me measure my size. Lu Zheng saw her look nervous and felt that if he mentioned his family had many members, the girl would definitely run away in fear. He held Lin Shi's arm and said as he led her inside, It's okay, only my grandma and I are at home. My mother went visiting, and my father is still working at the village office. Ma Ju Lian sat in the main room, watching her eldest grandson bring in a beautiful girl with neat hair. Her eyes showed admiration. These 2 kids are really good-looking. Standing together, they look very matching. She wasn't just saying that. Lin Shi looked at the elderly woman sitting properly in the main room and realized she was the same old lady who had been staring at her at the village entrance. She remembered her well because she had a special, elegant aura that was different from others nearby. Ma Jiu Lian smiled kindly at her. Oh, you must be Shaolin, the young person from the countryside. You look very pretty, little girl. Lin Shi blushed at the compliment, but also felt a bit more relaxed. Grandmama, this is a special treat for my mother, peach-flavored cookies from Jiang province. I think they taste pretty good, and older people can eat them too. I wanted to bring some for you to try, Lin, she said happily. Ma Julian was pleased with the polite girl and smiled even more. The two sat in the main room chatting happily. Lu Zheng saw they were getting along well and turned to go to his room. He wanted to get a jar of canned fruit for the girl to try. After Lu Zheng left, Lin, she felt a little awkward. She thought Ma Julian might ask about her and Lu Zheng, but surprisingly, the old lady was very polite and only asked if she was comfortable living here. The old lady had traveled to many places and knew a lot about different regions, even parts of Jiang province. Talking with her was very pleasant. Looking at this elegant old lady with her neatly styled hair, Lin, she felt a deep respect. Truly, every era has outstanding women. When Lu Zheng returned with a canned fruit, Lin, she was talking with the old lady about the patterns on her clothes. Shaolin, what kind of styles do you like? Ma Julian asked kindly, thinking about how to dress up the girl. The girl was very polite, gentle in her speech, and pretty. Ma Julian liked her very much. Lin, she sat on a chair, thought for a moment, and was about to speak when Lu Zheng interrupted. Here, Xiaoxi, try this, yellow peach canned fruit. It's a specialty from our province. Lu Zheng brought her a large bowl and placed another bowl on the table next to Ma Julian's hand. Lin, she looked at the big can of food and was amazed. Such a small can. How did he get it? It seems her boyfriend is quite secretive. Ma Julian smiled and urged Lin she to eat quickly. Lin, she took the chopsticks her boyfriend handed her and took her first bite of canned food from this era. The fruit was sweet and fragrant, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Indeed, food without additives is the best. Ma Julian watched the young girl eat delicately and thought she looked very pleasing. Her grandson's eyes are really sharp. She also picked up chopsticks, tried a piece, and said, this is still as tasty as the one Lu bought me before. Lu Zheng watched the two get along so well and felt very happy. Lin, she ate half but couldn't finish it. When she looked at him for help, Lu Zheng quickly said, Grandma, why don't you take Shaolin to measure her size first? It'll be hard to see clearly when it gets dark later. Lin, she nodded quickly, impressed by her boyfriend's high emotional intelligence. Ma Julian saw Lin, she sitting properly, nodded, and then got up to take her over. Seeing that she still needed to use a cane, Lin, she hurried to support her hand. Ma Julian once again admired the girl's thoughtfulness. They went to Ma Julian's room. She slowly took out a tape measure, paper, and pen, carefully measuring Lin Shi's dimensions. Seeing Ma Julian's elegant handwriting, Lin Shi thought even more that her grandma was truly excellent. Grandma, your handwriting is so nice, Lin Shi said with admiration. Ma Julian waved her hand. Oh, I'm getting old. I can't see clearly anymore. Writing is hard now. Grandma, how can you be old? You're just joking. You're still young. Don't be lazy. You haven't even helped me take care of the kids, and you're already saying you're old, Lu Zheng said as he entered. Ma Julian pointed at the young man entering and scolded with a smile. You little rascal, if Grandma isn't old, I'd be a monster. She patted Lin Shi's hand again. Shaolin Jiqing, don't mind me. Sometimes my grandson just doesn't know how to behave. No, I think what he said makes sense. Grandma, you really aren't old. Look at your skin and your condition, still young, Lin Shi said seriously. Ma Julian touched her face. Oh, this little mouth of yours is so sweet to hear. All right, Grandma is still young. The three of them enjoyed a happy and harmonious time together. After measuring the size, Ma Julian began asking Lin Shi about her clothing style preferences. Honestly, in this era of blue cloth shirts, black cloth shoes, and green shoulder bags, the fabrics Lu Zheng chose are very bright and eye-catching. Having seen many fashion styles from the future, Lin Shi is okay with any style from this time period. Seeing that Lin Shi hadn't decided yet, Ma Julian didn't rush her. She kindly shared her ideas. Little Lin, my grandma and Asian once mentioned that we both think dresses look nice. You see, you're very pretty, with fair skin and at a young, flower-like age. Making a dress would suit you perfectly. For the pink fabric, we could make a blouse dress, like what city girls wear. The The green fabric, Grandma thinks, could be used for a dress with a shirt collar, more elegant. What do you think? Do you have any other ideas? Ma Julienne asked. Lin, she thought for a moment about the style of the blouse dress. Yes, it's just a simple dress, so that's fine. She nodded and said, Grandma, I don't really understand how to make clothes. You can decide. But would it be inappropriate for me to wear something like this in the village? Lin, she hesitated here, as she was sent to support rural development. It's no problem. Young girls always want to look nice. When you're not working, you can wear it, Ma Julienne said cheerfully. Lu Zheng also added, yes, city girls wear dresses like that. Don't worry, you can wear it. It won't be too flashy. Seeing that these two local people approved, Lin, she felt relieved. Grandma, I really don't know how to make clothes. I just listen to you, and will follow your lead. Lu Zheng says your hands are very skillful, and I trust your taste. I believe you'll make something beautiful, Lin, she said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Julienne happily replied, since little Lin trusts me, I'll take charge of it. I'm not bragging, my clothes always get thumbs up from neighbors and friends. Ask Ajing. When we were kids, I made all their clothes. Now that they're grown up, I haven't made clothes for them anymore. Lin, she looked at Lu Zheng, who nodded with pride, making Ma Julienne laugh out loud. After sitting for a while, Lin, she saw that it was getting late and decided to leave. Lu Zheng saw her off at the door. Lu Zheng, I think you're very happy. Having such a good grandmother. Your relationship must be very close, Lin, she said sincerely. She had never experienced anything like this before, so she truly admired such a strong bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Lu Zheng nodded. Yes, I have a very good relationship with my grandma. I was raised by her since I was little and she likes me the most. Actually, I'm very happy that you get along so well with my grandma today. Lu Zheng turned slightly to look at Lin Shi. Oh, it's nothing special. I don't have much experience with older people, but your grandma is really easy to like. Lin Shi listed all the good qualities of Ma Julienne. Watching the girl talk enthusiastically, Lu Zheng felt his heart soften. Why is her partner so well-behaved? On the way, the atmosphere between them was warm and friendly. As the sky gradually darkened, it was time to finish the walk. When they reached the gate of the Jiqing station, Lu Zheng reflected, maybe he was walking too fast. Lin, she didn't have time to think about her partner's feelings. After saying goodbye, she quickly entered the station like a small swallow. Seeing her so decisive, Lu Zheng suddenly felt worried. Do young girls usually date like this? Aren't they supposed to be sweet and reluctant apart? And isn't it usual to say a few words before going home? Even if he hadn't dated before, he had seen it. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Lu Zheng wished he could walk into the station now and call Lin Shi out to say goodbye again. But that was just a wish. Walking home, Lu Zheng still felt gloomy. Brother Zheng, wait, I need to talk to you, suddenly a loud, rough voice called out. His mood was already not very good, and seeing Lu's big face made him even angrier. What do you want? If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'll kick you, Lu Zheng said impatiently. Lu was startled by Lu Zheng's tone and quickly said, Brother Zheng, I really have something to tell you. If I didn't, I wouldn't dare bother you. It's about a shipment we have. There was a problem, and it's been held up. Maybe you need to help solve it. Lu Zheng frowned. Usually, he avoided getting involved to protect his father's reputation. His brothers Lu Diyu and Lu Xiaoyu usually handled these matters themselves. They usually made their own decisions, so if they couldn't figure it out, it meant something serious had happened. Come on, let's go to my house for dinner. You can tell me carefully what's going on now. Lu Diyu responded with two S sounds and followed closely behind Lu Zheng. Brother Zheng, why haven't you been to town these days? Even when the rain stopped, you didn't go. Xiaoyu couldn't find you, so she asked me to come back. Lu Diyu was very curious. Lu Zheng, who is usually a workaholic, has been acting very lazy lately. Lu Zheng casually replied, It's raining, so I don't feel like going out. My grandma is at home, and I'm staying with her for a couple of days. Right now, he had no mood to chat with Lu Diyu. He needed to think carefully about the black market business, whether he should continue or not. When they returned to the Lu family, the dishes were just served. Lu Dao had grown up playing at the Lu house, and now he was helping Lu Cuehua serve food, more affectionately than Lu Zheng, who was their biological son. Uncle Cuehua, I'm here again for a meal. I've been outside for so long, but I miss your home-cooked dishes the most. They smell so good, Lu Dao said happily. Lu Cuehua chuckled and patted his head. You're already grown up, still acting cute. Don't be shy with me. If you want to eat, just come. I'd love for you to join us. Lu Zheng looked at Lu Dao's silly behavior and couldn't help but kick him.
Ow.
Auntie, Brother Zheng just hit me. Lu Dao hid behind Lu Cuehua and made a funny sound, making her smile brightly. Lu Zheng scolded with a smile. Lu Dao, you've learned to complain now. Just wait and see if I'll punish you later. Frightened, Lu Dao kept begging for mercy. Because of Lu Dao's presence, Lu Cuehua waved her hand and cooked 4 dishes. Watching Lu Dao eat so happily, she looked at him with love. Dao, whenever you and Xiaoyu come back, just come to Auntie's house for dinner. Don't be shy. We used to see you often when you were little. Why are you so distant now? Hearing Lu Cuehua's gentle scolding, Lu Dao felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. To hide his feelings, he quickly stuffed food into his mouth. He and Xiaoyu had no mother since they were born. After their father remarried, he paid no attention to them. Since childhood, they mostly played and ate with Lu Zheng. For a long time, visiting the Lu house was just a normal part of life. As they grew older, they realized it wasn't right to rely on that, so they visited less often. But Auntie Cuehua, with her kind heart, always invited them to eat at the Lu house. They don't dislike them, and even let Sister Shanshan and Sister Qingqing play with them. Lu Dao was eating and said, Auntie, I dare not be distant from you. Look, I haven't even gone home. I just came here. Lu Dao pretended to be carefree, but the Lu family knew everything about his affairs. They didn't expose his strength now. Lu Zheng couldn't say much to comfort him, so he scooped a big forkful of eggs and put it into his bowl. Eat more vegetables. Don't just keep eating without paying attention. This meal won't make your aunt poor. Lu Dao responded with a muffled and started eating quickly. After finishing the meal, Lu Dao followed Lu Zheng into his room. Lu Zheng lit a kerosene lamp and sat on the Kong bed, looking at Lu Dao across from him. He said seriously, now tell me everything about Xiaoyu that you were supposed to take care of. Lu Dao was honest and Lu Xiaoyu was clever. Since they followed him into the black market, they had worked together. Growing up together, Lu Zheng trusted them a lot. Lu Xiaoyu was very capable and usually didn't require much worry from Lu Zheng. But now, with Lu Dao coming to him, he felt uneasy. Well, it's about the batch of goods we brought back from the neighboring province. Everything was going fine, but recently several of our contacts have been caught by the patrols. Someone took the chance to seize our goods. Xiaoyu suspects it might be related to the incident with Wang Laobiao before. His mentor has some connections, so maybe there's a problem here. Xiaoyu has been gone for 2 days and hasn't solved anything. It's been raining, so I came back today to tell you. Lu Zheng stroked the edge of the Kong and took a moment before speaking. Tell Xiaoyu to go to the Revolutionary Committee and find a man named Ma Qinggong. He's a leader there and he will help you. Tomorrow, I will meet with Wang Laobiao to see if he's getting restless. You guys can continue selling the black market goods. Stockpiling is fine. I have connections. He paused and continued. I think our business is getting more complicated. Dao, you too must be careful, understand? I think we've made quite a bit of money over these years. If things get harder, we might just stop. You and Xiaoyu should also prepare to get married. When Lu Dao heard about marriage, he was very happy. But then, thinking of his unruly family, his smile froze on his face. Seeing him hang his head, Lu Zheng kicked his knee and said, No spirit. Lift your head. What are you afraid of? You're good-looking and you have money. When things slow down in the fields, go back to the village and build a house. Your Aunt Cuehua has already been asking about girls from different places for your brothers. As long as you treat girls well, you won't have trouble finding a wife. But Brother Zheng, my stepmother. Sigh, you know her nature. No girl would want to marry someone like us. Lu Zheng couldn't stand to see him like this. He patted his head and said, Lu Dayo, Lu Xiaoyu, you're both 20 now, not 10. That woman can't bother you anymore. Your father is soft-hearted, but in the end, he still depends on his sons to take care of him. That woman didn't give him a son or daughter, so she can't be filial to him. Plus, my father is the team leader, a good position. You should focus on working hard, saving money. When the time comes, talk to your aunt about what kind of girl you like, and she will help you find someone.
Got it?
Don't act so unlucky. It gives me a headache. Lu Dayo rubbed his sore head and grinned, showing his teeth. He was really lucky to meet such a good family like Zheng's. He chuckled to himself. Lu Zheng was annoyed seeing his silly look. He closed his eyes to avoid irritation. At dawn, Lu Zheng left early in the dim light to go to the town. He needed to deal with Wang Laobiao, or his other business might be affected. He didn't know that this trip would take several days. Lin Shi woke up early. After preparing breakfast, she took her medicine and went to Zhang Guohua's house. The weather was nice today, and many people were out on the road. Some were repairing the damaged fences, others were shoveling mud from the road. Everything was starting to recover. Lin Shi guessed that they might begin working again in a day or two. When she arrived at Zhang Guohua's door, the girl was feeding chickens with a food bowl. Seeing Lin Shi, she quickly opened the door. Big sister Lin, why are you here? Are you here to play with me? The girl held Lin Shi's hand happily. Yes, I came to play today. Where's your mother? Lin Shi asked as she walked. Stone has a fever and keeps whimpering and crying, Dia replied to Lin Shi. Lin Shi remembered the chubby little baby and quickened her steps. Sister Guohua, it's me, Lin Shi.
Can I come in?
Lin Shi knocked on the door, following Dia. Zhang Guohua heard the visitor's voice, quickly wiped her tears, and got up from the bed. She forced a smile and said, Lin Jiqing, why are you here? Is there something you need? Dia, hurry, make a sweet water for your sister. She then motioned for Lin Shi to go outside. Zhang Guohua sat on a stool, looking tired and worn out. Seeing her condition, Lin Shi asked worriedly, Sister Guohua, is Stone feeling better? You look quite exhausted. Hearing Lin Shi's concern, Lu Chuan almost started crying again. She took a deep breath, her face showing some bitterness, and said, Lin Jiqing, I feel really upset seeing Stone sick. This child has always been strong and rarely got sick. When he was 6 months old, he had a little cold once, and after giving medicine twice, he got better. But this time is different. He keeps having fevers that come and go. Her husband came back the day before yesterday and then left again. As a woman alone, she felt helpless. She thought about taking him to the clinic, but it was raining and flooding outside. Hearing Zhang Guohua's lament, Lin Shi felt sympathy. She knew she had returned from town yesterday with muddy shoes, and carrying a child must be even more tiring for her. She pressed her lips and said, Sister Guohua, actually I know a little about medicine. Why don't I take a look at Stone and see what's wrong? His fever isn't a small matter. Lin Shi looked sincerely at her. At first, Zhang Guohua was overjoyed. Their entire team didn't have a doctor. When someone got sick, they just gathered herbs from the mountains to eat. Only when it was really serious would they go to the clinic. People in the village didn't care much about formalities, and they didn't have much money. When illness struck, they just endured it. She hesitated, then her expression suddenly darkened. She rubbed her hands and asked, Jiqing, how much do you think this might cost? I really don't know. Seeing her nervous, Lin Shi held her hand and said, Oh, sister, we're family.
Don't worry about that now.
Let me check on Stone first. I need to see what's really going on. Zhang Guohua was so happy, she didn't know what to say. She quickly stood up and invited Lin Shi into their room. As Lin Shi entered the room, she immediately felt a heavy, stuffy heat. She looked around and saw that the window was tightly covered, blocking any breeze from coming in. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, touched the sleeping Stone, and found him to be very hot. The little face of the Stone was flushed, and his lips were dry and chapped. Lin Shi reached out to feel his back, and sure enough, it was damp. She held out her hand in front of Zhang Guohua and said, Sister Guohua, You put too many clothes on this stone. Look, he's sweating. She then gently peeled back the multiple layers of clothing on him. I thought covering him up would help him sweat and reduce the fever, Zhang Guohua said apologetically. It's not that simple, Lin Chuan replied seriously. The stone is still very young, and his body doesn't cool down easily. Wearing so many clothes might make him feel worse. Also, I suspect he might not just have a common cold. Zhang Guohua looked worried as she listened. Guohua, tell me, what symptoms has the stone had these past few days? Zhang Guohua thought for a moment and said, he started running a fever the night before last. His father stayed over and played with him until late at night. By early morning I noticed he had a fever. Since then, he's been a bit better after taking medicine, but soon the fever would come back. And he's also been vomiting a lot. Lin Chuan listened carefully, her mind racing. She felt this was more than a simple cold or fever, more like a serious illness that had been cured in later times called meningitis. This disease was very common in the early years of the founding of the country, especially until around the 1970s, but now there are effective treatments. Lin Chuan gently felt the small hand hiding in the quilt, checking his pulse. She had learned from Huagua's 42nd generation of traditional Chinese medicine masters, Yu Feiyang, who was renowned. Lin Chuan had worked in his clinic for 3 years, preparing and dispensing medicine, before becoming his direct disciple. However, Lin Chuan had not started learning from a young age, so her foundation was a bit weak. She hoped to shine in modern Chinese medicine, but unexpectedly, she found herself here. Thinking of her eccentric master, Lin Chuan sighed. She wondered if he might be a little upset her disciple was gone. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Lin Chuan continued to feel his pulse. After about 10 minutes, she finally confirmed that the stone's illness was meningitis. Thinking about how contagious this disease was, her heart began to race with worry. This illness is quite contagious and mostly spreads among teenagers and children. When one person shows symptoms, it's likely others will too. She suppresses her worries and asks Zhang Guohua to bring paper and pen to write a prescription. Then she sits up straight and looks at Zhang Guohua. Sister Guohua, what I'm about to tell you is very important. First, I believe Stone has meningitis. This disease is contagious and mainly affects young people. So, we must keep Dia and Stone apart and prevent them from touching each other. Second, all of Stone's clothes and blankets should be changed, and the windows should be opened slightly for fresh air. You should also be careful not to get infected. Third, here is the prescription I wrote. You need to go to the town to buy medicine, take it 3 times a day, and cook it separately. When Zhang Guohua hears that the disease is contagious, she feels worried. But Lin Chuan's calm attitude helps her stay calm too. Thinking about Dia, she clenches her teeth and says, Lin Jiqing, I understand. I will tell Dia not to contact Stone. I'll ask her grandmother to come and take care of both of them, and I'll go to town to get the medicine. Lin Chuan nods. Good, Sister Guohua, you go ahead. I'm fine here. I'll stay and watch over Stone for a while. Zhang Guohua nods gratefully and keeps thanking her. Lin Chuan tugs at Stone's blanket and presses on 2 acupoints. Since the medicine hasn't arrived yet, making him sleep deeply will reduce his pain. Dia's grandmother takes her to her home next door. On the way, Zhang Guohua explains Lin Chuan's instructions. Dia is sensible and nods. Fortunately, the 2 families live nearby. Lin Chuan watches over Stone for about an hour, and then Dia and her grandmother arrive. Originally, she had prepared pills before going to the countryside, but after taking 2 ginseng pills a few days ago, she noticed her pulse improved a lot, so she had to remake the medicine. Walking back to the youth commune, the yard was very lively. After resting for a day, He Xiaoman saw that there was nothing urgent, so the doctor allowed her to leave the hospital. Early in the morning, Li Tianzhu pulled a cart, took the medicine, and brought her back to the youth commune. Lin Chuan looked at He Xiaoman's pale and weak face, clearly exhausted. An abortion is very the body, and arguing with Wang Guiying these past 2 days made her even more drained. Lin Chuan nodded at He Xiaoman and then went into the room. She and He Xiaoman were not very close, so it was awkward to be there now. It was better to think about how to handle the meningitis outbreak. What worried Lin Shi was that in the Hongshan Brigade or nearby brigades, there might be more cases like this one. But she didn't have enough influence, and not everyone would trust her like Zhang Guohua did. Lin Shi took out paper and a pen from the cabinet and recorded the cases and treatment plans she knew from her past life. In her previous life, this disease could be cured, and teenagers were vaccinated against it. So in later years, it was no longer a serious threat. However, in the 1970s, when medical supplies were scarce, meningitis was very deadly. Lin Shi wrote and drew, gradually clarifying her thoughts. After more than an hour of organizing, she finally had a clear plan. After helping Li Xiaohong finish lunch, Lin Shi tidied up her notes and went to Lu Zhen's house. Walking along the road, she thought about how to persuade the brigade leader to trust her. Fortunately, Lin Shi ran into the brigade leader about to leave. "Brigade leader, I am Lin Shi from the youth commune. I don't know if you remember me.
I want to talk to you about something.
Do you have a moment?" Lin Shi said at the gate of Lu's yard. Lu Zhenguo looked hurried, and when Lin Shi called out to him, he stopped. He looked at the young girl, feeling a bit nervous. Could something have happened at the youth commune again? He couldn't afford any trouble now, especially since he had to report to the county about minor issues. His heart was uneasy, but his face remained calm. He remembered that this girl was probably the girl his son liked. Lu Zhenguo tried to soften his expression. Shaolin from the youth commune. What's the matter? Go ahead, I'm listening. There is something I want to handle for you, uncle. Lin Shi smiled awkwardly. Captain, I didn't come to see you for anything else today. I just want to report a situation. Today, I visited Sister Zhang Hohat's house and found that her child is sick. After observing and feeling his pulse, I believe he has epidemic meningitis, commonly called meningitis. When Lu Zhenguo heard this, his expression became serious. He looked at Lin Shi and saw she was calm, not like she was lying. Girl, do you understand what you're saying? Meningitis is not something to joke about, Lu Zhenguo said seriously. He didn't want this disease to come back again. A few years ago, it caused a lot of harm. Many children lost their lives, and many families are still struggling to recover. Lin Shi nodded again. Captain, I know. I'm not joking. I am 90% sure. I'm worried not only about Stone, but there might be more hidden cases. That's why I came to see you. Lu Zhenguo looked at her calm face and couldn't help but feel a little admiration. This girl has potential. Her eyes are firm, and she's not afraid. The country needs young people like her. He remembered her age and asked, Lin Jiqing, I think you're just 19, right? Are you sure your medical skills are reliable? Could you have diagnosed wrongly? Lin Shi understood that such doubt was normal. After all, she looked so young. Captain, honestly, I haven't had formal training. I've been sick myself since I was little and read many medical books. The old doctor who treated me taught me a lot. I guess I've become somewhat experienced through long illness. Since epidemic meningitis has occurred across the country before, I have some experience and dared to make this judgment. Her words were partly true, partly false. She was acting quickly and decisively. Lu Zhenguo wouldn't verify it right now. He looked at her for a while and said, Lin Ziking, I can't give you an answer now. I need to report this to the county hospital. If it's confirmed, Hongshan Brigade might need your help. Lin Shi agreed to follow his arrangements. On the way back, she still felt a bit confused. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. But life was at stake, so she couldn't be careless. There was no doctor here, and she had no one to communicate with. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. Grandpa Li. Most people are now taking a nap, and the whole village is very quiet. But Lin Shi, remembering what Lu Zheng told her, didn't dare to take any risks. Using her memory from last time, she took a small path, winding around until she reached behind the cattle shed. Li Mingyi was dragging a big bundle of pig feed toward the shed. His thin body was struggling to carry it. Every day, he does hard work, feeding the cattle, cleaning the shed, cutting grass for pigs, chopping firewood. This is one of the better conditions. If Lu Zhenguo didn't strictly manage the village and didn't like breaking rules, Li Mingyi's situation would be worse. In fact, many intellectuals not only suffer physical hardship, but also face constant mental pressure. Being publicly criticized was common. She felt sorry for him, but didn't know how to help. She could only bring him some food, and she didn't dare to give him clothes freely. Li looked at She coming over with confusion. She explained her purpose. Grandpa Li, today I met a child with meningitis. I know you are very skilled in medicine, so I want to ask you about it. When Li heard this, he was stunned for a long time. Then, without saying a word, he went into the shed. Li sat on a simple wooden bed inside the shed, his face pale under the dim light from the roof. She followed him inside. The strong smell of cow dung filled the air. She wrinkled her nose in discomfort. Seeing Li hunched in silence, she thought about how he is to live, eat, and sleep here every day. She felt a bit regretful for being so abrupt.
Grandpa Li, I'm sorry.
I was just being too presumptuous. I thought that since we share some common interests, I could look to you for guidance because I am young. Before she finished, Li raised his head and looked at her with a complex expression. His blue gemstone-like eyes stared directly at her. His dry mouth moved, and after a moment, his hoarse voice sounded, "Why should I help them? They caused me to become like this. My medical skills are now seen as remnants of feudal superstition. What ability do I have to help them? I'm just a sinner, a petty person who worships foreign things." She lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Her naive assumptions had hurt him deeply. Grandpa Li, I'm sorry.
I really didn't mean that.
I didn't consider your feelings. I'm truly sorry. Sorry, I won't make such unreasonable requests again. She bowed and turned to leave. Stop. You helped me, and since you've spoken, I won't refuse, said Li as he rummaged through the straw bed and took out an oiled paper package. He handed the package to Lin and slowly said, "This is an old medical book passed down in my family. I haven't used it or passed it on, and it caused our ancestors to suffer and be troubled. I know you're a good student of medicine. I can tell from how you pick herbs. I can't help you much, but I hope this book can be of some use to you. You can use it or not, it's yours now. That's how I am in this life. You too. Don't come to see me again. Let's end things here." After speaking, Li lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and said nothing. She held the book in her hands, feeling a heavy weight on her. For the first time, she felt regret for what she had done. But the harm was already done, and apologies wouldn't help. Now, she could only try her best to cure those children and let this dusty medical book shine again. If possible, she would try to improve Li's living conditions. She bowed to the person on the bed and said, "Grandpa Li, I'm sorry. I was reckless today. Thank you for helping the sick children. I swear to you, this medical book will be used to show the unique brilliance of traditional Chinese medicine. As for what you said about not coming again, I won't agree. Since I promised to bring you things, I won't give up halfway. Please take care of yourself here. The dawn is always dark before sunrise, but one day, we'll see the light." After speaking, she turned and left. Li remained still. After a long while, a line of murky tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Will he still have the chance to see the light? Maybe, but he's tired now. On her way back, she couldn't help but cry. Seeing Li like that, she realized how much her actions had been taken for granted without her knowing. Honestly, she didn't understand why she had changed so much. In modern times, to be honest, she wasn't that kind-hearted. Most of the time, she kept her distance and didn't care much. Even her master said she had a cold heart. After growing up, she rarely helped others besides supporting the welfare home that raised her. However, when she came here, she met many kind people. Mr. and Mrs. Lin gave her enough love, something she had never received before. Lu Zhang made her feel what it was like to be truly cared for by someone. The little children like Dea showed her the pure and beautiful side of childhood. And there were many more. Although she had only just arrived, she felt as if she had found her true self here. She looked deeply at the cowshed, trying to hold back her guilt, and gathered her strength to start improving her plan in her mind. When she returned to the youth team's place, only He Xiaoman and Lu Chuan were there. The others had gone to dig wild vegetables on the hill or collect firewood. Lin Shi greeted them briefly, and then went into her room. She found her paper and pen and continued refining her ideas. Around dinner time, Lin Shi hadn't finished cooking yet when the team leader hurried over. Seeing his worried face, she didn't delay and quickly put on her coat to go outside. "Team leader, you're looking for me?" Lin Shi asked. Lu Zhengwa nodded and signaled for her to come out. Outside the youth team's door, Lu Zhengwa said in a serious voice, "Lin Ziqing, you were right. There's a meningitis outbreak in this area. After you told me earlier, I checked with the county hospital. Many children are there, all suffering from this disease. The hospital director told me that after the flood, meningitis really started spreading." He paused and continued, "And the worst part is, there are not enough doctors to treat this disease. In some of the nearby teams downstream, the situation is even worse. They were flooded, and the children got scared and had weak immune systems, so they developed fevers. Later, some went to the clinic and found out that the disease had returned." Lu Zhengwa looked very serious. He was shocked that the disease had come back so quickly. Thinking about the children in the village, he didn't know what might happen if something went wrong. After a moment of worry, he looked at Lin Shi and said, "Lin Ziqing, I trust your medical skills. As the team leader of Hongshan, I really appreciate your sharp judgment. The children of Hongshan Brigade need your help. I will do my best to coordinate everyone. I hope you can prescribe the medicine as soon as possible." Lin Shi looked calm and said, "Captain, thank you for trusting me. I have been working hard today to improve my ideas. I am a new educated youth, young and unfamiliar to the villagers. Children are precious, so you need to help mediate and negotiate more. Also, the solutions I mentioned must be followed according to standards. Since there are not many medical facilities here, I can only do my best." Lu Zhengwa nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I will handle the negotiations. Tonight, I might need you to join us for a short meeting and help check how many children show symptoms." Lin Shi agreed quickly, packed her notes, and told the educated youth team before heading out.